in the best. And tonight, the best are fighting the best, all on one night.
Massive news here. Daniel Dubois is out.
Has Big Baby bouncing off the ropes, and he's done it! Martin Bakole with an epic performance in Los Angeles.
How can His Excellency pull that rabbit out the hat?
Ortiz, who set up going for the knockout, is certainly doing so here in the 8th round. Uppercut to Joseph Parker. Caught him again.
Artur Beterbiev, as he comes out, and this fight is over. Beterbiev retains his title.
Artur Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol, the undisputed light heavyweight title fight for Beterbiev's WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO and Ring Magazine belts.
Welcome to it. This is Fight Night Live on the talkSPORT network. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company once again to bring you an epic night of fight action. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia is the destination for the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world. We've seen it once. We're getting it again 5 months on. Artur Beterbiev taking on Dmitry Bivol, and the supporting cast is absolutely stellar. And speaking of supporting cast, we have got the best of the best to come and join me in the studio as well to talk you through all of this. Former featherweight world champion, lineal world champion. Listen, if we're doing undisputed, let's do undisputed with the main man, the one and only Mr. Barry McGuigan. How are you, mate? You good?
I'm great, yeah. I'm looking forward. This is one of the best bills, arguably the best bill I've ever seen in boxing, and that's saying something. I've been around a long time. But honestly, this is incredible. Even despite the fall through from Daniel Dubois, replaced by Martin Bakole, another fabulous fight. Shakur Stevenson, Carlos Adames against Hamza Sheeraz, fantastic fight. Virgil Ortiz, Israel Madrimov, who fought so well against Bud Crawford. So it's a great fight. Great fight, Bill.
Regarding the main event, we have seen it once, and they turned it around relatively quickly within 5 months.
Yeah.
First time around, we had a majority decision in favour of Artur Beterbiev. These two really are the best of the best, aren't they? When we're talking about the best fighters, not just necessarily the light heavies, the best fighters on the planet, these two are right up there.
Without a doubt. And arguably the two of the best light heavyweights of all time. Honestly, I spent a day looking through the light heavyweight division to see who would measure up to these guys, and they're some great fighters, but honestly, these two guys are arguably the best light heavyweights in the history of boxing. I really mean that. And bear in mind, both of them have had 350 amateur fights each. It's remarkable. It's just incredible, and it's a very difficult fight to predict. Last time I said Beterbiev would win it. I thought Bivol won by a couple of rounds. This time I think Beterbiev wins it again. I think he'd win it more convincingly this time. He got the decision the last time. I thought it was unfair on Bivol. I thought he lost by a couple of rounds, as I say, but I think this time he will have, I don't know what tells me that. He's a bit older and everything else, but he lives a very pure, dedicated life, and I just think he'll smother Dmitry Bivol more. He'll make the ring the size of a postage stamp. He'll close him down. He's got that great hand defensive movements. He walks you down, he keeps you on top of you, and he hits pulverizingly hard.
Did anything surprise you about the first time that these guys met 5 months ago?
Not really, I thought the fight would be like that, but I thought Beterbiev would be more successful, that he would close him down quicker, and Bivol must have been stinging and hurting him and creating distance. He needs distance to win this fight. He needs to hit Beterbiev at the end of his shots. That's where he has the most success, like what he did with Saul Alvarez. He was able to keep him at distance, ping him all around the ring, not allow him to get close to him, whereas Beterbiev just walked him down, stepped forward, hit him with his right hand. I mean, he's such a heavy puncher. He's a phenomenal puncher. And I just think this time, I heard through the grapevine that he didn't have a good camp the last time, but I've heard this one has been excellent. And he's at 5 months older, but he lives, the reason he is the way he is, he's such an amazingly clean liver. He's a Muslim. He's completely and utterly dedicated to what he does. Everything about his life is machine-like, and he's very, very committed. And add to that the ability that he has, the punching power that he's got, and the ability to knock you out from 18 inches. That's the sort of stuff that only very few of us are blessed with.
That first fight as well was rescheduled because he did his ACL, didn't he? So therefore he had major knee surgery. So obviously he's had another 5 months on top of that to recover. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of these guys approach this fight tonight. That's the cherry on top of the cake, the main event. We've had a little bit of chopping and changing with the co-main. We're all excited about Daniel Dubois versus Joseph Parker. Obviously Daniel sadly can't make it tonight. He's out the fight ill. And 4 flights later, Mr. Bakole flying across the world. Here he is, ready to rock and roll and take his chance.
Adam, under normal circumstances, I would say, had he had the proper chance to prepare for this fight, I would make him a clear winner. Not so much now, because he's come in at 22 stone and 5 pounds. Last time he fought, he was 19 stone. 19 stone. He was almost 20 stone. So, is that going to affect him? Of course it is. How much of an engine will he have? Will he be able to close Parker down? Will he be able to shut him down? Because that's what he has to do. And that's what he does with everybody. He just hits you with 1-2s, left hand straight. Then he hits you with a double right hand, walks you down. Not a particularly pulverising puncher for a heavyweight, but he's 6'6", and he's very strong and marauding. And as I say, just overwhelms you. But he may not be able to do that because of his fitness level. So that gives Parker a chance. But, so... really, it's up in the air. I don't know. I can't put a finger and say he's definitely going to win simply because of the conditioning. But I still make Bakole a slight favourite.
Regarding the attitude of Parker, I mean, you as a fighter have got to be incredibly impressed. I mean, the guy had a world title in his hand. He's well within his rights to say, listen, I came for the world title in Daniel Dubois. That's not happening, so I'm going to wait until he's fit and ready. But he's put his hand up. He said, no, go on, then I'll take the next best guy.
And apart from anything else, he wouldn't get paid if he didn't fight. So that's a hell of an incentive too,
I understand that,
So he's going to get paid, and he's going to fight a guy. The last guy he fought and beat convincing was Zhilei. He was 6'6" and 20 stone, southpaw, and walk forward. So he's thinking, well, I mean, how much more forceful can Martin Bakole be? I think Bakole's a more energetic attacking fighter than Zhilei. But, again, it's the question mark over his fitness. But, I mean, Parker's got a great chance, and he's trained very, very hard to be in that ring tonight. And he's not fazed by the fact that Bakole's come in at short notice, and it's a change of style and technique. He thinks he's ready, and he may well be.
Listen, we've got plenty of other fights to preview with Barry. I just want to nip over to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia before we get stuck into the first fight. The first fight is going to be Smith Buatsi, we believe. So before they ring walk, and we bring you that, I think it's only fair that we hear a little bit from Spencer Oliver, who hopefully has been in Riyadh throughout the whole course of the week, keeping across everything that's out there, and he might be able to give us a little bit of an insight into the mayhem of Martin Bakole flying in late. Spencer, are you there, mate?
Yeah, gentlemen, how are we doing? The dramas of fight week. We always get that in a big fight week, but we haven't expected the twists and turns that we've had this week. First, Floyd Schofield, and then right at the final hour, Martin Bakole comes in and takes Daniel Dubois' spot. It was a very, very big surprise to all of us who were there at the press conference waiting for Daniel Dubois to turn up, and he didn't turn up, and he was ill, and by the time the press conference had actually finished, Martin Bakole was getting on a plane. He arrived late last night, 2 a.m. in the morning, and he finds himself less than 12 hours later coming into this arena to fight for the WBO interim world heavyweight title. Crazy scenes out here.
Spence, have you managed to capture a bit with Martin? I know that, like you said, he came in very, very late last night. I saw that lots of people were sticking microphones in his face the minute he got off the plane, which I thought was crackers. Let the man get to bed, let him get some rest. He's just been on 4 flights. Have you seen him this morning? What's the demeanour like?
No, I haven't seen him, but, you know, he seems very happy. He's very confident, very up for it. I've spoke to Ben Shalom, his promoter, and, you know, Ben says, listen, it was about the opportunity, and we were going to take that. Billy Nelson, his trainer as well, said, look, Martin, forget that he's gone to Congo and he was over there seeing his family. He's ready, he's been ticking over, and we're up for this fight. Interesting what you said there, guys, as well. Him coming in at 22.5 stone, more or less. You look at that and go, what sort of shape is Martin in? But one thing I can say about Martin Bakole, he's a dangerous guy. Very dangerous guy, the most avoided man of that heavyweight division. And trust me, for those first 4, 5, 6 rounds, anything can happen. So Joseph Parker has to play it very, very smart early, because as we saw last time out with Bakole against Anderson, you look at that performance and you go, he throws punches. Barry, you'll understand this. He throws punches from very unusual angles, travel like sort of 18 inches, very short, and the shots you don't see hurt. And 22.5 stone on the end of those. Parker has to be careful he doesn't get greedy, sit in the pocket too long.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can bring Gareth in for a split second here, because there is another side, obviously, to this co-main event story, and I'm sure Gareth's been across the majority of this with your relationship with Frank and the Dubois camp. Obviously, Daniel's out of tonight's fight. Gareth, what is the latest? What more information can you throw our way as to the reasons as to why he's not able to compete?
Good evening, gentlemen. I've just got to say, by the way, before I say anything, it's already 3/4 full in this arena, and there's a sense of anticipation here, and you can really feel it in the air. I've been over to speak to Robert Smith already, the Boxing Board of Control General Secretary, gents. He's going to join us on the show a little later to talk through all the detail around Daniel Dubois, that he was feverish, that his body was clammy, that the doctor, Neil Scott, the board's main doctor, did examine him here, and he wasn't happy about his condition. In other times, fighters don't come forward when they're not well, because they don't want to be ruled out. Frank Warren said he's clearly got a viral infection. They've urged on the side of caution. A lot of fans are unhappy they're not fighting Parker and Dubois, but it's one of those scenarios where they put the fighter's safety first. Frank Warren's explained it was 2 doctors. First it was a local doctor, then he was concerned the medications they wanted him to take meant that they wanted him to put him in front of the board's main doctor who's out here, and as a result they followed protocol and he's out. He's flying home, he's not staying here. I think Don Charles is going with him as well. They've closed it all down. Yes, there are conspiracy theories, there always are in boxing, but he is genuinely ill.
Top man. Gareth, Spencer and John Rowland, who's there as well. We'll be back with you in a split second, because I know that we are moments away from the first fight of the evening that we're going to be bringing you here on the talkSPORT network. Mr. McGuigan, it's that time to obviously start previewing fights that we're all getting extremely excited about. Joshua Buatsi, Callum Smith. We've got a really good domestic scene in this particular division.
Light heavyweight, absolutely.
Absolutely. Obviously, these two guys, I'm sure the winner of this has got aspirations of maybe getting in with the winner of the main event. Where do you see Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith at this stage of their career? Whereabouts are they for you? And can the winner go on to compete against the top guys?
Well, the short answer to that is absolutely yes. Callum Smith is 34 years old. Probably a better super middleweight because he was squeezed into that weight. Huge, 6'3", big long range, very dangerous at distance, and a very, very good fighter. Of course, Beterbiev walked straight through him, but you know, we talked earlier about Beterbiev, that there's very few of them in the world. Machine-like sort of the way he fights, the way he chops you down and everything else. So, you know, Joshua Buatsi is certainly not a Beterbiev, so he's a different fighter. I have to say that Joshua Buatsi has disappointed me as a pro. I thought he would be much more effective, he would convert to the pro game, would blow everybody away. I mean, he still has 19 fights and 19 wins.
Do you think he would have been further along by now?
I thought he would have fought for the world title by now.
Okay.
But again, you had those two amazing fighters up there, and if they fight and maybe one of them will retire or vacate titles or whatever, and one will become available for Joshua Buatsi, that's a very tough fight. It's a hard fight to predict. My money's on Buatsi because he's got such a great chin, but don't be surprised if he visits the canvas in the first 3 or 4 rounds, and if Callum Smith is well ahead, coming into the halfway stages. I don't think we're going to have an early night. It'll depend on how much Callum Smith has left. Whether when he hits Buatsi and they bounce off Buatsi's chin and he walks him down, whether that will break his heart. All of these things you got to add into the equation. But my money's on Buatsi. But at this stage, I cannot predict when the end will come, whether it will go on to points. Simply because Buatsi has been a little bit disappointing as a pro. He hasn't been great at being an attack and chop you down type fighter, and that's what I thought he was going to be. He's getting slowly better, but it's happening very slowly.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm sure Anthony Yard is also going to be a very interesting viewer of this.
And Willie Hutchinson, don't forget him.
Of course.
Shane's training him now, so he's looking great. And he complains that he wasn't ready for the last one, that he'd be better next time round. But let's wait and see. Let's watch this one first.
Absolutely. Well, I can see on my screen that Joshua Buatsi is making his way to the ring. Callum Smith is already in there. So without any further ado, let's get back to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Gareth Davies and Spencer Oliver are joining John Rawlin, calling you through the first fight on the talkSPORT network.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening from here. And a fascinating opening fight of the night. Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. Buatsi through the ropes now in a green and cream top. And now here is Thomas Tribe.
For 12 rounds, and it will be for the WBO Interim Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Bob Aram for Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, Boxer, and Sella. Along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Taounia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Matt Harris, Board Representative Robert W. Smith, along with the World Boxing Organization, President Gustavo Olivetti, Supervisor John Handelon. Our 3 judges assigned will be Richard Bluhane of Canada, Steve Gray of England, and Antonio Marogna of Italy. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Howard Foster of England. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the blue corner with head trainer Buddy McGirt. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks with white and weighed in officially at 174.1 pounds. Coming to us from Liverpool, England, he brings a professional record consisting of 30 wins, 2 defeats, 22 of those 30 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former Ring Magazine champion and the former WBA super middleweight champion of the world, Callum Mundo Smith. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the red corner with head trainer Virgil Hunter. He comes to the ring wearing green with white and gold and weighed in officially at 175 pounds. Hailing from London, England, a 2016 Olympic bronze medalist, now undefeated as a professional with 19 wins, 13 of those 19 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBO interim light heavyweight champion of the world, Joshua Buatsi.
Fighters drawn together, centre ring.
Guys, spoke to you both in the dressing room. You both know what I expect. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both of you watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
The words of advice from referee Howard Foster, vastly experienced. Joshua Buatsi, the younger man at 31 by 3 years, and when they came to the ring, I have to say that he looked the more relaxed, the more confident, and who knows, maybe a little bit more comfortable at the weight. Callum Smith, very tall, 6'3", nearly 6'4", looking very lean, and how well prepared, how up for it at the age of 34 is he. Can he now produce one of the great performances which took him right to the top?
Yep, you would just feel this is Callum Smith's last chance. He's been there, seen it, done it, competed at the very top, and at 34 years of age, you just feel it's a must-win for him here.
A couple of clubbing blows in close from Buatsi, hammering away, a couple of left hands and then a right to the body. Paul Smith, brothers Stephen, and of course Buddy McGirt in that Callum Smith corner, and Buatsi making a nice sharp start here. Little uppercut inside from Smith, but didn't land cleanly. And Buatsi, who you've heard is an Olympic bronze medalist from back in Rio in 2016, is the man who has dominated the first minute or so of this opening round.
Yep, Buatsi on the front foot here, and Callum Smith with his back to us against the ropes, and both guys really loading up. No feeling out process here in this first round. Both guys are loading up here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who can maybe dominate centre ground here and actually take psychological command of the early stages of the fight. Smith now with his gloves held high, as is Buatsi, who spears him with a quick left hand lead. Both fighting out of the orthodox stance, leading off behind the left hand. Buatsi also has a slight reach disadvantage as Smith tries to get inside. Does land with a good ramrod left lead, and another one. That's good from Smith.
Yeah, good counter-punching there from Smith. Left hook to the body, and the left hook went into the head as well. Effective shot that. Buatsi has to be careful as Smith again goes with a big left hook to the body and follows up with a right hand.
He goes tumbling down, but it's given as a push by Howard Foster. Smith was on the canvas. Buatsi punished him with there's a lovely right hand from Smith, hammers into the Buatsi body, and Buatsi now wants to hold on for a few seconds as we move into the last 40 seconds of this opening round. A 12-rounder, our first fight of what promises to be a glittering night of action here in Riyadh. The WBO interim world light heavyweight title, Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. It's a 12-rounder, and there's another really good, solid left into the body from Callum Smith, who's starting to find his target and find his power, really planting his feet and digging in those body shots.
Yeah, really drilling those shots into the body there. The left hook especially effective as Buatsi again puts Smith on the ropes. Referee calls break.
Yeah, just as Buatsi hit one low, and he has a word with Buatsi about not paying attention to the orders he was given. Well, that was a close opening round. I thought Buatsi started the better, dominated the first minute and a half, but Smith came back with some really meaty body shots.
Yeah, very good, very close first round. No one really stamping their authority in that. As you say, Joshua Buatsi started very well, you know, took centre of the ring and was landing good combinations, body shots of his own, and then midway through, Smith come back with a good body shots, very effective. The right uppercuts were going in as well. Very even round, maybe just lean towards Joshua Buatsi, but nothing in that one.
You're listening to Joshua Buatsi against Callum Smith here on Fight Night Live on the talkSPORT network from the ANB Arena here in Riyadh. We're just going into round 2 and we're building up to our main event of Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol for the undisputed World Light Heavyweight titles. Great fight first time around, and surely styles make fights. It has to be a great fight for you on the main talkSPORT network later on this evening. One not to be missed.
Yep, undisputed light heavyweight titles on the line there, and we've got the WBO interim light heavyweight title on the line right now. Callum Smith challenging, trying to keep his career alive here against Joshua Buatsi. Very even first round, and Buatsi again pinning Smith on the ropes, but Smith counter-punching well with a right hand to the body and head.
Smith maybe has fought at the higher level. He's been in against Artur Beterbiev and against Canelo Alvarez. Lost both of those, of course. Best win may well be going back a bit to 2018 when he knocked out George Groves to win the WBA super middleweight title. Good shot from Buatsi, connected with a really solid left hand, but Smith conditioned, ready, prepared, so up for it, takes it well.
Yep, Smith's landed a good left hook of his own there, and Buatsi stood his ground, hands held high, and come back with a beautiful shot of his own. Both guys trading, centre of the ring. Good shot to the body there from Smith. Buatsi answers back with a left hook to the head as well. Very even again in the second round, but they're not playing around here. Heavy shots going in.
No, they're not playing around, and there's no sense of them pacing themselves for championship rounds in this 12-rounder later, and both of them going for it in the early stages, and very difficult to tell at this point who's ahead. Referee has to split them as Smith almost turns his back on Buatsi, aims a big right hook and again just misses Buatsi. Buatsi ties him up inside, and once more Howard Foster separates them. First round very close. There's a good right hand from Smith, really solid right hand, thudded into the head of Joshua Buatsi, and another body shot as well. But comes Buatsi with a counter shot, but then Smith right hand into the side of Buatsi's head, and that gains a little bit of applause from his father Paul and from Liam, another former world champion, sitting at ringside close to the action.
Yeah, Smith getting through with that right hand, left hook to the body, crunches in the ribs as well. Buatsi taking some heavy shots here, still walking forward, but Smith is very effective getting through those, and you feel those right hands really thudding in. Buatsi's feeling those, they're knocking him right down to the soles of his boots.
Yeah, I just get the impression in these opening 2 rounds that the edge in power, maybe a bit surprisingly to some people, would lie with the outsider in this contest, Callum Smith. Into the last 12 seconds of this second round, we'll hear from Gareth Davis on the bell to end this one. Now there's a bit of a tie-up in the middle, another maul. Referee you hear shouts break, and that's the last action of another close round. Gareth, how are you seeing it?
Well, 6 minutes of terrific action so far. Joshua Buatsi has been hit more and harder than any time in his career so far, but it's getting a great reaction out of him. I think it's a fight that suits Buatsi because of his youth, if you like, in terms of what he's been through with miles on the clock. But we know how dangerous Callum Smith is as a puncher, and Buatsi's risking things here. He looks very hittable. Right now I can't divide them, but this ain't going 12 rounds like this. It's a terrific fight so far, the first of our 7 magnificent fights, and these guys have started at a terrific pace. It's very close. I've got 2 rounds to Buatsi so far, but there's nothing in it, gents.
Yeah, not sure I agree with that one, Gareth. I think that Smith has certainly had his moments in the opening 2 rounds. Sometimes I think we're accused of overhyping these fights, but it really does look very good so far, this one, and it could shape up to be an outstanding contest.
Absolutely, we've said that, you know, this one kicking off a fantastic show, a fantastic 6 or 7 hours we've got in front of us, and we've said this one, what way is it going to go? What has Smith got left? If he's got anything left, this could come down to a knife edge. I really believe that, and it started that that way. Buatsi for me taking the first, Smith in the second. Good body shots, followed by good right hands, and he just landed a solid right hand through the middle again. Buatsi answering with a good combination. Action continues here in the third.
And Buatsi dug in a couple of good, solid body shots to end that attack, and then back comes Smith, getting applause at ringside as he lands heavy shots as well. And the dignitaries at ringside, I can see on the far side of the ring, Anthony Joshua, I can see Terence Crawford alongside the promoters, Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, and the Arab dignitaries, Bernard Hopkins over there. There's a who's who of boxing greats here for this fantastic action here this evening.
Yep, which tells you exactly what we've got in front of us tonight. A sensational card. 7 fights, 6 title fights, 3 interim, 3 world title fights. So we've got an interim light heavyweight title on the line here. Wicked work there from Callum Smith. Head body again. Great work there. Buatsi had to take that, John.
Yeah, he did well there, Callum Smith. Came switching attack from body to head, and there were a couple of really solid left hands into the head of Buatsi, and Smith continues it with a big right hand, then a couple of pitter-pat jabs taken on the gloves by Buatsi, who just for that little period of this third round found himself being slightly outgunned, and Smith, despite being the older, the man, as you've said already, perhaps with more miles on the clock in boxing terms, very experienced, he's still right in this one, and he was the outsider, remember. Buatsi named by the bookies as a 7-4 on favourite to take this. Oh, big body shot from Buatsi, and I thought that Smith was going to go. The knees sagged, and he really felt the weight of that. Has a word with Howard Foster, suggesting maybe that it could have been on the borderline, but that was a great left hand right into the solar plexus. But look at Smith coming back.
Yeah, really bit down on his gumshoe there, Smith. It was a left hook right up the solar plexus. He felt it, he thought about going down. He come back up and come back with a couple of great shots himself. As I say, action swinging one way than the other. Real seesaw here in these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, very good fight, as we thought it would be. We're going to be going into the Buatsi corner in a few seconds and hearing from his American trainer, Virgil Hunter, as Buatsi takes a solid right hand in what might be the last meaningful punch of this round. And there's a little bit of swelling, maybe, on the left-hand side of the face of Buatsi. Let's go into that corner now, where Virgil Hunter is speaking to his fighter.
Think you're not keeping the head movement going, okay? You're standing there and letting him get off, okay? Don't stand there and let him get off, okay? Is everything all right?
Yep.
Okay. Keep that jab on. Change the rhythms on the jab, okay? Keep him fighting on the back foot, okay? You feeling good? Breathe deep. Give me deep breaths. Give me deep breaths.
Great trainer for a long time, Virgil Hunter. We were just watching, as he was speaking there, Spencer, a replay of that body shot that Buatsi thudded into the solar plexus of Callum Smith. And I thought for a moment he was going to sink to the canvas.
Yep, it hit right on the waistline there, but the shorts were quite high, and you saw it go right through the body. You saw the flesh moving in his back. The power of that one was phenomenal. Credit to Callum Smith. He stayed on his feet and come back. Here we go. Round 4.
Into the 4th round, you're listening to Joshua Buatsi against Callum Smith here on talkSPORT, WBO interim world light heavyweight title fight. And one result interesting to Manchester fans earlier on, and I must just bring you this one. Mohamed Alakel, who's trained by Joe Gallagher, based up there, young professional. He's scored the 3rd straight win of his pro career. And now back to the action right in front of us now. We're at ringside here in Riyadh, and another good body shot from Callum Smith. The two of them are really exchanging heavy, full-blooded punches.
Yep, standing centre of the ring, rolling the dice, the pair of them here, really loading up. Left hooks, right hands, a real shootout here in this 4th round. Anything can happen here. One of those shots, body shot again there from Smith. Any of those shots land clean, John, one of these guys is going to unravel.
Well, Smith's trying to get those gloves down, high-held guard of Buatsi. He's trying to thud away at the body and maybe get him to drop those hands. There's another great left hook from Smith. Back came Buatsi with a right hand of his own, and then switches the attack to the head with a left hand and a right cross. And now they lean on, getting a moment or two of respite. Another left hand to the body. from Liam Smith. Oohs and ahs from ringside. Couple of headshots from Buatsi. Again, a very, very even round. Another big left hand from Buatsi. And there's reddening and swelling around the right eye of Callum Smith.
Yeah, the right eye is swelling up now and swelling up quite fast as Smith lands a good left hook to the body, right hand to the head. But you just feel Joshua Buatsi is trying to turn the screw here. He's putting the pressure on as Smith again backs the ropes, takes a big right hand.
Well, certainly to get to the very top, you have to come from positions of adversity and battle back. And Buatsi has shipped a few already in this contest, but just looking at the two fighters, the man with the facial damage and the scars of conflict is Callum Smith.
Yes.
Two more big body shots from Smith.
Yeah, Smith ramming in that left hook to the body again. Buatsi defiant, pushing forward, pins Smith to the ropes again, looking to work on the inside. Big left hook buds in there from Smith. No reaction from Buatsi though.
Buatsi, born in Accra and living in Croydon, showing that he's not just some sort of fancy Dan who fights when he fancies it. He can take a shot and he can go into the trenches. And that's what he's going to have to do with this one, because Smith, you can guarantee, is going to be going with him all the way in what's scheduled to be a 12-rounder. And Smith finishes this fourth round on top and lands a couple of solid left hands, getting oohs and ahs from ringside. And that is another real red-blooded round. And Joshua Buatsi almost smiles in admiration as Smith goes back to the corner.
Both guys walk back to the corner, both guys simultaneously landing big left hooks. And I tell you what, John, both guys here are already starting to dig deep. We're 4 rounds in, and this is already beginning to look tough. Callum Smith picked up a nick now over that right eye as well. Both guys showing the marks of a war already, but some big shots as we look back on our monitors here. Big shots going in from Buatsi. Smith answering very well. Neither guy here really stepped their authority on this contest, but let me tell you, it's everything and more than what we expected.
Really difficult round to score that one. Again, it's absolutely on a knife edge, but there's damage now on the nose and the right eye of Callum Smith. And we move now into the 5th round. Smith, of course, is right in this fight, but the damage is being inflicted by Joshua Buatsi.
Yep, he's the older man of the two. You know, he's been through those battles, and when you get to this stage of your career, this age of your career, you do start showing the battles, the war wounds, and that's exactly what's happening here to Callum Smith, who's marking up badly. As I say, that Buatsi slams another jab in his face.
Smith, who had such a tough fight against Canelo Alvarez back in December 2020, and then that TKO in 7 rounds in January last year, just over a year ago, against Artur Beterbiev, who's our headline act here in Riyadh tonight in the big rematch against him. Oh, good right hand from Smith. Buatsi again has to show that he can take a punch, take a shot, because that landed pretty flush, and Buatsi's reacted as he should do by holding on and just taking a bit of a breather.
Yep, Smith sneaked the right hand over the left jab there of Buatsi. He felt that shot and cleverly fell in and tied Smith up. Now they both work blow for blow, standing centre of the ring. What action we got here in the 5th round. 1 minute 45 seconds left, and Smith lands 2 clubbing right hands.
One of which is told off for being around the back of the head by referee Howard Foster, and Smith is landing big punches in reverse as he's pushed back onto the ropes. And now is Buatsi starting to feel the weight of these punches. He just starts to flag for perhaps the first time really in the fight. Great left hand and the right cross and another left hand, all from Smith. He's on the front foot now and he's really pouring on the pressure. But Buatsi comes back to him and he's trying to land big blows of his own, right to the body, and then a left counter from Smith to the head. And the referee having a word with both men, just trying to get him to tidy it up. And I think a gum shield has come out, and it's Joshua Buatsi's gum shield. Smith got the better of that.
I tell you what, Buatsi's very fortunate that gum shield did come out, because it bought him a bit of time. He was asking questions of himself there. Smith, the momentum really with him. Left hook goes in, right hook goes in. Buatsi's feeling these body shots. Big right hand as well here.
And it's an attack again now from Callum Smith, and we'll go into that Smith corner at the end of this round and hear from Buddy McGirt and the brothers Stephen and Paul Smith, who are in there with him. And see, oh, what a great shot again. He really thudded a left hook into the body of Buatsi, Callum Smith. And I'm sure you picked it up on our ringside effects microphone as that absolutely hammered through. He's not absolutely leaving anything here, Smith. Good response from Buatsi. Couple of body shots, but coming off the ropes. Good work again from Smith as we come into the last 10 seconds of the round. And he lands a heavy left hook to the head of Buatsi, who looks a little bit disorganised in that exchange. And this has been a very good round for Callum Smith, who's dug deep and has come right back and has dominated this round. And we come now to the bell, and we'll go into the corner and hear how that esteemed trainer, Buddy McGirt, is reading it.
Stay to his body. Cal, listen to me. You beat him to the body a couple more rounds, he's just sitting duck. Okay, but what's happening, you're hitting him to the body, you're freezing him, then you're going right to the head. No, stay to the body. Okay? Okay, listen. All right. In the middle.
You'll get the gap from you.
Okay, hey, listen, when you're inside, right? So you touch his arm, touch his arm. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me. You touch, right? Touch on his arms, and then come up the middle to the chin with the left uppercut. Okay, you touching your inside, you moving your head, bring the left uppercut right up the middle. Okay, but now if you hurt him with that, go back to the body. Don't go to the head.
But they are nice big advice from Buddy McGirt, to fine fighter in his own right back in the day, and he knows that that body attack is taking its toll, and he wants Smith to really power it on in this round because he senses that Buatsi could unravel.
And I had sensed that as well. Buatsi was unravelling with the last 30 seconds or so to go there, clearly feeling the effects of those body shots. It was slowing him up, the elbows had dropped, and you just see him bending from the waist. Buatsi now starts this round trying to push Callum Smith back, but I'm not sure that's the right tactics because he's sitting in the pocket here, and the body shots are key here from Smith.
Well, Smith is trying to work the body again, and there's a good left hand from Buatsi, and this time it's Smith who sinks back onto the ropes and comes off that ropes with a left hook and a right cross of his own, which thud into the head of Buatsi, and he tries to bring the right uppercut to play, and the left hook as well. All good work from Callum Smith, and Buatsi is clearly on the receiving end of much of this, but he's trying to now counter and trying to bring a big attack back to Smith to catch the judge's eyes. Good left hook again from Smith. Buatsi inside lands a left to the head. Smith continues to try and plant himself and land those big hooks to the body, which you heard Buddy McGirt say could be decisive. There's another massive left hook, and his trainer, his manager rather, Eddie Hearn, up on his feet, cheering on Callum Smith as he lands those big punches.
Yep, Buatsi coming apart here, the left hooks to the body, big right hand to the head of Buatsi, has had to grab hold, the legs have gone stiff, he's walking like on stilts at the moment here, he's in bad trouble.
Big left hook again, and you sense that Buatsi could be about to be taken here, and there's more than a minute to go in this round. He blinks, sucks in air, but then receives more huge punches, and is this going to be the end? Callum Smith is stepping in. Howard Foster watching very closely, wants to see something coming back from Joshua Buatsi, and there's still nearly a minute to go in this 6th round of this 12-rounder for the WBO interim world light heavyweight title. And Callum Smith, a lot of people believed he didn't have this in him. Left to the body and a big right hand and another one. How did Buatsi stay upright from that first right hand? Another left hook as well, and Buatsi is looking tired and ragged. Eddie Hearn up on his feet, bellowing instructions to Callum Smith, believing that he can find the punches to end this fight right now, right here in the last 20 seconds. Another big left hook and another one. Referee watching closely, but then back comes Buatsi. Huge left hook of his own into the head and the right cross. The two of them go toe-to-toe. Phenomenal action in the last 10 seconds of this round. It's Callum Smith's round, but he punched himself out a little bit. Buatsi responded, and all around this arena. People are standing up and cheering what they're seeing.
Yeah, incredible round of boxing there. Buatsi was under incredible firepower. You could see him wilting from the big left hooks to the body. A thudding right hand went in. His legs turned to jelly, and he was moments away from being stopped there. The referee taking a close look, and right 10 seconds to go, boom! Buatsi landed, Callum Smith landed a left hook. Buatsi landed one as well, and he turned it around.
Gareth, what a fight.
What a fight, what a round. It was a battle, now it's a war. Callum Smith seemed to have Buatsi finished. That's the worst he's ever looked in a ring, and yet he fired back in those last 20 seconds. I still think Callum Smith is in a moment of ascendancy here.
We're into the second half of the fight, and at the halfway point, I've certainly got Callum Smith ahead. Agreeing with that one, Spencer?
Yep, totally agree with this. I've got Callum Smith now 3 rounds ahead. He's just been stealing those last couple, and the last one especially was brilliant.
He put a huge amount into it in that last round, though, and we have to ask, has he, to an extent, punched himself out? The crowd seeing somebody, one of the esteemed VIPs, moving to ringside. I wonder if it's Roberto Duran, because he was due to be here tonight, and there's a terrific reception from the crowd, who are loving the who's who of boxers who are sitting at ringside watching this one. And they go to work again. Smith trying to work away to the body, lands with a left hook, and then back comes Buatsi with a big right hand to the head of his own, and the straight right hand down the middle, and a really good quality left hand lead.
Yeah, Buatsi's showing great character here, because he's been under an immense amount of pressure to the body and the head, and he's still there. Big left hook goes in again there as the right side of Smith's face is pouring blood at the moment. A real war in there.
Joshua Buatsi, less big battles in the ring, despite having been a pro. He's making his debut back in 2017. Callum Smith has had hard fights, and will that take its toll as we move through the rounds here? And maybe Buatsi has ridden out a little bit of a storm in those last couple of rounds, and he's boxing quite nicely now. Here in the 7th, left jab, and Smith misses with a big right hand, and then tries to land a left hook, and Buatsi with his left hand dropped low. It's a tempting target for Smith with that right hand, but he's resisting the temptation, not throwing it, waiting for Buatsi to commit himself, and now comes forward, doubling up on his own left jab. Callum Smith, what a good fight.
Yeah, you've got to ask yourself, has Callum Smith blown a gasket here? As I say, that lands a massive right hand. Buatsi takes it well, comes back with one of his own. Both guys again trading blow for blow, but much better round here from best Joshua Buatsi.
Yeah, very much better, and we'll hear how Virgil Hunter, his trainer, reads it, assuming it goes to the bell to end this 7th round, because Buatsi, who was behind on our cards at halfway, is boxing his way right back here in the 7th. Another couple of jabs, left hand leads, then switches the attack to the body, again with a left hand, and Smith's work rate has noticeably dropped here. I'm sure they thought that they had their man going, and they did, most definitely, in rounds 4 and 5, but Buatsi has come back showing fitness, composure and boxing ability, and he is narrowing the gap maybe. He's taken this round, and he goes back to his corner where Virgil Hunter awaits and gives his advice on how this fight's looking.
She's fake. I need you to step up. I need you to be a winner tonight, son. He's almost ready to go. If you keep hitting him with that jab, okay? Don't stand there when he's throwing combinations. You hit him with the, you counter that stuff. Just hit him short and accurate when he's throwing that, okay? You got wind for me? You feel good? Okay, come alive. We gotta catch up. You almost gotta stop him, okay? Can you stop him? Let's go. Okay, keep that jab working. He's wearing down, okay? Keep it working. See how he's breathing? Don't let him win this round. I need you to take control of this fight, this round, son.
They're making this a big, big round, Spenny.
Yep, I love that advice there, because we've got Joshua Buatsi 2 rounds behind, but Virgil Hunter doing that kidology, saying to him, you need the knockout, son. You need to go out there. What he's trying to do is get in Buatsi's head, the psychological battle. Big round, turn it around, because he will feel right now that Callum Smith is at that point where if you put him under pressure, he could snap.
Similar advice will have been given, of course, in the Smith corner by Buddy McGirt. There's not a lot in it. We've got Smith ahead, but it's still up for grabs. A big spell for either of these fighters in the remaining rounds could be enough to clinch it. We've got it to Smith, but not by a lot, and he's on the front foot now. Lands a left to the body and another one. Buatsi comes back with a right-hand counter, but that was a good little spell from Callum Smith. There's a right hand, right hook, curling underneath the arm, underneath the elbow of Callum Smith and hammering into the body. Doubles up on the jab. Oh, good right-hand counter and a left hook from Smith. And Buatsi staggered a bit with that one, went back, and his feet and his legs did a funny little dance. Smith knows it. He's in there, close and intimate, with a right hand and a left hook to the head, and another one. And Buatsi, for a moment, looked a bit unsteady there, Smith.
Yep, he looks unsteady here. Big effort again here from Callum Smith as he pushes forward. Buatsi looking unsteady on the legs. Left hook goes in again. Buatsi covering up. Smith on the front foot. What a fight we've got here in this 7th or 8th round.
Good body shot from Smith and a couple of head shots as an uppercut comes back from Buatsi. You heard Virgil Hunter say you've got to win this round to Joshua Buatsi. Well, so far, as we come up to the remaining minute in this 8th round, I think Callum Smith's probably done enough, as Buatsi just waits for Smith to commit himself, and he does with a right hand, which you heard thud into the left side of Buatsi's face. Buatsi ducking, bobbing and weaving this way and that throughout a left-hand lead, but no power shots. Now he does double up with the jab and a straight right to follow. Bit of blood and a bit of swelling around the mouth of Joshua Buatsi. He's feeling the pace and the power of the shots that Smith's been able to land. And Smith again lands on Buatsi's damaged mouth with a straight left hand. Back comes Buatsi, who takes 2 more good right hands from Smith. Smith standing. He's not prepared to give ground. He feints to throw a big right hand. Thinks better of it. Buatsi, right hand counter over the top. Into the last 14, 15 seconds of this round. Good left hand from Buatsi this time. And now it's Smith who wants to just hold on for a moment or two. What a round and what a fight. We're only in the 8th round. It's still a fair way to go. We're loving it here at ringside. Let's see how Barry McGuigan makes it.
It's an absolutely fabulous fight. My God, what a scrap. Didn't anticipate this happening, but I knew it was going to be. I couldn't pick a winner to begin with. Right now, I've got Callum Smith 2 rounds ahead at this stage. I don't know how the boys fare with that, but it's a terrific fight, and anything can happen in these last 4 rounds. Really, it's going to be very exciting indeed. Buatsi's taking a lot of shots, and that accumulates and that takes a lot out of you. Smith is getting tired hitting him, but he hasn't been hurt himself badly. So unless Buatsi can actually hurt him in these next 4 rounds, it looks like Smith's going to go on to a points win here. But you know, anything can happen in fights like these.
That's the thoughts of Barry McGuigan in our studio back home in London. Here at ringside, we agree with the way he's scoring that one. Callum Smith ahead, but not ahead so far that Buatsi can't turn it around.
No, totally agree with that, but Buatsi's the one that's maybe pushing on a little bit more, looking a little tired, a little more fatigued. Both guys showing the marks of a tremendous contest here. Facially, the blood pouring down the side of Callum Smith's right eye. And Buatsi really digging deep. Those body shots, John, are really taking something out of him.
And he thuds home another 2 or 3, and then a big right hand into the side of the head, all from Smith. Buatsi tries to cover up, tries to guard from those body shots, and the referee Howard Foster says to Callum Smith, keep him up, keep him up. Another big left hand from Smith, and he really has landed some very high quality hooks and power shots to the body in this fight already, and we're in the 9th round. Still, it could swing this way or that.
Yeah, both guys landing tremendous shots, blow for blow, real seesaw. Buatsi slams in the right hook, then the left hook. Smith holds, and this is becoming a real tough battle. And as I say that, Smith slams in the left hook again.
It's not been the sweet science, has it? It's been a real brawl, these two. They've fought in the pocket, they've gone toe-to-toe, and Buatsi takes a couple of powerful shots, and momentarily his work rate just dropped there, and he waits for Smith to come forward and lands a left hand and a right hand, and Buatsi blinks when that right hand thudded home, and now back comes Buatsi, fighting on instinct. Good combination from him.
Yeah, big left hook again there, coming back from Smith, and Buatsi putting a combination of his own. Real trading centre, blow for blow. Smith misses with the uppercut. Big right hand there from Smith, brings a ooze from the crowd. Buatsi grabs hold. Where is he staying up with this? How's he staying up with this?
Undefeated in 19 fights, Joshua Buatsi, and he's taken more punishment in this one contest than he has in his whole career prior to this, and he's taken some terrific shots, and he's still in there pitching on the front foot, but as he does so, he walks into another barrage of punches from Smith, ending with a tremendous right hand, which put Buatsi right back on his heels once more. Big body shot, left hook from Smith as Buatsi leans forward and looks just about spent. Right hand out of that exchange, put him on his heels, and for a moment, Smith looked as though he was going to take him out.
Yet nothing left here from Buatsi. The punches are now coming out in slow motion, and that's all down to those left hooks that are slamming into the rib cage. Big effort from Buatsi. Right hand goes in from Smith.
Well, what a round that was. That surely got to be another Callum Smith round. But what a battle for supremacy.
This is an absolute toe-to-toe tear-up. We hope you're enjoying it live on the boxing YouTube channel at talkSPORT. We're running a poll at the moment, 9 rounds in at the moment. Buatsi 39%. And Smith 61% with our viewers and listeners for who's winning the fight. I think that's about right, gents.
No,
yeah, I agree.
I've sort of got to say this, guys, that Callum Smith, for me, is running away with us at the moment. He's the one nicking these rounds. Buatsi is fighting on empty right now. All he's still fighting on is pride in there at the moment. The body shots are slamming in. They take so much out of you. You can clearly see the effects that it's having on him. And he is after asking himself questions in there at the moment, John.
Paul and Stephen Smith shouting their encouragement in the corner, and a few rows back down at ringside, Liam Smith was on his feet, bellowing to his brother, telling him how he believes he can win this fight now. They believe, this great Smith dynasty, they believe that their man here is going to be moving closer to another full world title shot, and that he's on the edge of beating Joshua Buatsi. Great right hand and a left hand. Buatsi again has to take some real red-blooded action. Terrific power punches from Smith.
Yeah, you can see the momentum really with Smith now, and Buatsi biting down on his gum shield. How many more of these right hands can he take as a right hand thuds in the head? Again, big right hook goes in, and Buatsi stalks forward. I don't know where he's finding this from to stay in there right now.
Well, he's certainly got a fighting heart, if anybody had ever questioned that, and he has, to some people's eyes, been a bit disappointing as a professional to this point. This was potentially his coming-of-age fight, and he's on the front foot again now, carrying the quest for victory right into the face, literally, of Callum Smith. Lands a couple of body shots and a left hand onto that damaged right eye, and the referee has to split them. We're in the 10th round of this WBO interim world light heavyweight title fight, and Buatsi, how's he doing this? He's the man who's now starting to dominate this round. Great right uppercut inside there. Had Smith backing away.
Yeah, it all started from a left hook. Callum Smith was hurt with a left hook to the body. It was a delayed reaction, and he's still feeling the weight of this. Joshua Buatsi sensed it. Smith now on the back foot. Real change of momentum. And as I say that, Smith comes back to a combination of his own.
Well, this is like something out of a Rocky movie. You remember those exchanges where you sort of think this can't be real? Great fights and great fights of the past. I've seen higher boxing ability, but sheer red-blooded battle for supremacy, few have outranked this one, and they're going to have to go some in the rest of the night's entertainment. Remember, we're building up to the big one. Bivol against Beterbiev, the rematch for the World Light Heavyweight title. This is for an interim WBO World title, and what a battle it's been, and what a performance in this round from Joshua Buatsi, somehow digging into the depths of his soul to find the will to fight back.
That's exactly what he's doing here. Both guys leaving it all in the ring. Big left hook to the body, and Callum Smith now in trouble. He felt that one, bent over, nearly doubled him up in half there. Buatsi now on the front foot. Both guys standing with their hands down by their sides. They are both absolutely exhausted in there and fighting on mental strength.
Great right hand from Smith was the last scoring punch of the round, and a left hook. The referee urges them back to their corners, and we'll go into the Smith corner and hear how Buddy McGirt tries to get his man together for the remaining action.
Round 11. See what round it is. Hey, Kyle, we need you to go to him and keep it short. Okay, don't let him get...
11 next.
Okay?
11 next.
Hey, don't go to it. Don't let him come forward. Stand your ground, move your head. Bullshit him, touch him. Touch him.
That's how they're seeing it. Let's go into the other corner and hear from Virgil Hunter with Buatsi.
To his chest, finish to the body and back to the head. Don't raise up. Psalms 20. Come on. Okay? We need a knockout to win this fight. You're going to give up your title, and you're going to set yourself back to the lower paydays. You're going to set yourself down in the rankings, okay? You're going to do it.
Round 11. Well, that's pretty stark advice to Joshua Buatsi. They're saying he needs a knockout to win it. Do we agree?
No, yes, I do agree. I'm thinking, no, actually, if he wins these last two, yeah, he needs a knockout. On my card, I've got 3 rounds behind here. I've got for Smith. A couple of those rounds were close. But I tell you something, Joshua Buatsi is behind it at the moment.
Yeah, and I think it started to come a little bit closer. Buatsi is the first one to land big scoring shots now in this 11th round. It's a 12-rounder. Remember, right hand, right hook, and a left hook followed by a left jab. And he brings up a right into the head, and a ramrod left-hand lead. And now Buatsi onto the front foot again as the blood starts to seep from that damaged right eye of Callum Smith. Buatsi on the front foot, trying to catch the judge's eyes. Good straight left, good power, accurate shot.
Yeah, boxing to the instructions of Virgil Hunter, his trainer there, Buatsi, going on the hunt, looking to finish this contest. He doesn't want to leave this to the judges because it's too tight. Big left hook goes into the body. Smith senses that he's hurt Buatsi there.
He really dug that one in underneath the right elbow, and Buatsi doubled up momentarily, but again he shows great resilience, and he's trying to fight back in the pocket, right in the face of Smith. Lands a straight left, and then it's Smith who blinks a little bit uncomfortably, ties him up and throws a right hand into the body, followed by a left hook. Smith fighting off the ropes, but Buatsi lands a big right hand down the left hook, and his corner think that he can now find the knockout that they've told him he needs. Big right hand, and Smith falls forward onto him, and the referee tells Buatsi off about punch round the back of the head, but Smith looked as though he was in trouble there.
Yeah, he's in desperate trouble here, Smith. I'm not sure what he's now got left. Big long swoop there from Joshua Buatsi. Caught Smith some big punches. What a battle we have on our hands here with 1 minute left of this 11th round. Who knows what way this is going to go?
The penultimate round, they call this, and the 12th, the championship rounds. Big right hand from Smith. Back comes Buatsi. Left hand and the straight right, and the left hook. And and it's Smith who's on the back foot now. Lands a very ragged and wild-looking right hand of his own and tries to tie Buatsi up and somehow find a few moments of respite. Good left hand from Smith. Buatsi takes it well again though and comes onto the front foot, trying to get into range for big power shots in the last few seconds of this round.
Yeah, blood pouring down the right side of Callum Smith's face now, and he lands a good right hand of Buatsi on unsteady legs. Big right hand goes in again, left hook, and now it's Buatsi's turn to be in trouble. This is incredible action here in the 11th round.
The way this fight has swung this way and that, we have been royally entertained for 11 rounds, 1 round to go. It's just been, frankly, absolutely astonishing action.
It's the fight of the year so far, let's be honest. It's the fight that's ignited this card. It's an extraordinary atmosphere. Everybody's out of their seats. You two are doing a magnificent job. I can't sit still. It's so thrilling. I've got it all to play for in this last round. I haven't got it as wide as you have for Callum Smith. If Buatsi wins this round, I've got him pipping the fight.
Callum Smith, where does he go from here? Were he to lose tonight, Joshua Buatsi might be able to come back. There's so much at stake in the final 3 minutes.
Let me throw my pennies worth in. I've got Callum Smith 2 rounds up, so Buatsi for me needs the knockout, but this is razor thin here on the scorecards.
People are standing up and applauding the referee, encouraging them to do precisely that. These two warriors have given absolutely everything in here tonight. Couple of jabs from Smith, first scoring shots. Back comes Buatsi with a straight right hand, misses with a big swinging right hook. Who's going to be able to absolutely put it to the floor, the foot to the floor in this final session?
Buatsi's going to throw everything in the kitchen sink here in this last round, because his trainer Virgil Hunter said, listen son, you need the knockout, go out there and get it, and Buatsi will not want to lose this. He's going to give it everything, and he landed a solid jab there, and Smith's legs momentarily turned to wood.
Well, they've shown extraordinary resilience, an extraordinary will to win, the pair of them. Off the ropes, there was a quality right hand from Smith, but on the front foot, oh, he takes great left hand from Smith, and Buatsi rocked to the soles of his boots, and a right cross, and Buatsi now wants to hold on, and I just wonder if that attack from Smith might be decisive. Is that going to be enough to give him this last round? Eddie Hearn on his feet is roaring him on, and Buatsi looks a bit unsteady and tries to throw a big right of his own, but Buatsi takes another left hand from Smith.
He's on empty here, John. He's on empty here, John. Buatsi is in desperate trouble, you're right. He's pushing forward, but I'm not sure what he has left here.
I don't know what they're being paid here for this contest, but my God, are they absolutely earning it. Great shot again, and now Buatsi is on the front foot, trying to capitalise, takes a right off the ropes from Smith, and still they wail away at each other, right into the body and a left into the body, both from Buatsi, and Smith this time ties up Buatsi as we move into the final minute.
Yeah, the gum shields come out here of Joshua Buatsi, and that was from that big right hand that landed there, John. Buatsi walking to the neutral corner as well. I'm not sure he knows where he is. Callum Smith is standing in the neutral corner with blood pouring down the right side of his face. What a battle, what a war.
Yeah, and Buatsi momentarily walked towards the neutral corner and was walking towards Smith. Oh, big right hand from Buatsi. That landed absolutely flush, and Smith takes it wonderfully and tries to fire back with big shots of his own. Left into the body, onto the front foot. Buatsi makes Smith miss with a left, and then Smith comes in with a right hand, undercutting right cross, and a left hook, and Buatsi again nearly went with a left hook. We're into the last 20 seconds. We're coming up towards the final bell, and it's Smith who's coming forward, trying to take Buatsi out in the remaining seconds, and you kind of wish for the pride of both men that they see it through to the bell to end what has been a quite enthralling contest. Last 10 seconds, good left hand from Buatsi, fakes to throw a right, takes the left as he comes in, and the two men embrace, because that has been some fight. Smith's up on the ropes, celebrating. He believes he's done enough, and I agree with that one. But what a fight, what a contest, and the two of them have done boxing and the light heavyweight division and British boxing. They've done it proud.
Well, what can I say? Both men take a bow. How are we going to beat that tonight? WBO interim light heavyweight title on the line, and both guys left it all in the ring. I agree with you, John Rawling. I had Callum Smith winning that one by 3 rounds, but what a contest. Wow, how is that going to get beat?
Gareth, your thoughts?
I scored it 6-6 in the end, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, I did. I know it might be controversial, but I gave some of those rounds early on to Buatsi. I thought Smith tonight was magnificent. That's the best we've seen him for a very, very long time. What conditioning the two men had, what chins, what delivery, an absolutely extraordinary fight that I'd watch again, by the way. These two might have to meet again. That's unbelievable, the effort they put in tonight. I thought the better work overall was by Callum, but what power they both showed and what resilience they both showed, and it was a battle of will and skill. I thought the angles that Callum created tonight were just brilliant.
It was, and he dug back here, and I think I gave it, I've just checked while you were speaking, Gareth, on my card, I've got it 7-5 in Smith's favour, but I wouldn't argue if it did go to a draw or even the other way.
I just genuinely had it 6-6.
I think Smith won it, Spencer.
Yep, I'm going with Smith as well. I think he's nicked that by a couple of rounds, but what a war, you know. It was one of those, a real seesaw, action going one way and the other. And what I tell you what, when you see fights like that, both guys leaving it in the ring they did, the character that they both showed. The only people that won here were the people that were in here watching that fight tonight. What an incredible contest.
Or you listening on the radio with us, the first of our magnificent 7 here in Riyadh, and a terrific start. And Callan's dad up there in the ring, he looks a very proud man. I tell you what, he's got some fighting genes.
I tell you who will have been hiding tonight is Margaret, the mother of the 4 boxing brothers, who doesn't watch a single round that they box. She'll be waiting for the phone call. She hides away from radio and television. She'll be waiting for the phone call to hear not whether he's won or not, but whether he's okay.
Well, he is okay. Both of them are okay. Thomas Treiber has the scorecard up there, and in just a moment or two, we're going to get the judges' deliberation.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of hard-hitting action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Gray scores it 119 to 110. Judge Richard Bluane scores it 115 to 113. And Judge Antonio Maronia scores it 116 to 112. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And new WBO interim light heavyweight champion of the world, Callum Mundo Smith.
Absolutely incredible. What a way to start off this epic night of action. Callum Smith getting the decision over Joshua Buatsi. 118-110. Seems a little bit wide. That will deliberate that in a minute with Barry McGuigan. 115-113 and 116-112. All in favour of Callum Smith. A sensational way, as I said, to kick off this epic fight card. We're going to pick the bones out of that next. Don't go anywhere.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL. here they come. What a magnificent sight. Yes, it's live British horse racing on the radio, and talkSPORT 2 have got it covered. Wednesday afternoon from 1. talkSPORT 2 will bring you full coverage and live race commentary of all the action. Direct from Bangor-on-Dee. Saddle up for live British horse racing on the radio. Download the talkSPORT app and swipe left, or ask your smart speaker to play talkSPORT 2 to follow all the action. Wednesday afternoon from 1 on talkSPORT 2. On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Fight Night, live from Saudi Arabia on talkSPORT 2.
You listen to Fight Night Live on the talkSPORT network. I'm Adam Cattrall, Barry McGuigan with me in studio. We've got John Rowland, Spencer Oliver and Gareth A. Davies out in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the show has started with an absolute bang, Barry. Light heavyweights on deck, two British lads going at it.
Yeah.
Callum Smith getting the nod over Joshua Buatsi. We'll talk cards in a minute, but just as a fight, absolutely tremendous.
Incredible fight. And I knew it had the potential to be a big fight, but, you know, it just lit up from the beginning, and honestly, what a superb fight. I don't know that we'll get a better fight than that for the rest of the night, will we? We started off very, very well. That's incredible performance from both guys. Callum, I had him winning 117 to 114. Thought Steve Gray's scorecard of 190-110 was a bit harsh on Buatsi, but what a fight. Absolutely barnstormer.
From a stylistic point of view, for such a big lad, Callum Smith, he fights so well on the inside, doesn't he? He gets his shots off to the body on the inside beautifully. He's
never been a long sort of a boxer mover. He's always been a seek and destroy merchant. Come at you, shoot, cut you down with body shots, big searing, cutting shots to the body and head, and he rattled Buatsi throughout that fight. I mean, how he got through some of those exchanges, I just don't know him. He takes a terrific shot, but you can't keep taking shots like that. Will have put ages on him. Will have put so much wear and tear on him. And you could see that he wilted several times, but Callum wasn't able to finish him because Buatsi is such a strong and stubborn fighter. But he clearly won the fight. Callum Smith, great comeback after the loss to Beterbiev and getting beat up like that. And it's hard to get over a defeat like that, but he's come back great, and that performance shows that he's capable of winning one of the titles if the boys at the top vacate after tonight's fight.
No, listen, fantastic performance, Callum Smith.
Absolutely.
Wonderful show of durability as well from Josh Buatsi. And there was moments within the fight that he was just showing that he had it as well. He just couldn't turn the tide.
Yeah, he just couldn't turn it around, and he can come back. There's no question about it. He's 31 years old, but he's a young 31, and he's got to get better at fighting aggressively. He's just not able to put shots together enough. You can't throw 1 and 2 and then admire your work. I mean, what Callum Smith did, you should take a leaf out of his book. I mean, his performance tonight was absolutely excellent.
Absolutely. Listen, the fights are coming thick and fast. I can see that we're already up and running with ring walk, so I think it's only fair that we introduce the next fight. Check this out for a little bit of sizzle. Heavyweights are up next.
I'm Kabayel. I'm Ban Yu.
It's over! Zhilei has just knocked out Deontay Wilder. And he's put him down again. Ajit Kabayel. Are we witnessing the birth of a future star here in the heavyweight division?
I think Zhilei will win this contest, and I think he wins it on points.
Well, I think if it goes to points, I think Ajit Kabayel will win it.
Here we go, heavyweights on deck. Don't worry, it's not the big one as of yet, but it is top quality contender. Zhilei taking on Ajit Kabayel, and Ajit Kabayel, Barry, has been one of those guys in the Riyadh season, especially, that has really come to the fore. A fantastic performance against Madrimov. Last time out against Sanchez, he did the business, and tonight he's got an opportunity to really push himself forward towards title contention.
Without doubt, and he's got a big iceberg in front of him. That's a southpaw that can punch and overwhelm you, and clever, smart, puts his shots together. The downside for him is he's 41 years old, but he doesn't look like a 41-year-old. He doesn't fight like a 41-year-old. So you can be sure he will give everything in this fight, and it's very difficult to tell who's going to win it kind of like the last one, almost, and that's what we love about these brilliant fights, because we just don't know who's going to win this. And Ajit Kabayel, I've been really impressed with him. A wicked, nasty puncher for a heavyweight. If you could level something against him, he's not the most mobile heavyweight. He should move his head more often. He should move his feet more often. But then, that might drop his weight down, and he wouldn't be as effective when he lands shots himself. So, anybody can win. Either of the two of them can win this fight. I actually think that Kabayel is the one that's going to come out on top, but it wouldn't at all surprise me if Zhilei Zhang does it.
Listen, it's going to be a cracking fight. The heavyweight division at the moment is absolutely on fire. Turki Al-Sheikh has breathed new life into it. We know the king is Alexander Usyk. We've got two fantastic heavyweights going at it tonight. Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua also in attendance this evening, but these two are looking to stake their claim. Zhilei Zhang now in the ring with Ajit Kabayel. So without further ado, let's get back over to Riyadh and to our commentary team of Gareth A. Davies, Spencer Oliver and John Rawlin.
The world. And we'll pick it up after Thomas Schreiber's big introduction.
With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, and Sella. Along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Taounia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Altan Feedy. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Matt Harris, Board Representative Robert W. Smith, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, Vice President and Supervisor Alberto Leon. Our three judges assigned will be Victor Laughlin of Scotland, Ray Perez of Mexico, and Mike Ross of the United States. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner with head trainer Shukru Aksu. He comes to the ring wearing white with red lettering and weighed in officially at 241 pounds. Coming to us from Bochum, Germany, he brings an undefeated record with 25 wins, 17 of his 25 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undefeated former two-time EBU European champion and the #1 ranked contender by the WBC, Ajit Kabayel! And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the red corner with head trainer Sean George. He comes to the ring wearing gold with red and black and weighed in officially at 287.5 pounds. Fighting out of Bloomfield, New Jersey, USA, by way of Shenzhou, China, a 2008 Olympic silver medalist, now has a professional record of 27 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, 22 of those 27 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former WBO interim world champion and the #2 ranked contender by the WBC, Zhilei Big Bang Zhang!
Okay, gentlemen, I've already spoke to you in the locker room. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, boys. Good luck to you both.
Mark Lyson dwarfed by two huge men. Ajit Kabayel, 6'3", going on 6'4". Zhilei Zhang, 6'6". Two huge heavyweights, both of them punchers. Zhang known as Big Bang. Kabayel, well, he's had some good wins, including back in 2017 when he scored a majority decision against our own Derek Chisora.
Yep, that was a good performance there by Kabayel. Chisora was pushing on the front, but Zhang just landed a big right hook there at the opening of that round. Now, I saw Kabayel training just 2 days ago, and these were the tactics, moving around the perimeter of the ring, looking to shoot the right hands through the middle and come over the top of the left hooks. Let's see if he implements that here.
The power puncher is the huge Chinese southpaw Zhilei Zhang, and he's just plodding after Kabayel, trying to narrow the gap to land that devastating left hand, which is his true big punch. And don't forget, you can watch along with us this evening. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Big left hand from Zhang again. Or the talkSPORT app on your smart TV right now. Join us at ringside. Good body shots from Kabayel. Right hook and a left hook. And Zhang was forced to take them. But the Chinese giant is on the front foot. And listen to the chants of the crowd. They're getting behind the both fighters.
Yet they're absolutely loving this after that WBO interim world title fight. The crowd have really heated up, and so is this one here in the first round. Kabayel lands a good body shot, followed by the right hand.
Well, surely it can't match the intensity and the drama of that first fight, where Callum Smith got a unanimous decision. Both of them landing solid right hands. Big body shot, left hand under right hand from Zhang. Kabayel has to give ground, and Zhang's on the front foot, and he just looked as though he wobbled Kabayel momentarily. Right hand into the body, thudded home as well, and Zhang is the man who's showing he's the power puncher here.
Yep, shaking the head there from Kabayel to say, I'm not hurt, but when a fighter does that, it genuinely means he's hurt. As Zhang, again, pushing forward, huge tower of a man, just pins Kabayel on the ropes. Kabayel moving around, trying to stay out of trouble. Right hook comes in again there from Zhang. But great start here.
He's taking the opening round is Zhilei Zhang, the 41-year-old, based now in New Jersey, with a top trainer, Sean George. Maybe we can go into the corner and hear from Sean at the end of this round and see how he's reading this one. I'm sure he's going to be delighted with the way in which Zhang has conducted himself in the early stages of this contest.
Yep, Sean George, who trained Zhilei Zhang for those Olympics way back in 2008. He trained the Chinese team there. Also beat Chris Bird as a heavyweight as well. Sean George, great trainer, great tactician, and he's showing it there with that first round going to Zhilei Zhang.
Right, we'll go into the Zhang corner and we'll hear from that man, Sean George. This is his interpretation.
击很好很好 ，push 男生很好 ，post weight 跨位很好 ，changer my DN changer可以吗？可以 ，OK。
He talks Mandarin. Unfortunately, we've got a man who can translate.
Well, I've just come from Hong Kong, as you know, and I lived in China for a year, and he's saying, you are doing brilliantly right now. Everything is good. Don't change anything. The left hook's right. Dominate him. Good, good, good. Hun hao, hun hao, hun hao, he keeps saying.
I always knew it was a good thing to have Gareth Davis in the team for his sheer linguistic dexterity.
We knew he'd come in handy for something, and he's come in handy right there. Zhilei Zhang taking that first round. Great information there from our own very own Gareth A. Davis. Here we go, round two.
Round two, and they took the first round by a significant margin, did Zhang. And there was one punch he caught Kabayel with, and I just thought, just for a fraction of a second, Kabayel looked a little bit as though his legs had stiffened, but Kabayel's onto the front foot and trying to dominate the early stages of this round. Oh, big right hand back though from Zhang, but Kabayel is on the front foot trying to pound away into the body of Zhang, and he brings an uppercut in as well, but forward comes Zhang, aiming for his power punch, his left hand.
Yeah, Kabayel's got to be careful he doesn't try and get too greedy here and sit in the pocket with Zhilei Zhang, who's so heavy-handed, slams that left into the body, boxing out the southpaw style. Kabayel now changing tactics and trying to put Zhang on the back foot. I'm not sure that's the right move.
Kabayel, who comes from Kurdish parentage and has won his last 4 fights by stoppage, trying to show that he can punch a bit as well and thuds some body shots into the ample midriff of Zhilei Zhang. Zhang, taller, tries to throw the left cross. It's fairly rudimentary boxing style from Zhang. It's the right jab for the most part, occasionally interspersed with a right hook, followed by the big power left hand off the back foot.
Yeah, lovely defensive work though from Zhang as he just bends with the shots not getting through, hitting the arms, hitting the elbows. Huge man lands a big right hook there, and Kabayel felt that one. He takes a deep breath and goes back.
Zhang, who was beaten by Anthony Joshua in the 2012 Olympics. He came close to Olympic glory, but he's never gone the whole way, nor has he gone the whole way to the world heavyweight title, but of course still believes that he can very much be a figure in the way in which the heavyweight maze is negotiated by all the chief protagonists in the months to come. Good left hand from Zhang, but it's the bulk of punches, no great huge power in them, but the bulk of punches is coming from Kabayel.
Yeah, good round here for Kabayel, and I've got to tell you, John Rawling, I hope this action doesn't continue like this, because my voice box is not going to be able to cope with it. Massive uppercut there from Zhilei Zhang.
Good right uppercut indeed. Pace yourself, Spenny. That's the secret. Space yourself. You've got 7 hours.
How can you, my friend, when we've got action like this? Round 2 of this contest. We just had 12 of the first one, every single round, and they're going for it, rolling the dice, standing there, trading blow for blow. What action here in the second round?
And there's 15 seconds to go in the second round after the first round went to Zhang, but Kabayel has come back here and has boxed well in this second round. Closing seconds now, last 10 seconds of round 2. Zhang just puffing a little bit as he tries to land the left hand. Gareth, how did you see that when he rings this fight so far?
Well, it's amazing. It's just extraordinary. Zhilei Zhang, when we're up close to him, it's always good to put your hand next to his. He's got the biggest hands in history, I reckon. Kabayel had to gamble a little bit there and get Zhilei Zhang's respect. It's a really dangerous tactic. I gave him that round on volume, but Zhang's still hitting him harder. I really like this fight, but I think Kabayel needs to settle back a little bit. I think he did get the respect of Zhang in that round and got him out of breath a little bit, Sven.
Yeah, totally agree with that one. He did win that second round, but put a lot of effort into that Kabayel, and as I said, he has to be careful here because he's rolling the dice, and if he sits in the pocket too long, we know Big Bang Zhang can bang, and what you're right in what you say, Gareth, about the size of his hands, they're like medicine balls.
And when you overcommit with Zhang, what you've got to watch is those left hands that are sly and unseen that he creates.
Now we move into the third round of this 12-round heavyweight contest, and again Kabayel starts on the front foot and smacks in 2 hooks into the wobbling body of Zhang. Zhang comes back and throws a solid left hand of his own, and the 2 of them are starting to really unleash the bombs here, and who's going to be the bigger puncher, and also who's going to be able to take the shots more effectively.
How often do you see this, John Rawling, when both heavyweights have switched the attacks to their body? It's like a body sparring session in there right now. Kabayel slamming 2 left hooks into the body. Zhang coming back with a straight left hand through the middle of himself. Both guys, huge guys, standing in the centre of the ring, trading blow for blow. Listen to the crowd in here.
Yeah, they're loving it. And this is why fighters work the heavy bag and work so hard in putting those punches home for a full 3 minutes and keeping the action going. Big right hand this time from Zhang coming off the ropes, but Kabayel takes it well. Difficult to determine who's actually bossing this fight so far. Very much up for grabs here in this third round.
I tell you what, Zhilei Zhang's starting to feel the pace. He's gassing, the hands are starting to drop. He just sucked up with a big gulp of air, and as I say that, slams a left hand in Kabayel's face. Kabayel's response to come back with one of his own.
Good work. 2 big body shots from Kabayel, then switch the attack to the head with a right hook, and they were all scoring punches. Bookies sometimes get it right, sometimes get it wrong. They got our first fight very wrong because they said that Joshua Buatsi was going to beat Callum Smith. That didn't work out, and they said that Kabayel was going to beat Zhilei Zhang, and after 2 minutes of this third round, Kabayel maybe is just about getting the better of this third round.
He's chopping the big man down. He's landing those body shots, and Zhilei Zhang is feeling that. He's breathing deeply, gulps of air taking there, and his hands are starting to drop now. We saw this with Kabayel against Frankie Sanchez in his last contest. He wore him down, broke him down, chopped him down like a tree, and it's happening here to Zhilei Zhang.
Hope you're enjoying the boxing action here on the talkSPORT network. Our main event, Beterbiev against Bivol, is coming up on the main talkSPORT channel later on this evening. Don't miss it. Meanwhile, in our second fight of the night, Ajit Kabayel of Germany, the Kurd based in Germany, Ajit Kabayel, is taking the better of this third round, and with it is going ahead in the fight.
Yep, another big round there from Ajit Kabayel. Body shots are key for him here. Zhilei Zhang feeling the weight of those as he goes and slumps in the corner. They hold a pack of ice on his head. Sean George has got some work to do in the corner there. He needs to perk his man up. He needs to tell Zhilei Zhang, let the jabs go. Throw those big right hooks, left hands through the middle as well. Because at the moment, Ajit Kabayel is just starting to take over.
We've got our big heavyweight contest as well. No longer Daniel Dubois, it's Joseph Parker against Martin Bakole, who came in late, and a few people raised eyebrows about that. I'll take you back to 1993 when there was a guy called Tommy Morrison, and he was up against a fighter called Mike Williams, who was so terrified he wouldn't come out of the dressing room. So what did they do? They went into the crowd and they found a guy called Tim Tomaszek. And he took the fight, went out there, Morrison won, but talk about last-minute substitutes, they don't come much more last-minute than that.
No, they certainly don't, but Bakole's up for this one. He was at Congo Airport less than 24 hours ago, and he's just about to step into the biggest fight of his life, and that's what we've got coming up for you. But there's a sensational contest going on right now. WBC interim heavyweight title, Zhilei Zhang, Ajit Kabayel, both going trading blow for blow in the centre of the ring.
Mark Lysett having a word with Zhilei Zhang, trying to get him to keep his punches up. As forward comes Kabayel with 1, 2, 3 body shots. Down come the gloves, and Zhang is starting to look a bit jaded, a bit tired. 2 more body shots and a right hand to the head from Kabayel. Zhang using his weight advantage, maybe pushing forward, but Kabayel is matching him blow for blow in terms of power, and is maybe outworking him as well.
Yep, he's chipping away, isn't he? He's just starting to put a dent into Zhilei Zhang now, who's starting to look tired. His punches are starting to look a little laboured as both guys stand centre of the ring. Zhang tries to use his strength, push Kabayel back. Kabayel's having none of it. Straight back to the action.
Well, nothing like the technical brilliance of the first fight, nor indeed the intensity of conflict, but it means a lot to these fellas. 2 big men, and Zhang, big bang, is going to have to find some big punches. 2 solid left hands into the head of Kabayel, who takes them well and comes back with a straight right hand to the head, and slapping body shots to the body of Zhang. Zhang has to take 2 more and a right uppercut to the head, trying to keep his gloves high, trying to keep a tight defence.
Yep, he needs to turn this around a little bit here, Zhilei Zhang. And body shots are starting to take their toll now, as Kabayel showing incredible strength to push forward, keep slamming away at the body. Zhang covering up, trying to counter punch, and Kabayel again, right hand to the head, left hook to the body. Zhang just tying up. Another good round here for Kabayel.
Zhang, who came into this with a TKO win over Deontay Wilder, having previously lost a decision to Joseph Parker, who's in action later on this evening, though he did have Parker down twice, showing his formidable punching power, and Kabayel drives him back. with shots to the body, then to the head. And the German really looks committed and up for this one.
The body shots are taking it out of Zhilei Zhang. The hands now are down by the waist. He's desperately feeling the pace here. That's down to the body shots that are going in there. 10-second clacker goes. Zhang needs this break here.
And he needs, as well, you suspect, a big phase in the fight, because on my card, I don't know if Barry McGuigan will agree, Kabayel is starting to rack up round after round.
He's, he's one of the best body punchers I've seen in a long time for the heavyweight division. But watch what he does. He hits you to the head, then he switches to the body, then he switches to the head and finishes on the body. You don't see combination punches like that from a heavyweight. And he walks you down. And what he done was he thought, I'm going to invest pressure on Zhang at this stage to take the wind out of his sails, to stop him coming at me, and to try and just weaken him. And he's beginning to do that. He's breaking him up, and I don't know how much longer Zhang can last taking shots like that, particularly that left hook to the body. What a fight, what a great performance from Kabayel. And Zhang, as ever, always hangs tough.
The move now into the 5th round. This is a 12-round heavyweight contest. I've got it 3 rounds to 1 for Kabayel.
Yep, I'm with you, John Rawling. I've got it 3 rounds to 1, and as we say that, Kabayel again comes forward, piling under pressure, throwing punches with fluidity. Head, body, Zhang looking in a bit of trouble at the beginning of this 5th.
And he's bullied back across the ring. And Kabayel has started very brightly, very fast. And Zhang is starting to mark up, and no surprise there, because he's taken a lot of headshots. Zhang, who took the opening round on my card, but since then it's been all the German Kabayel.
Yep, Zhang starting to have to dig deep here, and it's becoming a mental battle. Psychological.
Oh my God! That's what Zhang can do. He was under attack, and he lands a peach of a left-hand counter shot, puts Kabayel down. He's got up. He says to referee Mark Lysett, I'm okay, but that, in a nutshell, is what Zhilei Zhang can do.
Yeah.
Amazing power.
John, he's not okay. He's in big trouble here. That was a huge right hook over the top, and he's got to regroup, recover here, because Zhilei Zhang senses he could be close to the finish.
Zhang is looking for him, and there's a minute 40 that Kabayel has got to survive in this round. Zhang aims a big left hand, takes it well though, Kabayel, and he's blowing and puffing Zhilei Zhang. A couple of right hands from Kabayel, but he's been down, so it's going to score as a 10-8 round, which is going to put this fight right back into the mixer, unless Kabayel can do something spectacular in the last minute or so.
Yep, Zhang's pulled himself back into this one, but he's feeling desperately tired, and Kabayel now looks like he's recovered, pulled himself back together, regrouped as he slams a jab into the head there of Zhilei Zhang.
Well, between rounds, we're going to keep an good left hand again from Zhilei Zhang. This time Kabayel takes it well. Zhang puffing and blowing, drops his gloves low, inviting Kabayel to come in and launch something at him. Tries to throw another big left hand, Zhang, but it's parried this time from Kabayel. Zhang representing a sizable Asian presence here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. Chinese presence, and Zhilei Zhang is taking this round, but there's still just some 30 seconds remaining, and who's going to dominate the last 30? Kabayel's trying to make it him.
Yep, he's turned it around here, and Zhang again looking desperately tired. Kabayel is a brilliant recovery for him as he slams a 1, 2, 3 in. 10-second clacker goes. Good recovery here from Kabayel, and Zhang can't even hold his arms up. He's that tired.
But it's going to be a Zhilei Zhang round. Here's Gareth A. Davis. And Gareth, we'll get the replay, and you'll watch it with the fighters, and you'll be able to tell the audience exactly how Kabayel went down.
Well, Kabayel, to me, in the first moment, looked like he was slightly off balance, and he was, well, here it is. It was a left and then a right. Well, we haven't got there yet, but yeah, look. Oh, it was a left hand. It was a good left hand. It talked across his chin and knocked him down. He was off balance as well. The timing was right, but how did Kabayel fire back on that little left across the face?
Caught him around the ear.
It did around the ear, and it dismayed him, didn't it? But he fought back so hard in that round. Do you know, when Zhang found himself there on top in that round, he's so smart defensively at times with his hands up as well. It's an extraordinary fight on an extraordinary night, and we're only 2 fights into the magnificent 7 fights. It's incredible.
Zhang looks dog-tired, doesn't he, as he comes out for this round, the 6th round of a 12-rounder. But that knockdown has put the fight absolutely level on my card, Spencer.
Yep, he needed that knockdown, and I think I am with you, John Rawling. Yeah, I mean, Kabayel is the guy that's in control, so the scorecard's not really telling the story with that knockdown. Kabayel is the guy pushing forward, throwing punches in bunches, head, body, back to the heady, and Zhilei Zhang is looking tired here.
But you can't take your eyes off it, because at any moment that big power shot, his left hand, can take its toll, and Kabayel, more than anybody in here tonight, can tell us all about that one. But he's put him down, has he? Body shot, and he touched down. Did Zhang go down?
Yep, he touched down, the body shot went over, and he felt that shot. He went back. He's in desperate trouble here, Zhang. Kabayel, got to be careful, don't get too greedy. Zhang lands a big right hand hook of his own.
Well, the referee didn't make it clear there that that had been a knockdown, but I reckon it was. It was a body shot from Kabayel, and Zhang touched down with one glove, and that, of course, constitutes a knockdown according to the laws of the game.
Yep, I totally agree with you, John, but the referee didn't count it, so I don't think they're going to score it. Zhilei Zhang's made a good recovery. Kabayel straight back on the front foot. Zhang having his moments himself. What action we got here in round 6 of the 12th rounder for the WBC interim heavyweight title.
Zhang can punch. His conditioning, though, is frankly not very good at all. And now he holds on again. Very, very ragged. And he's been hurt once more by Kabayel's punches.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Zhang's got left. Is just when you think he's all out, he's blown a gasket, and Kabayel piles the pressure on again.
Left hand under right hand, rock back Zhang's head, and his mouth is bleeding as well. Body shots from Kabayel, and Zhang looks as though he's just about all in, and I wonder whether the corner are going to allow him to take much more. He goes down this time to body shots, and this time there is a count. He's in agony. I don't think he's going to go up, and Kabayel wins the fight. He jumps up and down, roars to the crowd that he's won it. He gets the acclaim of the crowd here in Riyadh, and Zhilei Zhang, the big, powerful man, was felled by a succession of massive body shots to the point where he could take no more.
Yeah, very surprised at the outcome of that fight, because I didn't think Agit Kabayel could do what he done to Frank Sanchez. I thought tactically he would have to fight the fight differently to what he did against Sanchez, but he didn't. He done exactly the same thing. Body punches were key, and he chopped the big man down with those body shots. Sensational performance, well deserved, Gareth, but he's proved there he is now the new danger in the heavyweight division.
Arslanbek Makhmudov, Frank Sanchez, now the giant panda from China, Zhilei Zhang. He has become Agit Kabayel with this victory and this massive, vicious body assault, one of the danger men in the division. He showed his mettle to get up from being knocked down in the 5th round. He performed brilliantly tonight. He's got all the skills. He showed a fantastic chin against Zhilei Zhang as well. What a victory for Mr. Kabayel.
Anthony Joshua was quick to his feet. stepping up to ringside to offer his congratulations to Kabayel's performance. And, you know, you've got to give him credit because he was down very heavily from that knockdown.
Well, can I just say, we were saying he was gambling early in the second round to go for the body, but let's just say now, his tactics were spot on to chop down that giant tree from China, Spencer.
Yeah, totally. There's plenty of body to go for, isn't there?
Listen, there is plenty of body to go for, but you've got to sit in the pocket with someone that's maybe have the heaviest hands in the heavyweight division. Zhilei Zhang with that check right hook, that straight left hand through the middle. He hurts a lot of heavyweights with that. Kabayel took it. He took the fight away from Zhilei Zhang, beat him at his own game. He bullied the big man out of it. What a performance against Agit Kabayel. Could he have lined himself up for a big fight with someone like Anthony Joshua? On that performance, I say definitely yes.
Absolutely, even in Alexander Usyk, I could see him going in with. I know it's probably going to be Daniel Dubois next if they line those two guys up. There's Usyk congratulating him right now in the ring with Mauricio Sulaiman there, as well as Dillian White is shown on our screens here on DAZN. It's so brilliant to see a young heavyweight rise. For a long time, Spencer and John, they were talking about Agit Kabayel as only being good enough to be the European champion. And I sat down with him when this all began in Riyadh, and he said, I'm telling you, it's my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 29 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Mark Lyson, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout, still undefeated, and now the WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, Agit Kabayel.
Wow. Agit Kabayel stops Zhilei Zhang. Before that, he stopped Frank Sanchez. Before that, he stopped Arslanbek Makhmudov. He is on a sensational run at the moment, and I know that the heavyweight division is red hot right now, but let's not forget about this guy when we are talking about world title opportunities coming up next. Usyk's the champion, of course. Dubois holds one of those belts. We know that Josie Parker's in prime position. Bakole is going to have aspirations too, but that lad, he's absolutely earning his stripes, isn't he?
I saw him for the first time this morning. I watched him for the first time this morning. I had heard about him, but I hadn't actually watched him. So I put on YouTube and looked at him, and I was very, very impressed with him against Sanchez. Great against the Makhmudov, the big Russian, and stood in the pocket with him and loved this combination punches. Loved the way he broke Sanchez down with body shots. Done exactly the same with Zhang. You don't see heavyweights going right hand, left hook, or switching it the other way. Combination punches were great. Brave. You have to be brave to fight like that. And he took the fight to Zhang after round 1. Thought, I'm not going to stand at range. This guy's going to punch the head off me. He's too heavy-handed. He's right in front of me. I've got to gamble. And he took it to him. And look what happened. I mean, he broke him down and got him out of there. And I mean, he was badly hurt in round 5. Very badly hurt with that stinging. Was it a backhand from the
left hand?
Was it a left hand from Zhang, and got up and beat him up and dropped him and stopped him. You know, great fight, great performance, and he's really put himself on the scene here in the heavyweight division. He's really left a message.
Absolutely.
Big message.
Absolutely. Awesome performance from Agit Kabayel. We've got plenty. We've only had 2 fights. We're out of breath already. We've still got 5 to go. 5 absolute crackers. It's Ortiz against Madrimov next. Don't be going anywhere because we're going to be bringing it you on the talkSPORT network.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League. talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League.
Sunday afternoon, League One, live on talkSPORT 2.
He's popped up with an absolute belter of a goal.
Mansfield Town versus Wrexham.
And he smashed it into the top corner.
Coverage from 2:45, kick-off 3 p.m.
How about that?
Sunday afternoon on talkSPORT 2. No one else brings you more.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Fight Night, live from Saudi Arabia on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome to Fight Night Live on the talkSPORT network. I'm Adam Cattrall, Barry McGuigan alongside me in the studio here in London, out in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Gareth Davis, Spencer Oliver and John Rawling bringing you the most epic night of boxing. We've already had 2 fights. Callum Smith came through in an absolute war against Joshua Buatsi, and we've just seen Ajit Kabayel get off the deck to beat Zhilei in a sensational heavyweight contest. Up next, it's super welterweights.
Ortiz Jr.
Just relentless, just like Virgil is relentless. And one thing about Madrimov, when he fights with his guard up. What's open? The body. And Virgil Ortiz to the body is relentless.
Oh, the body shot finally does the trick. What does it look like? It looks good. Madrimov letting his fist fly. Israel, Madrimov.
Making his way to the ring at the moment in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, is Israel Madrimov, a man that came up short last time out against Terence Crawford, but most people come up short against Terence Crawford, who is a sensational fighter, isn't he?
I'd like to know how many rounds he's actually lost in his entire career as a professional. Bud Crawford, he's remarkable, so no surprises. Everybody expected him to lose, but Madrimov made it tough and was competitive throughout the fight. This is a great fight. This is another great fight, almost like a pick-em, you know.
Absolutely.
Very, very difficult fight to pick a winner here. I'm going to favour Ortiz, but it's a tough one.
It is a tough one. I'll tell you what, let's get the thoughts of the current undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander Usyk, who is with Gareth Davis ringside in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Defending champion.
Another great atmosphere here, Alexander, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. Good fight, good 2 fights. Wow.
Who are you going to fight next?
Mine?
You.
I think it's Dubois.
And it will be May?
I don't know. It's deal for Aegis. His Excellency, how the time, I don't know. I'm ready.
Are you ready to go back into camp again, yeah?
Yes, of course. I'm back Kiev. 2-3 weeks I was in Kiev. Then I go to my camp.
So you're very feel, yeah?
Yeah, of course. That's good.
How good was that fight, Agit and Zhilei? How brilliant was it?
Listen, I yesterday told Kabayel very опасный, як буде? Dangerous, very dangerous in body. Today, morning maybe 10, 11 time, I watch in Zhilei, I say, hey, please be careful, body.
It's great to see you as always. I'm going to send back to the guys because we've got Madrimov now against Virgil Ortiz. Who are you picking?
I don't know, brother, because I know
52-48.
Yeah, 50-50. I don't know.
Okay. Lovely to see you, mate.
Thank you, my friend.
Scheduled.
Brilliant. Alexander Usyk catching up with Gareth Davis. I'll let Gareth get back into his seat. I think it's only fair that I hand back to the team in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, because this fight in the super welterweight division could be an absolute cracker. Virgil Ortiz taking on Israel Madrimov. Thomas Treiber is in the ring right now announcing, and after that you're going to hear from Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
For Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions, and Sella. Along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Tauniya, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Altan Feedy. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Matt Harris, Board Representative Robert W. Smith, along with the World Boxing Council. President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Kevin Noon. Our 3 judges aside will be Guido Kabayel of Italy, Barry Lindenman of the United States, and Kevin Parker of England. Our referee in charge will be Kieran McCann of England. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the blue corner with head trainer Joel Diaz. He comes to the ring wearing white with gold and weighed in officially at 152.1 pounds. Hailing from Khiva, Uzbekistan, he had a stellar amateur career with over 300 victories, and now as a professional has a record of 10 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 7 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBA super welterweight champion of the world, Israel, the Dream Madrimov. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the red corner with head trainer Robert Garcia. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 153.1 pounds. Coming to us from Grand Prairie, Texas, USA, he brings an undefeated record with 22 wins, 21 of those 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, in his first title defense, here is the reigning and defending WBC interim super welterweight champion of the world, Virgil Ortiz Jr.
Great moment for Kieran McCann, who speaks now to the 2 fighters.
Gentlemen, listen up. You both had your instructions in the dressing room. You know what I expect of you both, okay? Obey my commands at all times. Keep the fight clean. Protect yourself at all times, boys. All right, shake hands.
Well, this could be good, Spencer. Styles make fights. Ortiz Jr. is a real banger. Madrimov, who went the distance with Terence Crawford back in August, is a tough cookie himself. And this is a difficult call, I tell you.
Yep, sensational contest we've got in our hands here. Virgil Ortiz Jr. with the 21 victories. He's had 20 of those by KO. And that's an incredible knockout ratio, but he goes in against a very tough, durable Madrimov who pushed Terence Crawford all the way in his last contest, losing on points narrowly. So fantastic contest we've got here.
Comes from the Golden Boy promotional package. There's Virgil Ortiz Jr. and Bernard Hopkins was up in the ring. And I tell you what, I'm not sure how old Bernard is now. He must be pushing 60, and he looked in great shape. He really did.
He really did, didn't he? Look in phenomenal shape, as these 2 in the ring do as well. And Virgil Ortiz Jr., as expected, on the front foot, slams in the body shot. Madrimov moving very well on the outside. Madrimov, the more technical of the 2 here, and he will have to utilise those skills, because he's got a very heavy-handed, young, hungry fighter in front of him, in Ortiz Jr.
His parents of Mexican descent, so Ortiz Jr., I guess the definitive Tex-Mex fighter, and he's on the front foot trying to cut off the ring. Madrimov skips away, and he's going to try and stay with Ortiz through the rounds and try and nick rounds, I guess, try and outbox him off the back foot and to frustrate him and to make scoring efforts as he circumnavigates the ring, which he is doing now. And Ortiz, flat-footed, comes forward, throws a couple of left hands, both parried on the gloves by Madrimov.
Yeah, Ortiz boxing out that peekaboo style, hands held high, walking forward, stalking forward, looking to land those big shots. Madrimov moving around the perimeter of the ring, looking to nick it, flicking the jabs, flicking the right hands, trying to steal these rounds.
Madrimov, only in his 12th professional fight. He's been a pro since 2018, but I guess with the style he's got, he's not been particularly easy to match. You know, he's got the ability, because of how he boxes, to make even the most dynamic puncher, such as Virgil Ortiz Jr., look just a little bit ordinary. Ortiz, incidentally, was by a very narrow margin the favourite for this, but not too much in it.
No real 50-50 contest, that's because of the reputation that Madrimov has got, and the brilliant performance he get put in against the world's pound-for-pound #1 fighter in Terence Crawford. What a performance he put in there, come out with great reputation off that loss, against that loss. And here, Ortiz Jr. is considered a step up, John.
Well, Crawford's here watching at ringside. Ortiz onto the front foot, tries to land the big chopping right hand, was only just off target. And there goes the bell to end, well, an interesting opening round, but not maybe the most enthralling that we've seen. How did you look at that one, Gareth?
What I like about Ortiz is he tires you. He's got that knockout ratio, nearly 100%, as Spencer does, as Alexander Usyk does selfies with Turki Al-Sheikh and Anthony Joshua. What he does, what Ortiz has done consistently, is stalks his prey and exhausts you. Oscar De La Hoya is here as well with Holly Saunders. It's a star-studded night. I thought that was a great round by Virgil Ortiz.
Absolutely, and he's the power man, and he looks as though Madrimov is not going to be prepared to stand and trade too often. He's going to just be skittish and try and steal it.
Yep, that's exactly what Madrimov's going to do. You can see tactically that is the plan, to move around, try and nick the shots, land the shots, and move out and don't sit in the pocket.
Lennox Lewis here at ringside as well. I gather he's going to be working for one of the networks later on in the evening for the major fights. AJ here as well. And Mr. Itauma, rising talent of the British heavyweight division. He's here as well, watching who is sure to be his rivals before too long.
Virgil Ortiz just looking to attack the body there of Madrimov, slow him down a little bit as he stalks forward, holding the centre of the ring, hands held high, looking to hunt him down. There he goes with a big right hand, and Madrimov does well to move away from that shot.
Got great balance, hasn't he, Madrimov, and came back and threw a good left hand into the body as he spun away out of harm's way. Is there a little bit of reddening around the face of Ortiz Jr.? Maybe not. Perhaps it's just an optical illusion under the fierce lights here over the ring in front of some, how many does this arena hold? 8,000 or 9,000 maybe?
Yep, and he's full up in here right now, and they appreciate the card that they've got in front of them. A lot of English over here as well, by the way. A lot of people have travelled for this. Boxing fans know what they're in for. Those first two fights were absolutely insane. Will this third one live up to the first two?
If you're just joining us, where have you been? Callum Smith against Joshua Buatsi. Smith winning on points. It was a classic, and I'm not overstating it by saying that. And then Ajit Kabayel finishing Zhilei Zhang in the 6th round to put himself right into the major heavyweight picture. Here in the 2nd round, as we build up towards our main event later on this evening, which is Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol. That's coming up on the main talkSPORT network later on this evening. It'll be fairly late, but be sure not to miss it, nor indeed the heavyweight clash between Joseph Parker and Martin Bakole, which they've been talking about widely in the run-up to this one. And now here we are watching Virgil Ortiz Jr. against Israel Madrimov. Ortiz taking the opening round, but Madrimov giving him plenty to think about here in the 2nd round as he curls a right hand around the peekaboo sort of defense that Ortiz is trying to employ.
Yep, Ortiz just trying to cut the ring off. He's trying to pin Madrimov down. Madrimov doing a good job moving around in a circular motion, just trying to stay away from those corners. Ortiz Jr. looking to get inside, land the big shots. As you say, John, peekaboo style, lets the right hand go to the body. Madrimov comes back with a right hand of his own. No one really stabbed their authority in this contest yet. Do you go for the hunting of Ortiz Jr. or the better boxing of Madrimov? Very close contest this in the second round.
Well, I think that Madrimov is winning this round. I think he took that one. And I said earlier on, I wonder if there's a little bit of reddening around the eyes of Virgil Ortiz, and there certainly is. And they look just a wee bit concerned in that corner, where Robert Garcia is giving instructions to his man.
Yep.
You're walking in. There's a lot of times where you already got hit 2 or 3 punches. Don't just throw one at a time. Throw 2 or 3. Because that way, the first 2 start off kind of not too hard, but the last one you dig in, right? Boom, 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 right?
More, you gotta go more body, Virgil. Hey, but use that jab like we're telling you. You're staying too much in front of him. You give him chances to go this way. You don't want to give him one shot, one way, okay? Come on, big boy. This motherfucker don't want to fight. You see that?
Yeah. Sorry about a bit of the language that you're hearing in the corner there, saying he doesn't want to fight. Well, I think he did want to fight, and I think he scored pretty well in that last round, and he was starting to take a little bit of a toll on the face of Ortiz.
Yeah, what Madrimov doesn't want to do is stand there, sit in the pocket and let Ortiz Jr. get off with those heavy hands. 20 of his 21 opponents have come inside the distance. Very big puncher, Ortiz. Madrimov doing the right thing at the moment, moving around the outside, not sitting still for a second and popping the shots away. 1 round apiece as we go into the third.
But the question, can he keep it up? He's got to stay away, stay at range and keep away from the power punches of Ortiz. And can he do that for round after round after round? Because it may be that Madrimov doesn't have the power to put Ortiz away. He has got 7 stoppage victories, including winning the vacant WBA light middleweight title against Magomed Kurbanov in March last year with a 5th round TKO, but I don't think even his staunchest supporters would claim that he's got the power of Ortiz.
Yeah, but no, he definitely hasn't got the power of Ortiz, as Ortiz again stalks forward, hands held high, just struggling to pin Madrimov down at the moment. And you're right, John, can Madrimov keep this up, moving from side to side, but expending a lot of energy in doing that? Interesting content, this one. Not really caught light yet, but you expect Ortiz Jr. to do something and do something soon. He can't let Madrimov get into a rhythm.
Well, Madrimov is showing signs of doing precisely that. He took the last round, the 3rd round, and he might be winning this one as well. He's just picking away, trying to maintain an elusive target. And Ortiz, is he starting to look a little bit frustrated already as he tries to cut the ring off? He has Madrimov in his own corner right in front of us and does get in at last with a solid left to the body.
Yep, just feinted the jab and switched the left to the body there. Good work from Virgil Ortiz. That's what he's got to do. He's got to create the traps, set the traps, go one way and then throw a shot another way, because Madrimov is proving a very tricky customer in there in this 3rd round.
There are sort of figures of speech, aren't there, about trying to catch somebody as elusive as Madrimov, some of which can be put on air, some of which probably couldn't be, but he's showing himself a very, very tricky man to tie down.
Yeah, he's just starting to get into a rhythm now, John. He's starting to enjoy himself up there, Madrimov, starting to slip into it. You can see him growing in confidence, slipping from one side to the other. Hands are starting to come down low as well there. And is there a sign of frustration, as you picked up on, John, with Virgil Ortiz Jr., because it's like he's hitting thin air at the moment, and that kicks in frustration.
And the better work in the last few seconds of this 3rd round. He's not won it by a lot, but he's boxed well enough to win it. And Madrimov gets another one in the pocket for me, Gareth.
I concur with you on that, John. I thought Madrimov's movement and dancing, his hit and not be hit style is working at the moment. The key, as you both said, for Virgil Ortiz, who's used to having opponents in trouble and stalking them like his prey, he's got to stay patient as the fight progresses. I've always thought this fight would go 12 rounds. Madrimov is not the biggest puncher in the world, but he's made of granite, and he's very hard to put away.
And he's made a grand start here, I tell you.
He has. He's 2 rounds to 1 up. But Virgil Ortiz is a very clever fighter, and I think he belongs in the elite class. And I expect him, with Robert Garcia in the corner and Virgil Ortiz Sr., they're very game, very clever people, and they will probably change it up. And make him go in and dance himself and counter-punch with Madrimov.
Don't forget you can watch along with us this evening. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel or the talkSPORT app on your smart TV right now to join us at ringside here in the ANB Arena in Riyadh. And our main event coming up later, of course, which you can follow that way, or if you choose on the main talkSPORT channel, is Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol for bragging rights at the very top of the world light heavyweight division.
Yeah, brilliant contest. We've got that to look forward to in the rest of the card as well. But right now, we've got the WBC interim junior middleweight title on the line. Virgil Ortiz versus Israel Madrimov. This one's very, very close. No one stamped their authority. Ortiz Jr. stalking forward, looking to land those big shots, but hitting thin air at the moment. Good tactics from Madrimov, and they're working.
Yep, they are, but it's 12 rounds. It's the championship distance for the interim WBC version of the World Super Welterweight title. And is he going to be able to keep up this constant movement for a full 12 rounds? We're talking about great bills. There was one involving Barry McGuigan, who's in the studio. He'll remember it, no doubt, with Tommy Hearns on the same bill, Roberto Duran on the same bill, and our own Harold Graham, who was one of those who really could keep it up for 12 rounds.
Well, what a sensational bill that was, and what a sensational bill we got out here in Saudi Arabia, and looking forward to the rest of the card. But right now, this WBC interim junior middleweight title on the line. Ortiz just starting to cut the ring down. Is he starting to close the gap here with Madrimov as he throws a left hook to the body again? Madrimov keeps moving left, then right, but Ortiz now stepping it up just a little.
Ortiz complaining about a punch around the back of the head from Madrimov, but that's perhaps been Ortiz's best little spell of the fight for some time. He was able to get into range and whip in a right hand, a right uppercut and the left hand, both were scoring punches. Madrimov there with one of his own, right hand around the guard, right hand from Ortiz, taken on the gloves by Madrimov, who counters with a lovely left hook, which lands on the side of the Ortiz head. Ortiz trying to stalk him, trying to cut him off, trying to get him into his own corner on the far side of the ring, the red corner, where Ortiz, as trainers, are in there watching and shouting and giving their advice. We'll go and listen in to them at the end of this round, but this has been a better round for Ortiz.
Yes, it has. Madrimov's being made to work very, very hard. He's still pop-shotting, still moving from side to side, but Ortiz is closing that space. He is starting to get closer. Going to turn into an interesting contest, this one.
Yeah, I think that was a better round for Virgil Ortiz. I wonder if Robert Garcia agrees. Here he is.
Pressure, right? That's smart pressure, right? He doesn't like it. Breathe. So keep that smart pressure on him. Cut in the ring, cut in the ring.
On the bridge of the nose, boys, yeah?
Headbutt.
Yeah, with the head inside.
Double jab. Boom, or hook, but then finish with the body, all right? Uppercut or hook, and then body. Breathe.
Yeah. Hey,
breathe.
You see him freezing up, right? When you feint him, fucking tee off on him there. Okay, Virgil?
Yeah.
Take advantage of that.
From now on, it's all you, all right? Just keep cutting the ring, keep cutting the ring, and keep throwing those 2-3 punch combinations, all right?
Right body coming in.
All right?
Okay.
Boom. Finish with the left.
You agree with that, Spencer? A little bit of grazing to the nose, incidentally, of Ortiz.
Yep, he's basically saying the shoot up and shoot down, switch attacks, set the traps, and basically that's what he needs to do. He needs to lead Madrimov to one place and throw a shot in the other. So good advice there in the corner. Let's see if Madrimov can implement, let's see if Ortiz Jr. can implement that in this round.
Well, we've got it level after 4 rounds. Madrimov just getting a bit more flat-footed now as we move into the 5th. And if it is taken into the trenches, if it really becomes a battle of punching rather than of just elusive skills and boxing ability, then Ortiz Jr. may well be the one with the advantages in that sort of a battle.
Yep, he certainly will, but Madrimov is proven at this level and he can do the 12 rounds. That's the problem that Ortiz Jr. has to work out. He's got to work out how to close that gap, because as you can see here, John, Ortiz Jr. very flat-footed and walking forward. Madrimov is the one that's light on his feet. Ortiz has to put a little more intensity in that footwork. He needs to close that gap before throwing those bombs.
Trying to do so, tried to double up on the left-hand lead, didn't. Whip in a right hand into the body. That's a decent shot from Madrimov, though, off the back foot. A right hand around the left glove of Ortiz, who now does get the target with a nice quality left-hand jab and a left to the body. Solid left hook from Ortiz, who's born in Dallas, Texas, now lives in Grand Prairie, and no defeats in an unblemished professional record.
Yeah, went the distance for the first time against Barachek last time out, and that will be set him in good stead for this contest, because as we predicted, this one will go the distance as well, and it looks like that in a moment, John, with Madrimov choosing not to stick around, move around the outside. Ortiz Jr. is the hunter as he lets a big right hand go. Madrimov gets his hands up again. Ortiz switches the attacks with the uppercut.
And slowly you sense that Madrimov is starting to be tied down and that Ortiz is getting into range. He's cutting the ring off, as he does now, right in front of us. Good fast hands, though, from Madrimov. Left hand, right hand, and a right uppercut. The uppercut was certainly a scoring shot, but Ortiz trying to keep a very tight defence. Left hand, right hand, rudimentary straight left, right cross, and Madrimov feints to throw a big right hand and thinks better of it as Ortiz comes back. And there's blood now, clearly, coming from that injury on his nose. Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, it seems to be a split across the top of his nose there, and it seems to be pouring down the centre of his face. That will give Madrimov a lot of confidence as Madrimov moves again, stands in front of Ortiz. Ortiz, hands held high. Now it's Ortiz's turn to get his back against the ropes. I think that will be the first time his back has actually touched the ropes. Madrimov, is he growing in confidence now that he's seen blood?
Well, but he mentioned his fight against Buatsi and Virgil Ortiz. Well, he was shown to be just a little bit more vulnerable in that fight. He was caught a couple of times, and maybe Madrimov is sensing that by dropping onto his shoes, onto the soles of his boots, he can actually aim to throw some power shots.
There were vulnerabilities shown in that fight in Virgil Ortiz for the first time in his career. No question about it. The cut on the bridge of the nose is going to be a problem for him. I think he went onto the ropes to play possum. I think he's a great fighter. What he did in that round and the last couple of rounds, he's got his double jab going, and as Roberto Garcia is telling him, throw the double jab and land hard with the right hand afterwards, and then look for the uppercuts, and don't forget the body shots. Madrimov's doing a brilliant job of not engaging, but right now I've got Virgil Ortiz 3 rounds to 2 up.
Well, there's an argument, I think, that last round was a tight one, and there's an argument that it might have gone the other way, but it's a kind of a subjective thing. That's what the judges are all about, and sometimes those tight rounds can make all the difference.
Yep, totally agree. I've actually got it 3 rounds to 2 to Virgil Ortiz Jr., but Gareth Davis could be right. They're very, very tight rounds, and I think that what Ortiz Jr. needs to do is he's flicking out the single jab. He's trying to stalk his opponent down, but he's not doing punches in bunches. He needs to double up on the jab, let the right hand go after, follow up with a left hook right hand again. Phase 1, phase 2. We're not seeing that at the moment, and Madrimov is slipping into a groove.
He is, and I've got Madrimov by a round at this point. And we're in the 6th round. We'll be nearing the halfway point. We'll be at the halfway point. There's a good left hand from Madrimov, and another one. WBC World Super Welterweight title at stake. It's a 12-rounder, so halfway point of the fight coming up. Madrimov misses with a wild left hand, body shot, left hand, a scoring punch from Ortiz, and a straight left as well. And the Ortiz corner getting a bit more excited now about their man as he starts to get in range.
Yep, that was because he landed a couple of good left hooks to the body, and Madrimov come up and sucked for the air. He felt those shots, and I think that gives Ortiz Jr. a glimmer of hope as he goes with a right hook to the body again. Is that the blueprint? Does he go to the body to slow Madrimov down? Left hook to the body goes in again. Ortiz now starting to get into a rhythm because he's punching in bunches.
Well, he needed to. And referee Kieran McCann is having a word with Madrimov about use of the shoulder, I think it was, inside.
Throwing the shoulder, don't do it, keep the fight clean.
Using the head, throwing the shoulder, keep it clean. You heard very clearly the advice, the orders of referee Kieran McCann. He won't stand for any naughties. And Ortiz is starting to show that he's getting right back into this fight, and Madrimov may be being pressured. There's a solid left hand again from the power-punching Ortiz.
Yeah, Ortiz definitely getting closer now. Now Madrimov is trying to throw shots. Ortiz holding his hands high. Madrimov trying to chop the shots down over the hands. You remember Gennady Golovkin, the way that he used to punch? Well, Madrimov right now is trying to do that, and it's not working in his favour. Ortiz Jr. having a good little spell here.
Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins looking happy with the progress at the moment. They think that Ortiz Jr. is starting to get on top as we move towards the halfway stage, and we'll get another voice and another interpretation of it at the end of this round. We'll go back to the studio and hear from Barry McGuigan, former world featherweight champion, who's with Adam Catterall in London tonight, and see how he's reading this one. For me, though, Ortiz is coming on stronger the further the fight goes, despite the fact that Madrimov is so awkward and he's on his toes again now, trying to dance away from Ortiz. But the meaningful punches seem to have come from Ortiz Jr. in this round. Barry, how do you see it?
John, I agree. I think Ortiz won that round, but what he's doing, he's not stepping across Madrimov. You can't fight someone as elusive as Madrimov and then jab to what you think is his head, and he moves to the left and you walk onto a right hand counter or a left hook. What you got to do is you got to punch to the middle of his chest with everything, and then step across him, jab to his chest, step to your left, hook, and then let go. Everything must be aimed to a 12-inch square just below his chin. Let everything go that way. He's missing him at the moment. He's letting him frustrate him. He's got to start putting the pressure on, just walking him down, and at the risk of getting hit with counters, but let his own shots go. He's the one with the real power. He's got to start exchanging with this guy more often and taking more risk.
You go along with that, Spencer?
Yep, totally agree with that. Great advice there. That's where he needs to punch, just chest height, because Madrimov is proving very, very elusive. After 6 rounds, we've got this one all level. Now down to, this is a 6-round contest as we go into round 7.
Me too, I've got it level. We're into the second half of the fight now. Ortiz Jr. has come back into it and started to land more meaningful power shots the further the fight's gone, but he's still being outthrown by Madrimov. There's a good left hand from the Uzbekistan fighter, who's now based in Indio, California, and oohs and ahs from the crowd as more punches exchanged.
Yep, good work there from Madrimov at the beginning of this round, chopping the right hands over, and Ortiz Jr. just got found sleeping a couple of times there. He needs to switch on, stay focused and counter quick. The right hand, their left hand come from Madrimov. Ortiz needs to respond quick, meet fire with fire, punch when Madrimov's throwing. That's how you connect with him.
Ortiz slightly the bigger man with a reach advantage. They've sparred rounds before. Madrimov reckon they've done 20 or so, so they'll know all about each other's styles. That's good work off the ropes from Madrimov, right and left, scoring shots into the body.
Yep, it's good work from Madrimov. He's having a good little spell here, and he needed that because Ortiz Jr. looked like he was turning the tide a little bit, looked like he was closing the space, but Madrimov started this 7th round very, very well, pot-shotting, throwing the 1-2s, then moving, not sitting in the pocket. 1 minute, 20 seconds left in his 7th round, but Madrimov having a good one.
Madrimov an Asian Games silver medalist at welterweight and an Asian Games gold medalist at middleweight on 2 successive occasions, 2014 and 2018, and as a pro only with the 1 defeat against Terence Crawford. And now forward comes Ortiz, left to the body, got through and was a scoring shot. A couple of attempted headshots were easily parried by Madrimov, who again skips away into the corner, then covers up, and Ortiz tries to unleash a couple of power shots, and he's made to miss, and he's made to miss quite clearly by Madrimov.
Yeah, Ortiz showing signs of frustration in here, but Madrimov, you know, is working very well on the outside. 1-2 goes in, Ortiz throws a jab, Madrimov rightly ties him up on the inside, fighting his fight at the moment, Madrimov. Ortiz stalking forward, hands held high, looking to load up, showing slight signs of frustration. When a fighter starts trotting towards you, John, you know frustration is creeping in, and I think that's what we're seeing here with Ortiz Jr.
Well, it could be. The fight's not matching up to the huge drama produced in the opener of the night. Where have you been if you've missed that one? Callum Smith outpointing Joshua Buatsi in what's going to go down as one of the classics of the British ring this year, certainly. Now, how do you think this one's going, Gareth?
Well, I disagree with both of you tonight. My scoring is different to his. I've got Madrimov 3 rounds. I had him winning that round, even though Virgil Ortiz had a good last minute of the round. I've got Virgil Ortiz up by 1 round. The clear power in this fight belongs to Virgil Ortiz, but the beautiful dance, the ballet, the boxing skills are all Madrimov. That bolo, or that overhand right punch, is something that he's going to employ more, I think, as the fight goes on, Madrimov, because very successful in that round. He's looked more versatile. He's got a better game plan at the moment. Virgil is plodding, blaming forward at the moment and needs to up his game a little bit. Maybe just draw Madrimov on a little bit. Sit back on the ropes. Get to counter him a little bit. Needs to change his game up, even though I've got him 1 round ahead, Spence.
I've got Madrimov just edging this one, Spencer. Have you got it?
Yeah, I've got Madrimov 1 round up as well. I think he's just, you know, frustrating Ortiz Jr. just a little bit, and Ortiz Jr. for me, I sort of agree with what Gareth says. When he cuts the ground down, he needs to start chopping at the tree and letting the shots go. He's stalking forward, throwing those single shots, and that's just not enough at the moment. For me, he's allowing Israel Madrimov to nick this one.
Very close, though. Israel Madrimov of Uzbekistan against Virgil Ortiz, the Texan. The bookies couldn't split them, and so far the boxing action isn't splitting them very much. You're listening to this fight here on Fight Night Live on the talkSPORT network from the ANB Arena here in Riyadh. We're now in the 8th round, and we're building up to our main event of Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol, the big rematch for the undisputed world light heavyweight titles. Be sure to stay with us and hear that one. For one, I can't wait.
No, absolutely can't wait for the rest of this card. And this is the fight here, Virgil Ortiz, Israel Madrimov. But many people were saying it was the best fight on the bill. This was going to be one to steal the show. That hasn't quite happened yet. Styles haven't gelled very well. The 2 fights that we've had so far have been absolutely sensational. But this one, John, not living up to expectation.
No, next in the ring, the crowd have seen pictures on the big screens of the fighters making final preparations, getting gloved up. WBC World Middleweight title, Hamza Sheeraz against Carlos Adames. Sheeraz, one of the great prospects of British boxing. Referee has to split them here in this 8th round. Ortiz Jr. and Madrimov. Big night for Hamza Sheeraz.
Yeah, can't wait for that one. Carlos Adames is a huge step up. WBC middleweight champion. Can Hamza Sheeraz do it? Ambassador of Riyadh season out here in Saudi Arabia. Could it be his night? Can't wait for that next. But this one right now, John, just starting to warm up. Ortiz Jr. for the first time, injection of pace.
Needs to. needs to maybe narrow the gap, because it could be that Madrimov has the advantage here in this 8th round of this 12-rounder for the WBC Interim World Super Welterweight title. And now Ortiz Jr. had him trapped in a corner but seemed strangely reluctant to let his punches go.
Yep, throwing in singles, like I say, he needs to do punches in bunches. That's how he's going to win this one, because Madrimov's growing in confidence, hands held down by his side, and now starting to loop the punches over like he's bowling a cricket ball.
I certainly shouldn't forget, of course, Shakur Stevenson against Josh Padley, the Doncaster electrician, stepping up to take his big opportunity.
And what an opportunity that is, and what an opportunity both of these guys have got to win this WBC Interim Super Welterweight title. Very even on my cards. I've got this one all level, with Ortiz Jr. maybe just sealing that last round. 8 rounds gone, and I can't split them.
Yeah, I think he just took that last round, but it's not just ignited, has it? Sometimes styles gel. This time, styles are kind of frustrated.
They're both fighting their own fight without them kind of connecting in a kind of synergy that we want to see. Listen, these are both brilliant elite fighters, and let's not forget, they're giving us an amazing spectacle, really, in many ways, because they're both elite class, they're both proving something. This guy Madrimov went 12 rounds with Terence Crawford and looked amazing, by the way, and only just got pipped in the fight. I'm disagreeing with you two again tonight. I got it 4 apiece.
Yeah, that's what I've got. That's what I just said.
We're all right, but different rounds.
You're just not listening to me, but I agree with you in what you say. We've got a top-class contest here with 2 elite athletes, and it's just not ignited yet. Will it happen?
Will and skill for 4 rounds now.
Well, there was an uppercut. First scoring punch of the round came from Madrimov, as Ortiz, a little bit clumsily and flat-footed, tries to cut him off in that corner on the far side of the ring. There's a body shot from Ortiz. Bernard Hopkins frustrated with what his man's doing there. He was on his feet on the far side of the ring, bellowing instructions.
Yep, is there more sense of urgency from Ortiz Jr. here, because he seems to have picked the footwork up a little bit. Good right hand, landed solid there on the top of the head. Madrimov doing a good job of defending himself, hands held high, but that's where Ortiz needs him. Pins him on the rope now, and he's closing the gap a little bit here. You've sensed that he's had a little telling off in that corner. Say, come on, son, time to go to work.
Unless I did say, come on, son. That doesn't sound like Robert Garcia, but you never know.
You know what I mean.
I do indeed. That's Robert Garcia Barnett style from Spencer Oliver.
That was in Spencer Oliver language.
Vamos!
We're in the 9th round, and not a lot between it. Ortiz is coming on strong here, lands a couple of solid body shots, but Madrimov takes them well, and he's now back up on his toes, trying to go this way and that, left and right, along the ropes on the far side of the ring, turns his man, and then lands a couple of half-hearted looking left-hand leads. Ortiz comes forward with much more commitment to a right hand to the body.
Yeah, just starting to close the gap now. Good left hook went into the body there. Right hand over the top, that forced Madrimov to hold. I tell you what, John, I think he may have just got hurt there. Deep breath of air there, sucked it in.
As he held, there was a right hand which wanged him on the side of the head, around the left ear, and this is a good spell for Ortiz, and Madrimov is feeling it a bit here in this 9th round, and Ortiz trying to cut him off on the ropes in front of us and looking for an opportunity to land more big shots.
Yeah, Madrimov covered a lot of ground in there. Body shot went in. He's in trouble here, Madrimov, as he moves down around again, hands held low, but Ortiz Jr. in big advantage here going into this final 30 seconds of the round.
And he's showing what a power puncher he is. You can hear the leather thudding into the white torso of Ismail Madrimov, the more dark body of Virgil Ortiz, crowding him, stalking him, and he lands a big right hand. Texan, born of Mexican parentage, massively popular in his home state and of course in Mexico as well, and he's right on top in this round, and we'll go into the Ortiz corner and hear how Robert Garcia has that one. Big attack from Ortiz Jr. on the bell, and let's hear from the Ortiz corner now.
Because they want him to take a beating, all right? Yep. You fucking got him now, right? Just be careful with the fucking volado or pendejo, right? Just be careful with one of those shots, because that's all his fucking chance, right? If you come attack and he just does one of those, he doesn't. That's the only chance he's got, right? Yep. Papa,
Virgil, you're not pushing him. You're not pushing him. He's already tired.
Have fun there.
After you hit him, bump him.
Several voices there, and if the language was getting a little bit florid, you understand why.
Do you want me to tell you what you were saying in that corner?
Yeah,
it
go
went
on.
something like this. Come on, son. You've got him now. Get yourself out there. He's starting to crack. He's nearly gone. Apply the pressure, son. We nearly got it here.
And they're also saying, Dale Agua, give him water. He's on the insurgency now, for me. He's surging up.
I think the tide has turned here. And I think Ortiz Jr. is looking the more likely winner as we go into the 10th round. It may go the distance, of course. A big right hand from Madrimov, though, thrown from way back by the ropes, somewhere not too far away from where we would commentate. Went wigging in like somebody throwing in a ball from the boundary.
Absolutely, and he needs to do that as a sign of desperation, John, because he's under immense pressure here, but he's trying to turn it around. Is this a last roll of the dice? Because he pins Ortiz Jr. on the ropes, and he's now having his success. But in doing that, he leaves himself in a vulnerable, dangerous place because he's in the pocket.
Hedge going in, and Kieran McCann spots it. It was Madrimov who was the transgressor, and he won't have it. Kieran McCann, right hand from Ortiz Jr. thudded into the ribcage, but Madrimov's on the front foot. As he does so, there's some use of forearms and wrists by Ortiz, but the referee lets him get away with it. But that was decent defensive work from Ortiz as Madrimov started to try to unload. Big body shot again from Ortiz.
Yeah, Madrimov's just starting to push, trying to push forward, but he's coming in dangerously low with his head. That's why Ortiz Jr. is losing his arms, using the elbows, as the referee again tells Madrimov, keep your head up.
Well, he's trying to use everything possible to get this fight to go in his direction again, and he's on the ropes in front of us. The referee has to split them as Ortiz has Madrimov in a headlock, and the action underway again, midway stage, and there's a clash of heads. Now, was that a deliberate butt, or was it accidental?
No, as I said, he's keeping his head too low, and it looks like he's trying to rough.
No more, do you understand? No more.
Virgil Ortiz up, the referee said no more, do you understand?
That's to Madrimov.
Yeah, absolutely, he's got to be careful here, John, because it was quite obvious what he was trying to do as he's pushing forward. And now big shots going in from Ortiz Jr., left hook, right hook, body shot. This is good work. Madrimov just covering up in the centre of the ring as Oscar De La Hoya jumps up in the air with his hands in the air.
He's the Ortiz manager and promoter right at ringside, and absolutely delighted with what Ortiz is doing. Good body shot and a right hand as he pushes Madrimov away onto the back foot. Madrimov not with the power really. Shoulder comes in from Madrimov along with a couple of body shots. Ortiz Jr. tries to throw a clubbing right hand, which was partially blocked. Madrimov winds up with a big right hand and another one, but then a counter. Good straight right hand from Ortiz Jr. Good quality exchanges.
Yeah, brilliant work from both fighters there. Madrimov, you've got to give him credit, showing character, standing there, trading with the big, heavy-handed Virgil Ortiz. 20 KOs out of his 21 victories, and he's landing some big shots in there at the moment.
Yep, I think that Ortiz has landed the better punches in this round as well, having taken the previous round. Bravely, Madrimov trying to wing in overhand shots right up to the bell to end the round. The head coming in, and he pushes Ortiz back once more. Referee splits them, they go back to their corners. I think that was another Ortiz round. What do you reckon, boys?
Completely agree with you. It was an Ortiz round, but both men working so hard. They're right in the heat of the battle now. 2 rounds to go, championship rounds. It's still anybody's fight right now, but I've got Ortiz marginally ahead.
Yep, I've got Ortiz a couple of rounds up now, but the momentum is also with Virgil Ortiz Jr. Israel Madrimov's going to have to do something massive here. He's tried to change the pattern of the fight in that last round, pushing forward, trying to wing the shots over, trying to bully Ortiz Jr. out of it, trying to beat him in his own game, but it didn't work. Ortiz Jr. just fed off that, and that could be Madrimov's undoing, trying to stand there, trading blow for blow.
Do you know what? I can't believe we were vaguely complaining about this fight just now, because on any other night, this would be absolutely incredible.
Well, it's had some quality to follow, hasn't it? The Smith-Buatsi fight was an absolute classic, but this has warmed up the further it's gone. But on my card, Ortiz Jr., having been trailing at one point, is now back ahead and maybe is 2 rounds away from taking the title.
Yep, I'm with you, John Rawling. I think that Virgil Ortiz Jr., is winning this contest. Israel Madrimov is trying to take the play away from him, showing great character, standing with a heavy-handed Ortiz Jr., trading blow for blow in the centre of the ring here in the 11th with 2 minutes 20 seconds to go. What a close fight, what a great fight this is turning into.
Well, I reckon Madrimov, to have any chance of winning this, has certainly got to win the last 2 rounds and maybe even take a stoppage victory. And he's not the biggest punching fighter in the world. Ortiz certainly is one of the biggest punching fighters. Brave start from Madrimov in this round, but then ships another big right hand to the body from Ortiz. Madrimov, gloves up high, standing taller than his 5'8.5". He's the smaller man, misses with a wild left hand. In comes Ortiz, trying to capitalise, trying to make the most of what was a little bit of a clumsy error from Madrimov, who was so fleet-footed earlier in the fight, but the further the fight's gone, as we thought, the more flat-footed he's become, and the more it's become a battle in the trenches, and a battle which plays into the hands and the big punching hands of Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, an air of desperation around Israel Madrimov's work there, where he swung and missed wildly. He's gambling, John. He knows he's got to. He knows he's behind, and he knows he's got to go for it. The guy knows what he's doing, but I just don't know if he can do it here, because this is good tactics from Virgil Ortiz, who's now decided to move on the back foot, keep the space himself. The pattern of the fight has changed. Madrimov lands a big left hook. Will that give him a glimmer of hope?
But it only just bounced off him, didn't it? I mean, it didn't do any damage at all. There's some facial reddening, as there has been for a long time, around the face of Virgil Ortiz, but he's not really been put into any real trouble, and Madrimov might need a knockdown. We're into the last 40 seconds of the 11th round, an untidy clinch, and this time it's Madrimov who's told off by Kieran McCann as the action underway again. Right hand from Madrimov, misses with an attempted left hook as Ortiz slips inside it, then lands a big left into the body. Fascinating fight this has been, and we'll go into the Ortiz corner at the bell to end this round. Has it been another round for Ortiz?
Yeah, maybe just nicking it, but you can't really separate them in this round. Madrimov has played his part, had his moments as well. As we move into the final seconds, Ortiz Jr. on the front foot. Was that enough to win the round? Very, very close. Going to be interesting to see what the corners say.
Let's listen in. I'll make a preemptive apology for what you might hear.
It's going to be good. Let's go.
Last round, let's shake hands, okay?
Don't let them steal the round, all right? Let's finish strong, but you don't make mistakes. Don't look for just one hard punch. Look for combinations. Keep touching them. Get this round like that.
Can you keep touching him for me? Can you finish? Hey, yeah. This is what you did as a kid. This is what separates you from everybody else. He can't do what you do. Just watch out for the big shot. Hey, touch this motherfucker with a little 1-2 and fucking start cranking to the body. Boom, 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 and then fucking hold him and tire him out. You hear me? You hear me? And then you can come on and play that game. He's already behind. He's gonna come forward. He doesn't have no choice. Fuck him.
You hear me? Fucking win the round, right? Get your combination together.
Well, I did tell you, didn't I? They didn't disappoint. There it was.
John Rawling, I must say, your face is a picture. If we could bottle it, we could sell it and earn an absolute fortune.
Well, after you've been around the boxing game for a few years, you kind of know when that's going to happen, and it duly did. And now we're less than 3 minutes away from the conclusion of the fight, and we've got Virgil Ortiz ahead in this one. Madrimov surely needs a knockdown at very least.
Yeah, I've got this one. 3 rounds ahead for Virgil Ortiz Jr. He's done enough to nick these rounds. It's been a great contest. Very, very close. Seesaw swinging one way, then the other. But Madrimov, who'd done plenty of miles in there in those first 7 or 8 rounds, had to slow down, had to stand his ground, and that is Ortiz Jr.'s fight. And I think from then on, he's just pulled away as he throws a 1-2, left hook to the body. Madrimov covering up, but he's biting down now, John, and he's got to bite down.
He's got to bite down, and he's got to find bombs. He's got to find big shots, and he's got to find them soon, because we're now into the last 2 minutes of this final round. The two of them land simultaneously. Madrimov going in low with his head into the face of Ortiz. Ortiz clips him a couple of times as he comes in, and the referee manhandles Madrimov back and pushes him back. Good uppercut from Madrimov, but he's caught as well by Ortiz. The two of them landing almost simultaneously, and you hear Kieran McCann bellowing, "Mind your heads."
1 minute, 20 seconds left of this 12th and final round. Both guys are going for it, standing toe-to-toe, looping right hands, looping left hands. What action we've got here in the 12th round. This one has really caught light in these last 6 rounds. What a fight we got.
Yeah, absolutely. Virgil Ortiz, who very definitely belongs among the elite fighters of the world. And in this fight, despite a really spirited opposition from Israel Madrimov, the further the fight's gone, the more he's shown us why. Of course, it goes to the cards, and there's going to be another word for Madrimov, who went in with his head, and this time he might lose a point. No, he's saying it's your last warning. No more. He won't stand for any more, and I think he's very lucky not to have a point taken away.
I thought he was going to get a point taken away, and that would have sealed the decision there. He's got to be careful, Madrimov, who's coming in low, but this is tough now. A mental battle. Both guys are fighting on empty, and they're standing there trading blow for blow. The crowd loving this one. Ortiz misses with a right hand. Madrimov, Paul is pushing forward, trying to throw everything at the kitchen sink.
Both of them trying to throw that right-hand bomb. Left lead from Ortiz, clipped onto the gloves. Right hand from Ortiz may have got through the high guard of Madrimov. As we move now into the last 15 seconds, Ortiz shapes to throw a right hand and then just faints, and he's almost in celebratory mode here. Tempted big left hook from Madrimov, taken on the gloves by Ortiz. Oscar De La Hoya's on his feet, cheering Virgil Ortiz Jr. He's confident that he's won the fight. Ortiz gets the congratulations of the Madrimov corner. There's blood now around his left eye as well as his nose, but the further that fight went, the more the big punching Texan looked as though he was going to prevail, and I believe he has.
Yeah, totally agree with that, John. I've got it 1-1-6, 1-1-2, so that's 1-16, 1-12 in favour of Virgil Ortiz Jr. I believe he keeps that unbeaten record, but for the second time in a row has to go the distance. Israel Madrimov, former world champion, great fighter, had his moments in there, moving around the perimeter, nicking the rounds in the early rounds, but when it comes to it, the championship rounds, when he had to sit in the pocket, in the trenches, bite down on the gum shield, he come off second best against Virgil Ortiz. My score, 1-1-6, 1-1-2 in favour of Ortiz.
Well, finally tonight, I'm in agreement with you, Spencer Oliver. 8 rounds to 4 to...
Oh, don't do that.
To Virgil Ortiz Jr., the man who plays the piano and the guitar as well, by the way. He's got musical skills. In the end, he ended up frustrating Madrimov in that fight. That's why he was using the head so much. Brilliant fight, elite level sport, 2 men cut from granite. This night is just so unmissable. I can't even breathe at times, and it's so memorable already.
Spencer, you're giggling.
Because I love the energy from Gareth A. Davis. He's absolutely loving this one. And the reason I'm smiling and giggling, because he's never agreed with me before, and we've done it. We've done it. The first one, come on.
It's the last crescendo, so let's make it work.
High fives at the last crescendo. The two of them agree. We're enjoying some wonderful boxing, which you're enjoying with us here on the talkSPORT network. Don't forget that you can watch us as well on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. Get it live on your smart TV or on your app. And it's been terrific action so far. I'm sure more to come. We've got Carlos Adames against Hamza Sheeraz, world middleweight title. Shakur Stevenson against Josh Padley, world lightweight title. The heavyweight battle, Josh Parker and Martin Bakole, and the light heavyweight battle to conclude.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Kevin Parker scores it 117 to 111. And both judges, Guido Kabayel and Barry Lindemann, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 115 to 113. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still, WBC interim super welterweight champion of the world, Virgil Ortiz Jr.
Excellent fight, and you know something? The judges agreed with Spencer and Gareth A. Davis. Now, if you're listening to talkSPORT 2, now is the time to head over to talkSPORT to listen to the rest of this extraordinary card from Riyadh. Coming next on talkSPORT 2, we bring you live rugby league between Castleford and St Helens. Stay with us on talkSPORT. The main events are coming up next.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Has Big Baby bouncing off the ropes, and he's done it! Martin Bakole with an epic performance in Los Angeles!
How can His Excellency pull that rabbit out the hat?
Parker, who said I'm going for the knockout, is certainly doing so here in the 8th round. Uppercut to Joseph Parker, caught him again.
Artur Beterbiev, as he comes out, and this fight is over. Beterbiev retains his title.
Artur Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol, the undisputed light heavyweight title fight for Beterbiev's WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO and Ring Magazine belts.
Welcome to it. It is Saturday night on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company for Fight Night Live. Joining me in the studio, former lineal featherweight champion of the world, Mr. Barry McGuigan. How are you, sir? You well?
Oh, I'm really enjoying this. I mean, those first two fights were amazing. Virgil Ortiz and Israel Madrimov. It was a good fight, but it doesn't compare to the first two. They were absolutely incredible. Having said that, great comeback from for Israel Madrimov. He trying to pull it out of the bag, but I had Virgil Ortiz, a 2-round winner, and interestingly enough, two of the official scores had it the same way.
No, absolutely. Listen, it's been a fantastic start tonight. We build this all throughout the course of the week here on talkSPORT that it's the greatest card of a generation, and it absolutely started with some serious lens. If you've been paying attention to the football on talkSPORT, no problem whatsoever. We'll get you up to date with everything. If you've been with us on talkSPORT 2, welcome to the big show. This is it. We're on talkSPORT now, and we're streaming live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. We're going to be crossing over to Riyadh very, very shortly to our commentary team. But to give you a little update as to what has happened so far, big ramifications for British light heavyweights in the first fight of the night between Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. Could either of these live up to the expectations, take the mantle and kick on their careers? Well, I tell you what, they both delivered. It was an unbelievable fight, a fight of the year contender, of which Callum Smith came through and edged it on a points decision. Then in the heavyweight division, there's lots to talk about heavyweights this week, of course, with Daniel Dubois falling out of his fight with Joseph Parker and Martin Bakole coming in, and maybe going under the radar was the fight between Zhilei and Ajit Kabayel. Well, what a fight it was. Off the floor, Ajit Kabayel got up and stopped Zhilei. It was a fantastic back and forth slobber knocker of a fight, and Ajit Kabayel absolutely announces himself as one of the top contenders in the division. A fight that a lot of people have been speaking about this week that was going under the radar, that they expected to be absolutely fantastic. Took a little bit of time to catch fire, let's be honest about it. Maybe around 8 and round number 9 is when it started to get going between Virgil Ortiz and Israel Madrimov. We just learned that Virgil Ortiz has taken that on a points decision, 117-111 and 2 115-113s. You had it by 2 rounds to Virgil Ortiz, didn't you, Barry?
I had Ortiz winning 116-114, so 2 rounds. No matter what way you score it, I still sort of equal 2 of the official scorecards, so we're both seeing the same fight. 117-111 was a bit too steep for it was a closer fight than that, but it was messy and untidy and wasn't as brutal as the first 2 fights we watched tonight. But a very good fight nonetheless. In any other circumstances, it would have been a great
absolutely
fight.
We're just comparing it to the other
for
two.
The first 2.
That's it. We have been spoiled with 2 absolutely fantastic fights, and like Barry said there, on any other night, Virgil Ortiz and Israel Madrimov, we'd be waxing lyrical about it, saying what brilliant shows of skill and attrition down the back end of the fight. But like we said, we had a cracker between Buatsi and Smith, and Zhang and Kabayel absolutely delivered. Coming up in a moment, we're going to have Carlos Adames defending his world title against Hamza Sheeraz. Big opportunity for him. Of course, we've got Josh Padley stepping in last minute to take on Shakur Stevenson. Also stepping in, and even later notice, is Martin Bakole against Joseph Parker, and then the best fight in boxing part 2. We've already seen it 5 months ago. It was absolutely fantastic, and looking forward to seeing it all over again as Artur Beterbiev defends his undisputed crown in the light heavyweight division against Dmitry Bivol. From a Carlos Adames and Hamza Sheeraz point of view, that's our next fight. That's what we're going to be getting stuck into here on talkSPORT. Adames, very rugged, well-rounded southpaw fighter who he did well at 154, but he's absolutely come into his own at 160. And Hamza Sheeraz, the story's kind of the same, isn't it? At 154, looked like he may be struggling with the weight. At 160,
fight to predict. Hamza Sheeraz can really punch. He's come up through the weights, but against Carlos Adames, he's meeting a guy that's already made the same decision 12 months earlier, and he's settled into the middleweight division. He's a southpaw. He's hard to catch. He can really bang. And Hamza Sheeraz got to be very careful early on. Got to get that jab going. Try and hit him. Southpaws are always open for right hands, so try and place everything again in the middle of his chest, aim it for them, because you're going to be punching down on this guy. Adames is smaller than him, so he's got to aim his shots to the middle of his chest, let everything go, get the jab working, try and get his distance, because he's a distance puncher. But if he can hit you at long range, Hamza Sheeraz can really punch.
One of the things that has impressed me about Hamza on this run that he's currently been on is that there's a lot of big guys that kind of shrink the level down to suit the guy that they're fighting. This guy fights his height, doesn't he? He fights his length.
His game is to hit you at long distance. He can't hurt you when he's 12 inches from you. He's got to be 2 feet away. And so when his main objective is to keep his distance so that he can hit you at full length. When he can hit you at full length, he can knock anybody out, including Carlos Adames.
Listen, he's on a fantastic streak right now, Hamza Sheeraz. He's earned his shot tonight. Tonight he gets the opportunity to fight for a world title. As you're tuning into us right now, he is making his way to the ring in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So just to give you a little bit of an update, we're across everything tonight. We're across the radio, so you're more than welcome to stay with us here. You can get us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, where you can see myself and Barry and the whole boxing commentary team, which is coming to you from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. If you've got your smart TV, you can tune in there. We're across the app as well. We are all over this fantastic card tonight, and as I said, still to come, Off the back of this WBC World Middleweight Championship fight, Shakur Stevenson will be defending against the Doncaster electrician Josh Padley. I know that sounds a little bit crazy on a night like this, but the story of that fight will tell you a little bit more about it.
It's not fair, but he's not an electrician. He considers himself a professional fighter.
Tonight, absolutely, my man. Absolutely. He's here and he's got his shot at the world title. And Martin Bakole obviously flying in last minute to take on Joseph Parker will be the co-main event before we get into the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world. Now, I can see that Carlos Adames is making his way to the ring, so without any further ado, I'm going to hand you over to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where Gareth A. Davies is there alongside Spencer Oliver. But first, here's John Rowling.
Thank you very much. And Carlos Adames making his way to the ring. And I don't know about you, Spencer, but I just think this guy might have been written off a little bit. I think there's a feeling that he's been handpicked as the easier of the champions for Hamza Sheeraz to get through and potentially set up an all-British fight against Denzel Bentley somewhere down the line. But I mean, Adames has a record which certainly commands respect.
Absolutely. Listen, you can't write this guy off. You know, he's had 24 victories, only that one defeat, and 18 of those 24 victories have come inside the distance. He's a switch hitter, fights out the southpaw stance, controls the space well, and the shot selection is brilliant. Over to Thomas Treiber.
Rounds, and it will be for the WBC Middleweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry Promotions, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, Warriors Boxing, and Cella. Also by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Taounia Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Matt Harris, Board Representative Robert W. Smith, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Kevin Noon. Our three judges assigned will be Guido Kabayel of Italy, Barry Lindenman of the United States, and Omar Mintun Sr. of Mexico. Our referee in charge will be Hector Afu of Panama. Introducing first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the blue corner with his head trainer, Ricky Funes. He comes to the ring wearing white trunks with gold and weighed in officially at 159 pounds. Hailing from Ilford, Essex, England, and representing 10 Goose Boxing Gym in Van Nuys, California, he brings an undefeated record with 21 wins, 17 of his 21 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undefeated former EBU European, Commonwealth, and WBC silver champion, and the #1 ranked contender by the WBC. Here is Hamza Sheeraz. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the red corner with head trainer Ismael Salas. He wears blue trunks and weighed in officially at 158.1 pounds. Coming to us from Elias Piña and La República Dominicana, he has a professional record of 24 wins, just one defeat, 18 of those 24 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBC middleweight champion of the world, Carlos El Caballo Bronco Adames.
Two fighters invited to come center ring. Adames taking his time.
Room. Yo le di la instrucción a los camerinos. I want a clean fight, una pelea limpia, okay? Touch glove, good luck.
I want a clean fight, don't we all?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge opportunity here for Hamza Sheeraz, but I must say a massive step up in class. Carlos Adames, proven at world stage, WBC middleweight champion. Is this the coming of age fight for Hamza Sheeraz? Let's find out.
Done everything right in his career so far. Adames, shorter man, stands 5'11" against Sheeraz 6'3", and Sheeraz with a big reach advantage. Starts well with a left-hand, right-hand combination. Frank Warren, his promoter, who's guided his career, shouting his advice and his encouragement from his row on the front, from his seat on the front row on the far side of the ring. Hamza Sheeraz, 25 years old, the younger man by some 5 years. He had 3 stoppage wins in 2024, and his last 15 victories have all come inside the distance.
Yeah, punch-perfect performances every single time, and we've watched Sheeraz develop, we've watched him grow, and this is his moment right now. Started very, very well on the back foot, hands held high, shooting those razor-sharp punches out as Adames stalks forward, looking to get on the inside.
Adames, pro since 2015, was upgraded to be the full middleweight champion when Donald Charlo was stripped as of the title. Hamza Sheeraz, 25 years old, and he has had a long and distinguished record of success since he turned pro, and has had 17 wins inside the distance. He can punch hard, and a lot of people have identified him as surely a world champion in the making since very early in his career, encouraged all the way by his dad Kamran, former Gloucestershire cricketer, fast bowler, looking a very suave figure at ringside tonight. Once, I'm told, got Brian Lara out. He was a quick bowler.
Well, there you go. But this contest there, both guys started very, very cagily, just feeling each other out. Adames, the champion, stalking forward, looking to set the traps, create the openings, and Sheeraz doing the right thing at the moment, moving around the perimeter, taking his time, hands held high, John. Nothing between them in this first round.
Yeah, he's just having a look, isn't he, you sense? It's a bit of a fact-finding mission. 40 seconds to go or so in this opening round. One big attack or even one big punch from either man might be decisive here. Adames tries to make it him. He threw a right hand from range, but Sheeraz saw it coming and then clips Adames on the way in with a really good, straight, powerful, well-timed left-hand lead. Adames from the Dominican Republic, now based in Las Vegas. Hamza Sheeraz, who's been training in Los Angeles at the Goose Boxing Gym, and also over in Dubai under the watchful eye of Ricky Funes, his trainer, who was a graduate from the Mayweather Gym. Well, it's been a fairly tight opening round, but Sheeraz threw his boxing off the back foot, maybe just about doing enough to take it, maybe. Yeah, not a lot in it.
No, nothing in it at all, John. Both guys showing a lot of respect, feeling each other out. But Sheeraz, for me, maybe just nicked it with the better work behind the jab. They were the only real telling shots that landed it. Carlos Adames was stalking forward, but not really landing too much. Interesting first round, very close first round.
That you disagree, Gareth? You thought that Adames won that?
Yeah, I thought he was very composed. I thought his attacks were good. What I do like about Hamza in that first round, his patience and composure. He knows what a big puncher he is, and he can afford to be patient, in my view, but not for too long. Don't let Adames settle into too much of a momentum and a rhythm.
10 seconds. Roberto Duran sitting at ringside with his own little message. Kind of nicked from somewhere, isn't it? Makes boxing great again on his baseball cap.
Well, I think we're making boxing great again tonight with this card, with the fights that we've had so far. And now, in the full fight of the night, is Hamza Sheeraz. Is it the coming of age? Can he win the WBC middleweight title? Round one down, very close round, but Sheeraz for me, won it.
Well, it was a tight one, and Gareth begs to differ on that one. We'll hear from the corners, I'm sure, at some stage. Ismael Salas is the big-name trainer of Carlos Adames. May well be working with the Spanish language there. Of course, Gareth's fluent in that one, so we'll give you full translation of that as and when it's necessary. I think we'll find Ricky Funes a little bit easier to understand in the Sheeraz corner.
Yeah, for myself and yourself, John, definitely, but we need Gareth with all this tricky stuff. And there's some tricky stuff going on in this ring at the moment for Hamza Sheeraz as Adames stalks forward, and he's having a better round here. He's starting to let his hands go, and there's less coming back from Sheeraz in this one. Defending himself very well, moving around the perimeter of the ring, but not really giving us anything. And Adames, is he just starting to slip into a little rhythm?
Sheeraz was quoted as the 9-4 on favourite, and I did say before the fight began that maybe the bookies got it wrong a little bit, and Adames might have had a very much better chance than they were suggesting. He's got sort of more of a typical middleweight stature. Sands 5'11", powerfully built. Sheeraz very tall and lean, 6'3". That's a good left hand he landed there. And Sheeraz, well, he's taller than Tommy Hearns was, isn't he? He's big for a middleweight.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he fights very similar to Tommy Hearns, where he keeps his hands up high, he works well on the inside, his short work up close is very, very effective. Little uppercuts and body shots. We've not seen that so far tonight. He's trying to keep distance, box at range, and Adames trying to stalk forward. A jab there on the way in, by the way, Adames, but not a lot of game between them with 40 seconds to go in this second round.
I think Adames may be edging this second round. First round was close, but again, oh, that's better from Sheeraz. Doubled up on the left-hand lead, tried to throw the right cross behind it, which was blocked by Adames. Adames overhand right, he's bobbing this way and that. Shorter figure, powerfully muscled figure. Bronco on the back of his waistband. He comes forward again. Aims to throw another right hand. He was picked off by another good jab from Sheeraz as he came in. Last 10 seconds now of this second round, and we'll go into the Sheeraz corner and hear how Ricky Funes, his trainer, who's been with Sheeraz successfully some time, based in America. Let's see how he's reading this one, because it's a tight fight so far. We'll listen in now to the Sheeraz corner.
That's what I'm talking about. Smart, relaxed. Everything's gonna open up right now. Everything's gonna open up, Sheeraz. I love what I'm seeing. You're gonna become world champion tonight, baby. Hey, you're gonna become world champion tonight. You be disciplined. Be careful, tight. Okay? You know with the hooks now. Find them. You can switch it and put pressure once in a while. No, not yet. Just find it. When you see him going back, then you step in. Very good. I love what I see. Take a deep breath. Stay focused. Hey, you'll find it right now. Captain, take a deep breath. Hey, give me a little bit.
Well, that's what they're making of it in the corner. I thought Adames won that last round.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think the pressure from Adames won it. I mean, Sheeraz had his moments with that jab, but he was moving around the perimeter with not a lot coming back. Very interesting contest, this one. The corner, we're happy with Sheeraz's work so far, but he's got a lot to do, and there's a long way to go here.
Yeah, it's not really opened up yet, has it? And Adames, smaller, on the front foot, trying to cut down the distance between himself and Sheeraz, and when he gets the opportunity, he really winds up on that right hand, which is the hurtful punch which has brought him much of his success in those 18 victories inside the distance from his 24 wins. Won the WBC interim in 2022 and then defended it against Julian Williams in 23, and then won the full WBC title, or defended it, in June last year after, as I told you, Jamal Charlo was stripped of the title.
Yeah, he's going to be wanting to put on a big performance here. The champion, Carlos Adames, is stalking forward. Just missed the whiskers there of Hamza Sheeraz with a right hand. Sheeraz doing a good job keeping his hands held tight. I just want to see a little bit more action now, John, because he's moving around, staying out of trouble. But we've not seen too much yet from Hamza Sheeraz, who normally starts quite fast.
Well, he needs to get a little bit more devilment into his work than we've seen so far. He's surrendered to an extent the initiative to his smaller opponent. Adames trying to double up with the left-hand, right-hand combination was comfortably blocked by Sheeraz, and to an extent you kind of think this is the peace before the storm. Good left hand, good solid left-hand lead from Sheeraz, who really does have a very high-quality jab.
Yeah, he does. There's a high-quality contest going on, like the last one we had with Virgil Ortiz Jr. and Israel Madrimov. That didn't catch light until the second half of the contest. Is it going to be the same here? A lot on the line for both of these guys. A lot of respect in there, like a chess match at the moment. But one false move and it's checkmate.
Well, yeah, both of them can punch, we know that, but neither of them landing anything flush and causing any big trouble to his opponent so far. It's been a tight opener, and this is another close round in which neither man has so far really established clear dominance.
Nope, Sheeraz now trying to change the pattern of this contest, pushing, holding centre of the ring and trying to make Adames make a fundamental mistake. Is he just there? You can see him pouring with a jab. He wants to step back and counter with that right hand. Adames coming forward with a left hand held quite low. He's open to the right hand counter. Has Sheeraz seen that?
It's a very quiet round again, this one. Sheeraz, gloves high. Adames misses with a right hand and then bobs and weaves and makes Sheeraz miss with a couple of jabs.
Carlos Adames winning all 3 rounds so far. I think I've got him winning all 3 rounds. I think he's been very elusive. The head movement changing levels against a much taller man. Very smart man in his corner, by the way. Ismael Salas, who trained David Hay and Joe Joyce and the Cuban team, of course. We'll go into that corner at some point. I will translate it for you. But Salas will keep him doing the same thing. I think we'll find this round that Hamza will change it up and be more aggressive and throw that right hand a bit more and impose himself more on Adames. Yeah. I feel he needs to, Spencer.
Yeah, well listen, if he doesn't do that, then he's in big trouble, Hamza Sheeraz, because I agree with you, he's 2 rounds to 1 behind at the moment. Close fight, but Carlos Adames, John, maybe doing enough.
You're listening to the Big Fight Night on talkSPORT, and don't forget you can watch along with us. Also, head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You can get that on your app or on your smart TV, and you can see just how handsome we are.
Oh yeah, talk for yourself there, my friend, you, Mr. Gareth Davis. Yep, you're looking great tonight.
If you're just joining us, you perhaps don't know what a terrific fight we had earlier on. Callum Smith and Joshua Buatsi. Smith winning by points decision in an epic performance. One of the fights of the year so far. Zhilei was beaten by Ajit Kabayel of Germany. Virgil Ortiz scored a victory over Israel Madrimov. And now Adames against Sheeraz, and Sheeraz needs more big scoring shots as Adames comes forward, ducking low. He's making Sheeraz punch low and punch down, which isn't easy.
Well, that's a clever move there from the champion Adames, because when he's fighting out of a low stance and you've got the tall 6'3" Sheeraz punching down, what happens? You leave yourself open for the counter punch, and Adames is looping them shots over. That is the perfect tactics from Adames against the tall fighter, but Sheeraz trying to get into it a little bit here, threw a couple of good right hands, just skimmed the whiskers there of Adames, and we need more of that.
He needs more, certainly. He needs more, and he needs it consistently. Adamaz and tries to throw a jab, taken on the gloves by Sheeraz, who responds with a really good straight left of his own. Misses with 2 more, tried to double up with that, and Adamaz misses with his own left-hand, right-hand combination. Sheeraz needs to commit to the punches, maybe just a little bit more than he has so far, a bit more variety, and trying to use that reach advantage that he's got a little bit more emphatically. He's up on his toes now, dancing away to the far corner, makes Adamaz fall short with an attempted left hand to the body.
Yep, a little bit negative here from Sheeraz in this 4th round. He's trying to create something. He's up on his toes, trying things, but Adamaz sticking to the game plan. Very, very strong. Boxing out of a short squat style, looping the shots over, not really landing anything, but I would say he's winning the rounds because of the negativity from Sheeraz at the moment. He needs to do something here. He needs to change it up, and that's what he needs to do.
Threw a good left hand into the body. Really solid shot, but back comes Adamaz. It was only the single one-punch scoring shot from Sheeraz, and maybe not enough to win him the round. Perhaps we can go into the Adamaz corner at the end of this round, and Gareth can tell us how Ismail Salas is reading what's happening so far, because clearly Sheeraz, from a British perspective and from his very own perspective, is going to have to do more than he's done so far. And here's the champion's corner, Ismail Salas, giving his advice.
Vamos, mi Carlos. Un poquito. Toma aire. Toma aire. Un poquito. Toma un poquito de agua. Un poquito. Have a little bit of water. La cosa es que no te puedes dormir, ¿oíste? No te duermas. Tú no puedes irte para adelante sin golpe. ¿Tú entiendes lo que te quiero decir? Me hace falta que me tire doble y derecha recta, men.
Do you understand what I'm telling you? Do not go to sleep on him. Watch those big punches of his. I'm not lying to you. You've got to watch his big punches. You must not go to sleep on him.
Well, that would clearly seem to be the case. Did Sheeraz do enough to win that last round?
No, he didn't do enough to win that last round. I think that the pressure there of Adamaz was enough to win the round. He's stalking forward, he's trying to make the fight a bit. Hamza Sheeraz for me a little bit too negative at the moment, showing the champion too much respect. He needs to roll the dice just a little bit more. Don't get reckless, don't sit there too long, don't sit in the pocket too long, but let your hands go.
Well, he's potentially one of the real stars of British boxing, but he needs to come through this one and needs to do more than he's doing so far. Good jab from Sheeraz, who's up onto his toes again, circling the perimeter of the ring, trying to stay away from his smaller Dominican Republic opponent, Carlos Adamaz, the WBC World Middleweight Champion. Great opportunity this for Sheeraz, but he's not really stepped in and risked enough to take it so far. He's going to have to do more than he's done to this point.
Yep, that's what it is, John. You've got to go and rip the title from the champion, and Sheeraz not really doing that at the moment, moving around the perimeter, trying to nick the rounds, trying to nick the fight. Well, guess what? That don't work. And a good right hand from the champion there. He sneaks it over the left hand of Sheeraz. A little injection of pace there from Adamaz. Maybe a sign of frustration from the negativity of Hamza Sheeraz so far.
Well, it's all been Adamaz trying to pursue Sheeraz, who's tried to move around the perimeter of this ring and trying to keep it at range. There's an attempted big right hand from Adamaz, taken on the arm of Sheeraz. Not seen too many big scoring shots got through from either guy. There've not been too many big body punches, which you might have thought might be the Adamaz tactic against Sheeraz, who's so tall and lean for a middleweight, but not so far, not really. Right hand from Adamaz does get through the guard and landed a glancing blow to the chest of Sheeraz, and then a couple of body shots. Left hand, and then a right hand, a third, all getting through from Adamaz.
Yep, Sheeraz just standing there, hands held high, but not throwing any shots defensively. He's covering up well, but Adamaz again is trying to force the pace here, coming forward, stalking, rolling from left to right. Good left hook, right hand there from Sheeraz. Can he build on that?
Two big body shots from Adamaz, though. good scoring shots, and another one that was low, the left hand, but the right hand and left hand really thudded into the fleshy area underneath the elbows on both sides of the body. And the forward comes Adamez again, looking for headshots now, and Sheeraz is doing nothing. This is mystifying from Sheeraz. He's really got to risk more and do more. Another good body shot from Adamez, left, then a left hand, couple of jabs from Sheeraz, and misses by a long way with a right cross. And Sheeraz, well, his much vaunted boxing skills and power punches haven't been seen much so far, and he missed with a left hand at the end of that round. We'll go into the corner of Hamza Sheeraz, and let's see what they're telling him.
Take a deep breath. No, he's tired. You're getting him tired. But don't give him nothing for free, Sheeraz. Hey, you got this. Hey, don't give him shit for free. Okay? Give me a Vaseline. Anda. Hey, you could take your shot now. You gotta be short and I want everything in there. Wow, touch up the middle. Take a deep breath. You got this, baby. Yeah, I know you are. What I'm saying is, you got this. Okay? Hey, I believe in you. Let's clean that.
They always say, Spencer, that you really have to go out there and claim the title. You have to really go out there and win the title. And Sheeraz isn't really doing that.
I totally agree with that, John, but here it goes. Is this the tactics? Is it to let Carlos Adames punch himself out in that first half of the contest and then come on strong in the second half? Is that the tactics? Because the one loss on Carlos Adames' record, he tired very badly down the back stretch. Is stamina a problem? Is that the game plan from Sheeraz, or is he being too negative? Let's see.
That loss was a long time ago in 2019. He's had a formidable winning run since then. We've got Adames in front. American scorers have got it rather closer, with Sheeraz more in it than we see. I think I've got it 4 rounds to 1 in Adames' favour at the moment, so I'm not sure that Gareth hasn't got it even wider than that. He's got it 5-0, so Sheeraz really on our card, the way we're seeing it, has to up the ante.
Yep, totally agree with that. Sheeraz now decided to stand in the centre of the ring, round 6, and stand and trade with Adames, and the crowd loving that one. Adames throws the right hand to the body. Sheeraz covers up very, very well and lets a big left hook go. That's what we need to see him build on that now. Start letting his hands go and get into this contest, because I'm with you boys. I've got Sheeraz falling way behind here.
Sheeraz, as the old boxing cliche goes, has to find a way to throw punches in bunches, and he's taking more as I say that. And then a couple of little pitter-pat jabs, left hand, right hand, left hand from Adames, and now Sheeraz is onto the front foot, trying to use his boxing skills and his fast hands, and he's having more success than he has done in the previous rounds. But Adames walks him down again and tries to wing in big shots. There's one to the body, a left hand, another left hand taken on the gloves, and then a right hand into the body from Adames, and a left hook. All good work from the champion.
Yeah, lovely short uppercut on the inside there from Sheeraz, though. He's picking his shots, starting to let his hands go just a little bit more. Is it the volume of punches from the champion that you're looking at, or the better shots from Sheeraz on the inside? For me at the moment, Adames just outworking Sheeraz again. He needs to go with him punch for punch here as we approach 40 seconds left in round number 6.
We'll hear from Barry McGuigan at the end of this round and see how he reads it, but Sheeraz may be doing a little bit more, and there's a good right hand, and he just put Adames onto his heels a little bit with that one and showed a fleeting glimpse of the power that he does have. Adames is right in his face, trying to throw hooks as he gets inside. Sheeraz misses with an attempted big left hook of his own, and then misses with 2 jabs. Adames stalks him, walks forward. Sheeraz misses with a right hand and a left hand, but he's showing more intent, at least in this round, than he has done in the last few, and that's a better round for Sheeraz. Did he do enough to win it? Let's hear from Barry McGuigan.
No, it's a short answer. No, he didn't do enough. He's not punching nearly enough. He's got to throw more shots. He's got to be much busier. You know, we're halfway through the fight, and I have him 5 rounds down with 1 shared, so he's got a mountain to climb. He's got to start punching. He's got to start exchanging with this guy, backing him up and trying to win this fight.
But there we go, and that's kind of how we see it as well, Barry. I think Spencer and I have got it, well, 5 rounds to 1, and Gareth has got it wide, Spencer.
Yeah, well, listen, that's the way that it is. As we said, you've got to go and win this fight. You've got to take it off the champion, and we've not seen enough of that from Sheeraz at the moment. And Adames, although the shots are maybe not getting through as frequently as he would like, he's doing enough to win these rounds. This is now all about Hamza Sheeraz. Can he turn it around in the second half of this contest?
Well, we will see. Gareth, into the second half of the fight. Have you got it 6-0?
I've got it 6-0, and I want Ricky Funes in the corner to urge him on to come forward. I don't know if he's had a bad weight cut or what it is, but he does not look himself in there. And we've seen when the power lands, big right hand in the last round, just rocked Adames a little bit.
Did I hear him as well in the between the previous rounds at the end of the 5th? Did I hear Sheeraz complaining about being tired?
Well, I'm not sure that you did. If you did, I didn't hear it. I wasn't really listening, focusing on that. I was looking at his body language to see exactly what he was saying, because it's been a negative performance tonight, John. Something that's slightly different about Sheeraz's performance. We normally see him more aggressive, and we're not just seeing that tonight.
Well, you wonder if he's carrying a niggle or if he's struggled to make the weight or whatever, and he's certainly not his usual self. Adames coming forward again, winging in punches to a left to the body, missed with a big uppercut, and nothing back from Sheeraz apart from a couple of tentative-looking jabs, a tempted right cross which followed up, which Adames made him miss a little bit embarrassingly. 1-2 jabs from Adames, and then it's left to the body, right hand as well, taken on the gloves by Sheeraz, but he's not really throwing punches, even when he gets into range like now, with any sort of conviction.
Absolutely. Listen, he's got to gamble when he gets in the pocket and he's in the firing range. He's got to let those shots go. He's standing there, 6'3", hands held high, nothing coming back. And Adames is coming from that crouch low style, letting the shots go, winging them over the top, popping away to the body as well. And this is Adames' fight so far, as he lands a jab to the body, 1-2 to the head.
Sheeraz misses with an attempted big left hand and a right hand, both whistled through thin air. Adames slips inside the jab and throws a jab of his own, using his own shorter reach to good effect. He's outlanded Sheeraz and throws a left into the body. Sheeraz suggests it was a bit low, and the referee also tells him to keep the punch up. Maybe it was just on the borderline. Adames takes a couple of jabs on the gloves, but Sheeraz just isn't committing to a proper fight at this point.
It's negative, man. It's too negative. You know, you've got your fight for the WBC World Middleweight title. This is what dreams are all about. Can he make those dreams come true? At the moment, the answer's no, because he's not going for it.
Well, we'll go into the Sheeraz corner at the end of the round and hear if there is any sense of urgency and about how tactics are going to have to change. Because if he carries on like this, he's going to lose the fight, and he's going to lose it by some distance. We'll go into the corner now and hear what Ricky Funes has got to say to the big lad from Ilford.
Hey, you're getting bruised like a champ. Hey, take a deep breath, sir. You could put it on him now. I need you to start putting pressure on him, okay?
Yep.
Hey, and when I say you need to put pressure, you gotta put that pressure. If you're gonna do that bumping, you gotta be the bigger man right now. Hey, you in it already? Why not? Fucking go down. Just keep that nice tight defense, walk him out. Hey, you're there now. Hey, you letting him in now, fucking walk, bumping, grind. Don't pull, touch, ear, everything, uppercut, short, touch it. You got this, baby.
Well, he started off with quiet advice, then it rather changed, and apologies for the language, but the message is very clear. He wants him to put him on it, and put it on him pretty soon.
Well, let me tell you, it was brilliant advice, because that's exactly what he needs to do. Come on, let's get out there and win this title. You got to roll the dice, Hamza. Knock him out or get knocked out, but that's the gamble, because you're falling behind now, and this is becoming very difficult if you're going to try and win this on points.
And he's falling well behind if the judges are seeing it anything like we are. A couple of jabs now from Sheeraz, tried to switch from chest to body, and a little bit of a word from the referee again to Adamez to keep his punches up. A few jeers from the crowd.
The crowd have turned here, I'm telling you, massively. They were all here for Hamza Sheeraz when this fight started, and I don't think they like the negative performance so far, and they've turned into Carlos Adames fans.
Well, Adames is the only one who's trying to force the fight. Left hand from him looked a little bit low. Now here comes Sheeraz, landed with a solid right hand, but two punches to the body, left hooks from Adames. Both found the target.
Yeah, Adames again just trying to look for the opening, create the opening, slipping, sliding. Sheeraz standing in front of him, hands held high, flicking out the jab. Big
Good shot from Adamez. Sheeraz takes it, but he stands stock still now and has his gloves up. That right hand landed flush, and it really stunned Sheeraz, who now has to regroup and try and mount an attack of his own to level things up after that. Best punch of the fight.
Yep, he's got to respond, John. That was a huge right hand sent right down from his waist there. It was Adames. He looped it over, landing flush in the face of Hamza Sheeraz. And Sheeraz, no response. Hands held high, but nothing coming back. Solid jab goes in as well there from Adames, who's winning this 8th round as well.
He certainly is. And Sheeraz needs something big in the last minute and a quarter if he's going to find his way back into this round. There it is, right hand from Sheeraz. Catches Adamez flush on the chin. That's the best punch that Hamza Sheeraz has found in this fight to this point. Into the final minute of the 8th round, and at long last, from a Sheeraz point of view, is the big man starting to awaken.
Well, he's thrown one shot and he's circling around the perimeter of the ring. Adames still stalking forward. Good double jab there from Sheeraz. Can he build on that? We need more, please, as Adames misses wildly with a right hand. Sheeraz standing in the centre of the ring, looking for the openings.
Good jab from Sheeraz. Adames is bobbing and weaving this way and that, trying to walk his way into range, trying to find an opening for that big right hand, maybe in the last 20 seconds. He wants Sheeraz to come to him. He feints to throw a punch, thinks better of it. Sheeraz just backpedaling, gloves held high. He's landed one big shot in this round. Is it enough to win him the round? I'm not convinced. Misses with a left hand. Adames throws a right, which is short of the target. Last few seconds of the round. And Gareth Davis, Hamza Sheeraz landed a quality punch, but was it enough?
No, of course it wasn't enough. There was one close round that Barry McGuigan back in the studio mentioned earlier, but other than that, you could score that at 10-10. But for me, it's been a shutout so far. There's real urgency required in the corner of Hamza Sheeraz. Don't forget, you can see us right now. We're live on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. We've got 3 fights to come after this. One of the big ones, of course, the late step in on 48 hours notice before the fight by Martin Bakole via Congo and Ethiopia to get here is facing Joseph Parker. We got a poll online right now, 7,479 votes, 7,489, 86. It's going up. We got people watching. Joseph Parker, 60% to win. Martin Bakole, 40% to win. What do you think?
That reflects the bookies' odds. Parker is an odds-on favourite, and coming in so late, can Bakole really produce a winning performance? Well, we'll see. Meanwhile, here Hamza Sheeraz looking for a world title in his 22nd pro fight, and he needs to win, surely, the remaining rounds of this contest. Throws a good left hand there, and a right, and another left hand. Adames has to take them all.
Yeah, that's the Sheeraz that we know, a guy that works well on the inside as well as the outside. He's good at long range, but he's very good for a tall man at short range, and that's what I want to see from Sheeraz now. He needs to pull these rounds back.
And he needs to do it quickly. Maybe some of the rounds have been close, and maybe the judges see it differently to how we do. And I can tell you that American commentators here have got Sheeraz more in contact with the outcome of the fight than we do. And that's the way it goes. Big power punches, though. Another stat we've been given is that Adamez has thrown very much more power shots. And there's a good right hand in close from the champion. Sheeraz gets in with a left uppercut and then doubles up with that left hand lead. Where's that been earlier in the fight?
That's all we need to see. Sheeraz working off that double jab, letting the shots go on the inside, where he's very effective. The uppercut, like that left uppercut, he's just thrown there. Adamez leaning forward. He's open to that shot, but we've not seen it from Sheeraz tonight.
When he gets in range, he really lets those hooks go. Adamez, and there are 3 scoring shots to the body. Sheeraz jabbing downwards towards the bobbing and weaving head of Carlos Adamez. Then a right from Adamez into the body, and a right aimed towards the shoulder area, and the lands a left-hand lead low. The referee says nothing about it. Sheeraz holds his gloves out as much as to say that's not in the rules, but sometimes in fights you have to take matters into your own hands. Remember Ricky Hatton against Costa Zhu all those years ago, got hit low, and what did Ricky do? He went out and thundered one low himself. And maybe Sheeraz needs to start doing likewise.
Yep, there's been a lot of borderline shots in there, but it's the referee's job to pull him up, stop the action and take control of it, and the referee being very lenient towards Adamez, the champion here. And Sheeraz, has he done enough to win this round? He's had a better one for sure. Body shots again low. Referee needs to look at this now. He has a word with Adamez. Will he take the point off?
Well, he's having a stern word again, and I think he's giving him the final warning. He's not taking the point, but he's made it very clear as the 2 touch gloves before the action gets underway that he will stand for no more of it. And the deduction of a point could have a significant effect on the outcome of the fight. And Carlos Adamez, meanwhile, is still on the front foot, still trying to force the pace, but he has to take a couple as he comes in. And Adamez is starting to mark up. We go into his corner now and hear from Israel Salas with a little bit of translation coming in from Gareth Davis.
No sacuda, papi, hínchelo. No sople. Vamos a subir los golpes, Carlos, ¿ok? Sí, vamos a subir. Ok.
Tú eres tigre, tú no te puedes dejar madrugar por el comepinga este.
Este tipo es una mierda, Carlos.
Este es un comepinga, Cere. Con el jazzito ese. Tú trabajas, tírale algo después del jazz, tíraselo rápido.
Tiene que trabajar cerquita del también. No baja el ritmo nunca, cabrón.
Don't let your rhythm go, it's so important. You cabron, which is a swear word in Spanish, they're calling their fighter. They're urging him on, they believe the fight is closer than we're seeing it. And they say, don't lose your rhythm, watch the big punches, keep attacking his body.
Animated advice coming from the far side of the ring from Frank Warren to Sheeraz, telling him to bring the uppercut into play and start taking out Adamez as he comes in low, looking to throw those overhand rights. First 15 seconds of the round, all Adamez to this point, and Adamez is clear and well clear on our scorecards in the 10th round, and Sheeraz needs a big finish here, and he might need to stop him.
Yep, I've got Sheeraz needing a knockout now, going into these final 3 rounds. I've got him 5 behind, a little bit too negative. He needs to let his hands go now. Adamez, the one, is trying to force the pace. He's on the front foot. He's got into a rhythm, but Sheeraz popping the double jab. We need to see the right hand as well, John.
Well, he needs to throw that right uppercut. That's the punch that Frank Warren was imploring him to let go. And he's just backpedaling again, waiting for Adamez to come to him. When he comes to him, he's got to capitalise. Adamez short with his own left-hand lead. Sheeraz also just pushes out a left jab with no authority, no attempt to throw the right hand either. Where are the big punches that we know he can produce? Where's the shots inside? Where are the body shots? Where are the uppercuts? They've been conspicuous by their absence so far this evening.
Yep, it's not a vintage performance performance from Hamza Sheeraz. By no means, you know, sometimes a fighter just don't get it right. You feel like the timing's out, the rhythm's not right. Perhaps Sheeraz is having one of those nights because he's not boxing according to plan. He's not boxing to instructions, that's for sure.
Trying to throw a left-hand lead, but he's just covering up and takes a right hand as he drops his gloves and tries to throw his own left jab. But that jab, which is normally such an authoritative weapon for him, he hasn't been able to box his way into range with it as he would wish. Now he does get in with a right uppercut at last, but no great power in it. Straight right hand as well. Another scoring shot for Sheeraz. Adamez, left hand to the body, was comfortably blocked by Sheeraz, who's backpedaling again. Then a right hand over the top from Adamez. Sheeraz tries to throw a couple of short hooks inside by way of counter. Right hand from Adamez, comfortably blocked by Sheeraz. Last 30 seconds of this 10th round coming up. Big attack now needed from Sheeraz if he's going to take this.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Adamas is outworking him again in this round as both guys stand in the centre of the ring. Adamas looking to roll on the inside, looking to get close. But as you said there, where's that Ramrod jab that we know Sheeraz has got? He's been flicking it out, pouring it out with no real conviction, and that's been letting him down.
The Adamez corner told by the referee to keep their advice down. They were screaming instructions to the champion, wanting him to go in there and capitalise on his advantage. Right, you've heard what we here think in Riyadh. Let's hear what Barry McGuigan's making of it.
Well, I agree with you, John. I have this fight. I've given Sheeraz one round, and that was the 9th. But he's lost everything else, and I'm trying to be generous to him. He's doing nothing. He's backing up. He's holding his shots. Adamez is walking him down, and he looks aggressive, and he's initiating everything. And this is Adamez. So in rounds that are close, you give it to the guy that pushes forward and looks aggressive and wants to do something. And you know, this is a real disappointment from Sheeraz. He just has not let his shots go, and he's running out of time.
What would you say to him to make him snap out of it, Barry?
He's just got to go flat out from now to the end of the fight and hope to knock this guy out.
Right, here we go. Last 2 rounds coming up. Can Hamza Sheeraz find something that he's not shown so far? First, best 2 scoring shots from the early exchanges. A couple of right hands there from Adamez and another one. Pitter-pat left-hand lead from Sheeraz, who's got his gloves up high. He's got to step in there and start winging some hurtful shots like that. Yeah. He gets in with a left hook.
Yeah, he's got a gamble, John. That was the sign of what he needs to do. He really whammed that shot in the uppercut as well, going in there. And the crowd's starting to get behind him. He needs that. Sheeraz now on the front foot. He needs to do it. He's got to throw everything in these last 2 rounds.
The kitchen sink and a bit more's got to go in. Left hand from Sheeraz, under right. The crowd's roaring him on, urging him forward. Sheeraz's corner getting really animated, but back comes Adamez with a couple of decent headshots of his own and an uppercut. Here's Sheeraz, left into the body and a right cross, and they are urging him forward now, trying to get the crowd behind him in the corner, and this is so much better from Sheeraz, but is it all too late as another big right hand goes in fair from Adamez, and a right uppercut as well, and a straight right, all from the champion.
Yeah, the champion, this is where he likes to be. He likes to be in the pocket. His short game's good. He landed a couple of good uppercuts. He slips from side to side. The crowd urge Sheeraz in. Let your shots go. You're right, John. He needs to throw the kitchen sink here. He's too far behind to get a victory at the moment.
Well, he's got to find something huge. He's got 1 minute 20 seconds plus the final round still to go in this fight, and on our card he is way behind. Needs to have some massive attacks from here. He may be winning this round just by dint of work rate. At last he's starting to match the aggression of Adamez and landing some decent shots of his own, but is it too little and too late? A couple of jabs from Adamez, taking on the gloves, and another one, but then a right hand to the body does get through. Final 50 seconds of the 11th round. Sheeraz needs to commit. He's got to gamble.
Yeah, he's got to gamble, John. He's getting to that stage. You've got to knock him out or get knocked out. Big right hand there, and Adamez looked hurt. The leg
short one, and now a couple of jabs from Adamaz. But Sheeraz at last showing glimpses, belatedly, of what he can do. He's measuring his man now, looking for an opportunity to land a big punch in the remaining 15 seconds. Gets through with the right hand, a glancing blow to the bearded chin of Carlos Adamaz. Last few seconds of the round, Sheeraz has to gamble, has to find a huge shot, and he's not doing so. He's winning the round, but he's not put his man away, and will go into the Sheeraz corner. And apologies straight away for the language you might hear, because there's going to be a lot of it, because they need him to risk the loss.
It's like you're just going to take this, is you got to knock him out to win.
Get this fucker around.
Hey, take a deep breath. Here, I'm gonna rejuvenate right now.
Last round.
Huh?
Last round.
Last round. You have to knock him out to win. And you got this. Be smart. Don't get sloppy. Go out there, fucking everything. I'm sorry, this is for you, man. Your family, baby. Yeah. You got this. You've been doing a great job. You're just behind. Give me a vaccine quick. That's wrong, okay? Hey, just go. It's all right. Hey, don't get sloppy. You got this. Look at me. Hey, you work too hard. Get in there, fucking let it go.
Well, you get the message, and apologies again for the language there, but he's spot on. Sheeraz has got to get out there and got to do the business. The corner knows it, his promoter knows it, and let's hope, from a British perspective, that the fighter knows it.
Yeah, I've got Sheeraz 5 rounds behind going into this one, so I don't think there's an argument. If the final bell goes, Sheeraz loses. Can he produce something magical in this 12th and final round?
Needs to find snapping jabs. American commentary team have got Adamaz ahead. We've got Adamaz well ahead. The corner, the Sheeraz corner, agree. They know that Sheeraz, who's looking for knockout punches here, which he just can't find the target, they know that he's got to find something extraordinary in the remaining 2 minutes 20 seconds.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do in the 12th round. It's going to be very tough for Sheeraz to produce something. He's got to let them hands go. At the moment, 2 negatives, single jab, double jab. It's not enough. Big left hook goes in from Sheeraz.
But it was only a glancing blow, went across the top of the head of Adamaz, who has been on the floor before, but is he going to be able to be put down by Sheeraz? Sheeraz coming onto the front foot there. Now, trying to find those power shots, those hooks, and those chopping shots. Overhand right from Adamaz. Oh, only just missed as well with a big overhand right again. If that had landed, Sheeraz would have known all about that. 2 jabs from Adamaz. Sheeraz tries to throw one of his own in riposte, and here comes Adamaz again. 1-2, he grunts with the effort of throwing those punches.
Yeah, the chap really going for it himself here, fighting down on the gum shield. Hands held high, slipping, sliding. Rocky Marciano's style at times there, and just winging those shots in. He's not making it easy for the challenger. Hands to Sheeraz, and Davis for me, doing well in this round.
Sheeraz is all great uppercut from Adamaz. Sheeraz takes it and stays upright, but the pain and the shock went right down to his boots, and now it's Adamaz on the front foot, looking for Sheeraz. Big right cross, misses with an attempted follow-up. Same punch, 2 body shots from Adamaz. Sheeraz has 50 seconds now. His head's cleared. Now he has to find the punch of his life.
I'm just not sure he can find that, John. It's all Davis at the moment. He looks like the one in control. His corner, Sheeraz, his corner, calling him on. They're banging on the ringside.
Adamaz wound up with a huge overhand right, and he was clipped by Sheeraz as he missed, and he off balance. It looked as though it had more of an effect than it did. Into the last 20 seconds now. People are roaring on both fighters at ringside. A lot of support for Hamza Sheeraz. But on our card, he simply hasn't done enough. I don't think he's won this last round, and he needed to go out there, as his corner told him, to go and knock out Carlos Adamaz. And the champion, well, maybe we've got it wrong. We've had it wrong before, but Adamaz believes he's won. And I think Sheeraz has just congratulated him. I think he knows the story as well. I think that the British attempt on a world middleweight title, on which we've had such a proud tradition in years gone by, I'm afraid that Hamza Sheeraz has fallen short, and not just short, but well short.
Yep, John, we have had it wrong before, but not tonight, my friend. 117, 111 on my scorecard. It was as clear as day. 6 rounds up to Carlos Adames for me. I think Hamza Sheeraz was too negative early on. Tactically, he didn't get it right. He didn't gamble. He didn't go and try and rip the title away from the champion. WBC belt on the line. You've got to give it more, and he just didn't do it tonight.
Gareth, if you were to, you know, sort of, if you've got your pen in your hand now and you're looking at an intro for your piece in the newspaper and the headline from your point of view as a commentator as well, if it has gone wrong, where and why?
If he was out-fought, he was out-thought, he was out-skilled, he never found a rhythm. The headline was, too little, too late from Hamza Sheeraz.
Yeah, I think that you're exactly right there, but too little, too late. I don't think there was anything too late. I don't think he actually done anything in the second half of that contest, John.
He fought with a mysterious lack of belief. You know, I mean, you remember when Ovil Mackenzie went for the world title? He fought with great belief and was unlucky not to take it.
He didn't listen to the advice of his corner when they said he needed more urgency from 7-8 onwards. But I think he was out-fought by a more skilled fighter tonight, who had a better game plan, who was an elusive target, who changed levels very well. And Hamza's style is quite simple. A big long jab, not a lot of head movement, and he lets his right hands go. We didn't see them go enough tonight.
Well, you know, upsets, they happen, don't they? Roberto Duran sitting at ringside. He was a 3-1 outsider in a 2-horse race to beat Martin Bakole for a world middleweight title at the age of 37. And again, here in a 2-horse race, Carlos Adames was a 5-2 outsider. Maybe we've got it wrong. Maybe Sheeraz has produced more than we think, but I can't see it.
I just think Adames, well, let's give Adames some credit. The way he moved, the way he outskilled Sheeraz, I thought it was as simple as that.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Guido Kabayel scores it 115-114 in favor of Hamza Sheeraz. Judge Barry Lindemann scores it 118-110 in favor of Carlos Adames. And Judge Omar Mintun Sr. scores it 114-114. This bout is a split draw.
Wow. A split draw. 114-114. 115-114 in favour of Sheeraz, with a 118-110 in favour of Carlos Adames. Wow. We will pick the bones out of that after the break. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Cattrall, Barry McGuigan alongside me on an epic night of boxing, a fantastic card of boxing, the best of our generation. We are, of course, going to be speaking about some fantastic performances come the end of the night, but sadly, we're also going to be speaking about some quite bizarre scorecards that are coming in as well for some of these fights. Hamza Sheeraz and Carlos Adames have just fought to a split draw. 114-114, 115-114 in favour of Sheeraz, with a 118-110 card being put in as well in form of the champion Carlos Adames. We've got plenty of fights still to come right here on talkSPORT. We're across the talkSPORT network, we're across YouTube, we're across the smart TV, so please come and join us, get stuck in. Let us know your thoughts on that, because if you were watching the fight, listening to the fight, and obviously consuming what we're doing at the same time, let us know how you scored the Hamza Sheeraz Carlos Adames fight, because I just can't figure that out. I can't figure out how you get to the point of Hamza Sheeraz winning that fight.
Oh, that's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a draw. No, it wasn't a draw. Was it?
It
was a draw.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is one judge scored it as a win to Hamza Sheeraz. I just don't understand that.
Absolutely. The Italian, Guido Cavaliero, who's normally a reliable judge, 115, 114 to Hamza Sheeraz. How in under God did he come to that conclusion? I mean, I had it 118, 112. We had Barry Lindemann, who had it 118, 110, and then Omar Minton Sr., who had it even. How could he have had it even? You know, explain to me, sit down and explain to me. You win fights by aggression, by initiating things, or by boxing off the back foot and completely outscoring your opponent, not getting bullied and backed up and hit, you know, with numerous combinations. I just don't get it. I mean, I really, it's perplexing how they can come up with that score. You know, as I say, Barry Lindemann, perfect, but Omar Minton Sr. and Guido Cavaliero, who is normally a reliably good judge, it's just bonkers.
Absolutely crazy scenes off the back of the world title fight between Adames and Sheeraz. Of course, it finishes in the draw, so though Adames will remain as champion, I've no doubt there'll be calls for rematches and various things like that. But if there is a rematch, then I think Hamza Sheeraz absolutely has to do an awful lot more to be classed as world champion. I can see that a certain man from Doncaster is making his way to the ring right now. If you don't know what is about to happen, take a listen to this.
Shakur Stevenson! On to stop the fight, Shakur Stevenson is better with a first-round knockout.
Honestly, I put in a lot of hard work this training camp, so I'm ready. Like, it didn't matter who was going to be in front of me. I'm ready to go out there and put on the show.
Shakur Stevenson, for the boxing purists, they absolutely love him. Reminds me of a young Floyd Mayweather.
Josh Padley, hands in the air.
All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Josh Padley.
He has done it.
We love an underdog story in the world of boxing, don't we, Barry?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. Having said that, with the greatest respect, I've never heard of Josh Padley. You know, I keep an eye on particularly because in lightweights, featherweights, super featherweights, I always sort of focus on that weight division because it was my own weight division. But I never heard of this kid. 15-0. Obviously, he's a decent fighter with 4 KOs. It was a massive jump.
Massive jump indeed. Let's get the thoughts of former undisputed heavyweight world champion Lennox Lewis. He's with Gareth A. Davies ringside in Riyadh.
Hi Lennox, I just got thrown out from a Moses Talbot interview, but I got the main man, the best heavyweight of all time. How did you see that last fight?
That was a close fight, very close fight. You know, I always say you have to take it from the champion and you got to go for it. But this was definitely a close fight.
What do you think about Kabayel earlier against Zhilei Zhang?
Oh, he boxed a terrific fight. He did the right thing. I was always saying Zhang is really overweight for a heavyweight, and you know, he needs to lose a lot more weight. is up at 180, almost 300 pounds. There's no way he can make it through the whole fight like that, especially if somebody hits him to the belly.
And finally, with Joseph Parker facing Martin Bakole on really late notice, some of us think Bakole has got nothing to lose and is coming in heavy and will throw his hands early, and Parker's taken on a different opponent at the 11th hour. How do you see it?
Listen, I wouldn't do that, you know, but this is a great chance for Bakole because he can, if he beats Parker, yeah, then he's lined up to get a title shot.
And so he's got nothing to lose going into this fight.
He's got nothing to lose, but you know, it's a late minute fight. So if he's coming in, he better be ready. That's all I'm saying.
The best ever. It's always great to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Lennox Lewis there, giving us a little bit of insight into this fight. As Mr. McGuigan was just saying, we all love an underdog. We don't know too much about Josh Padley, especially at this level, but he did step up, obviously, against Mark Chamberlain, did the business on the AJ Dubois undercard, and has now presented himself an opportunity. Kind of the epitome of why you should always stay ready. You never know when the call's going to come in. Floyd Schofield fell out of this fight. Josh Padley's in. He's taking on Sheeraz Stevenson. Thomas Tribe is in the ring right now introducing the fighters. You'll hear his voice first, and then the gang in Riyadh will be Gareth A. Davies, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Hunger Station, Saudia Airlines, Lucid Motors, and Altan Feedy. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Matt Harris, board representative Robert W. Smith, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Seymour Zivic. Our three judges assigned will be Predrag Alexic of Montenegro, Pavel Hinek of Czech Republic, and Kieran McCann of England. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Victor Laughlin of Scotland. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the blue corner with head trainer Jason Cunningham. He comes to the ring wearing black with purple and weighed in officially at 134 pounds. Coming to us from Doncaster, Yorkshire, England, he brings an undefeated record with 15 wins. 4 of those 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the highly ranked, undefeated world title challenger, Josh Paddy Padley. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the red corner with head trainer Willie Moses. He comes to the ring wearing black with pink and weighed in officially at 134.1 pounds. Hailing from Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, USA, a 2016 Olympic silver medalist, now undefeated as a professional with 22 wins, 10 of those 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the three-weight world champion, and tonight, the reigning and defending WBC lightweight champion of the world, Shakur Stevenson.
Okay, boys, you know the rules. Remember, obey my commands at all time, defend yourselves at all time. God bless. Touch gloves.
The unmistakable sound of Victor Laughlin, our referee. Josh Padley, a massive underdog. They're quoting Shakur Stevenson, who, for my way of looking at him, is surely one of the outstanding boxers in the world today, as a 20-1 on favourite. He's a southpaw, stands 5'8", and he's got such slick, elusive skills. And out of that southpaw stance, he's the first to score with a left hand over the right-handed glove of Josh Padley from Doncaster, from Armthorpe to be precise. The electrician who beat Mark Chamberlain, big outsider to do that. He beat him unanimously on points over 10 round. And what can Paddy do today?
Yep, this is a big opportunity for him, a huge mountain to climb, John. As you said, he's a 20-1 outsider. I would probably make it 40-1 if I'm honest. You're talking about levels here. Josh Padley, who's done nothing wrong so far, undefeated as a pro, upset Turkey's favourite fighter last time out in Mark Chamberlain on that big Wembley show when that shock loss to Anthony Joshua against Daniel Dubois, finds himself here in Riyadh against one of the pound-for-pound stars, freeweight world champion. What a tough job he's got.
Absolutely, and is Padley technically going to be able to cope with the southpaw stance? And already watching them in this opening round, I can see clashes of style, the feet are colliding. Padley short with his attempted big punches so far, and Stevenson so beautifully balanced. The one fight he wants is Gervonta Tank Davis, and he might be the one man in the world who could beat Davis. He's that sort of skill level. He's not a huge puncher, but his balance and his technique can be sublime when he's at his best, and he's starting well here.
Yep, very slick is Shakur. And like I say, tough job for Padley. And you say about Shakur not being a big puncher with only 10 of his 22 coming inside the distance. But remember the level that this kid's boxed at. He's been a freeweight world champion. And when you get to that sort of level, fighters are generally more durable. So it's going to be interesting to see how Padley copes with that.
Padley does get in with a right hand, and Stevenson does no more than smile at him. That's the first real clear scoring shot that Padley's found. Huge tattoo on his back, fighting with purple shorts. Stevenson, slightly the taller man, 68-inch reach. Padley, apparently, I'm told, ranked number 12 by the WBC after beating Mark Chamberlain. But any ranking is not going to find him necessarily a way to win. In this opening round, Stevenson boxed beautifully behind that snappy right-hand jab, which is such a classy, smooth and accurate punch. And he's taken this opening round as you might have expected, and he's taken it quite clearly.
Yep, he certainly has, but let's take the positives out of this for Padley, who held himself very well, to be fair. He was there, he's gone back to the corner, he's punched his chest, he's pleased with himself. It could have gone a lot worse than it actually did there. And I thought like Padley conducted himself very well. I agree with you, John. Shakur Stevenson won the round, taking his time, looking for the openings, as he does in all his contests. As he said actually to us earlier in the week, I'll go out there, take my time, I don't rush nothing, and I just ease into the contest. That's exactly what he done there, but Josh Padley can take a little hope from that because he conducted and held himself well.
Shakur Stevenson apparently took this fight after watching one round of Josh Padley. He said, I'm the best in boxing. Yeah, I'll have it. And he's been world champion from featherweight right the way through to lightweight. First became WBO featherweight champion in 2019, and here in 2025 he's still only 27 years old with no blemish on his 22 pro fights.
Here we go, round number 2. Shakur Stevenson, the pound-for-pound star, against Josh Padley, the kid that's getting the opportunity. And I think the moral of the story about Josh Padley, John, is always keep yourself in shape. That's not just out there to the young fighters, but the old ones as well, because opportunity knocks.
Well, he finished a shift on Wednesday, didn't he? After getting the call, flew out, and now here he is, fighting on the biggest stage in the world right now. Good left hand from Stevenson. Padley takes it, though, and threw a rather ragged-looking overhand right of his own. Only got 4 stoppage wins in his 15 victories.
Yep.
Got his big win on the undercard of Dubois against AJ back in September at Wembley.
Yeah, huge win there against Mark Chamberlain, and he'll have taken a lot of confidence from that, but this is a different level, a different kettle of fish here with Stevenson, and as he warms up, you expect him to pick the pace up as well, and it's going to be a tough night for Padley.
A couple of right-hand jabs, remember, he fights out of the southpaw stance, Shakur Stevenson. Great night of boxing action we've had here tonight. Our performance of the night, certainly Callum Smith in beating Joshua Buatsi on point in our first fight of the night. It was an absolute epic. But if you get the chance to see it at some stage, take that opportunity. It was some fight.
Yep, it really was. What a way to kick off there. Absolute barnstormer. Joshua Buatsi, Callum Smith. Callum Smith tearing up the script. He come and he won. What a performance from Callum Smith. I didn't expect it. I don't think you expected it, John.
I certainly didn't.
And he delivered. What a fight to open the show.
Oh, good shot. Good left hand from Stevenson. Steps inside. Oh, 1-2 more. Blurring hand speed. Left hand rocked back the hand of Padley, but he takes it well. But lovely technique from Stevenson. Another jab again, a scoring shot. And he seemingly can't seem to miss.
But the problem Padley's got now is Stevenson's found the range, and when he finds a range, he'll let the shots go, and he takes his time to warm into that. Now it's going to be a big problem because Stevenson will build on that now. His boxing IQ, his ring distance, his distance judgment of distance is brilliant, and that's a big problem for Padley. He's going to have to start letting his hands go.
Well, it's always a talking point, isn't it, about who's the best boxer in the world, about who's the best fighter in the world. When it comes to sheer, smooth boxing ability, it'd be interesting to hear Barry's take on this at some point. I don't think there are too many who, in sheer boxing terms, are the better of this man.
No, definitely not. Shakur Stevenson is one of the best, if not the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world at the moment. He needs the big fights to prove it, though, John.
We'll listen into the Padley corner now and hear what they make of it.
Well, we've got to keep switching on, yeah. We know he's very, very sharp, yeah, okay? We've got to keep the base with that lead out, mate. We cannot let lead out to drop back. I keep having to tell you, keep it glued to that chin. You don't need to move, yeah? Okay? It's a game of chess, you have to keep throwing the face, step down to the body, yeah? Every now and again we're going to build into now, yeah? Start then and double go, back like that. Give him a bit more to think about, yeah? Actually let you get into a bit of a rhythm. Don't switch off, you don't always have to be there as well, you can go for a move off, yeah? Rather than stand there and tee up, go for a move, okay? Yeah? Defence is going to be key, that lead out's going to be tight, yeah? Don't let them take it like that, yeah? No switching off, okay? Yeah. Going to build up, right? It's a good enough start, yeah? Few dash shots there, over the night you've had a good start, okay?
Well, he's made no case start. He's still in there. He's lost the first 2 rounds. But he's brave. He takes a shot, and we're going into the 3rd round.
Listen, he saved the show in many ways. Here's Shakur Stevenson's opponent, Floyd Schofield, fell ill just a couple of days ago. It looked unlikely he was going to get an opportunity to fight on this bill, and up stepped Josh Padley. To respect for him for that. He's giving it a go. He's daring to be great.
Claims he had other offers that he was considering, the likes of Maxie Hughes and Dalton Smith. Josh Padley in the mix, certainly at British level, but here now at world level, fighting for the WBC lightweight title. What an opportunity, and he gets in with the right hand, but he has to take 2 by way of response from Stevenson. Left hand, right hand, right hand, left hand, and such accuracy as well from the champion.
Yeah, brilliant work from the champion. He's not just good with his hands, John. He's brilliant with his feet. He gets himself out of trouble. Distance control is absolutely insane, and that creates the timing, the speed, the power. It all comes together when you're controlling that space. He's got his front foot on the outside of Padley's front foot as well, so he's completely controlling things in there when it's like that.
Well, he's absolutely bossing the fight, isn't he? And he's starting to unload a little bit here in the 3rd round, and Padley having to take some serious headshots. Here comes Padley, though, left to the body, under right hand, but it was not doing any sort of damage to Stevenson, as well as being such a slick mover, has a very, very tight defence. Difficult to hurt this man.
Yep, he really is. So, you know, he's just making Padley fall just short, but he's still in range to get off with shots himself. Lets a right hook go, left hook go. And Padley pinned in the corner at the moment. Can't really do anything in there, John. Needs something. Uppercut goes in. Padley, to his credit, tries.
Yep, he came out of that head-to-head confrontation in that corner on the far side and bravely threw in a couple of attempted hooks to the body, but he was short of the target. Now Stevenson has his gloves up high, trying to lure Padley in, and Padley obliges by throwing a right hand, which gets a buzz of acclaim, which you might have heard in the background from his corner, who recognise what an immense opportunity this is for the Doncaster electricians.
Yeah, they're trying to gear him up. They're trying to give him every ounce of hope in there every time he lands half a decent shot. Tom Salker in the corner as well with him there, trying to give him all the encouragement he can. You've got to applaud this young man for stepping up. It was always going to be a tough task, but I've got to say, he's holding himself well.
Victor Loughlin having a word with Shako Stevenson about coming in with his head. Good jab from Stevenson as we're into the last 10 seconds of this round. First two clearly going to Stevenson. Now he takes a right hand, left hand to Padley and almost gets Padley off balance, landed flush. How are you seeing it, Gareth?
I'm seeing it as sit back and watch. You've got the electrician from Doncaster against the modern master, the Picasso from Brick City. You've got to watch the speed and the thought and the IQ and the footwork and the movement of Shakur Stevenson, who is a brilliant young fighter, one of the best on the planet. Josh Padley was always going to be in deep water from the minute the first bell went, Spence. He's a very brave fighter, but I just love watching Shakur work.
Absolutely. Listen, the boxing purists do love Shakur. You know, he's been accused of being boring in the past, negative in the past, but he does what he wants when he wants. Remember a young Floyd Mayweather? He was the same. This kid is pure class, but I've got to give it to Josh Padley coming in and performing. Fair play.
They used to say the same about Floyd Mayweather, didn't they? I remember Larry Merchant memorably observing that Floyd Mayweather was able to suck the drama out of anything. Well, that might be true, but he was also the best boxer of the modern era.
Absolutely, and I think that when people saw that, and you know, the fights that Mayweather had, when you look through his resume, you just have to appreciate pure boxing science, and that's what Shakur's got. You know, he reminds me a little bit of a young Floyd. He controls that space so well, does that shoulder roll, and he does things on his terms when he wants. He doesn't care what he's thinking about anything. He just controls the fight, and that's what he's doing here against young Josh Padley.
He's waiting for Padley to commit himself, and then he'll look to catch him on the way in, short of the target with an attempted left hand to the body. Stevenson dominating everything so far for me. Our American colleagues, who are admittedly a wee bit closer than we are, mystifyingly gave that opening round to Padley, but there you go.
Yeah, very concerning, that one, and I think that same judge actually had that other fight with Hamza Sheeraz very, very close as well, so I don't know, he's watching different fights to us tonight.
Here's Padley going in close and lands a right hand as he gets his man in his own corner, in Stevenson's corner on the far side of the ring, and now Stevenson back standing immobile, centre ring, tries to flash out that rapier-like right-hand lead, short of the target though this time, and short again, waiting for something from Padley. Padley feints to throw the right hand and then thinks better of it and moves away and lands a left hand to the body. That's good work from Padley, decent skills, moving away and turning his man and landing a left hand as he did so.
Yep, he's holding himself well here, Padley, but Stevenson's got to be careful here because he's in danger of sort of underperforming ever so slightly. I know that he does things on his terms and he does what he does, but we need a little bit of a show here. You know, we're talking about a pound-for-pound star here, and, you know, we're not maybe seeing what we should be seeing, John, on the negative side of his performance.
Well, he's not really dominating physically as we might have anticipated. Padley, although he's behind on the cards and clearly behind, he's still very much in the fight and not really badly hurt so far. He was caught by one straight left hand, wasn't he? There was a right-left combination which staggered him a little bit, or maybe just caught him off balance. Padley misses with a huge overhand right, and Stevenson hasn't done very much at all in this round. Fourth round, we've given the first three to Stevenson. Padley has been in this round.
Yeah, he's been in it, but I don't think he's done enough to win it, that's for sure. I think he's held himself well, John, right through these first 4 rounds. I really do. Oh, sorry, 5 rounds now, but I just don't think he's doing enough, mate, if I'm totally honest. It's like, you know, he's trying, Padley, but one-way traffic for me. Sheeraz Stevenson winning this one.
Into the Stevenson corner. Wally Moses is the coach.
Okay. And see how you pull him back here? Okay, start stepping over. And hit that left hand. Everything good, his fucking head like a motherfucker.
No, that's why you gotta get your head off the line.
But look. You start coming, give him some angle. All right, start working angle. Look, stay long now. Stay long, make him have to reach, okay? All right? Keep doing what you're doing, but start doubling that fucking jab. Okay. And if the hook missed, jab.
Okay. Calm down. Well, there's the advice to Sheeraz Stevenson, and we now move out the two fighters to centre ring. Victor Loughran indicates that the 5th round is underway. We've got it 4-0 to Sheeraz Stevenson.
Yep, Stevenson dominating this one, controlling this one, should I say, not really dominating it. I think Josh Padley's doing himself proud, holding himself well under the circumstances and who he's in with. Maybe Sheeraz Stevenson slightly disappointing.
Maybe. And he's looking maybe to put his foot to the canvas and throw a little bit more with a little bit more hurtful intent. That's good from Padley. Throws the right hand and the left hand, and a good straight left as they come out of that exchange as well. Also a scoring punch. A couple of body shots from Padley. His best little spell of the fight so far. Stevenson contemptuously pushes out his right hand lead. Padley lands a jab. Good work from the Doncaster man, who's coming out of it with credit thus far. Aims to throw a right into the body. Is turned around by Stevenson, who throws a left towards the back of the head. The referee says nothing, but Padley is giving him a little bit of a roughing up in this round, trying to turn it more into a little bit of an escapade on the cobbles.
Yeah, exactly that, John, and that's exactly what I was going to say. He's trying to break the rhythm of him, and fair play to him, Padley, because that's what you got to do. He's a boxing purist. He got caught with an uppercut on the inside there, though. Padley's got to be careful. He can't be reckless on the way in. Stevenson will make him pay for that, but yeah, Padley doing the right thing. Rough him up. Listen, this is the hurt business. The fight game. Get away with it, you can get away with it.
Referee tells Sheeraz Stevenson to tidy up his work. Not impressed by everything he was seeing there. And this time he's tied up by Padley and misses with a big right cross. Left to the body and another left to the body. And a smile on the face of Stevenson as he landed those two. And a good straight right hand as well. But Padley's done better in this 5th. Clearly done better.
Yep, he's doing well, holding himself well in there. I'm not sure that he's actually winning the round, but it's close off the short. I think that he's getting off his shots, Padley. More importantly, he's trying.
You're listening to the World Lightweight title, the WBC version, here on talkSPORT. Coming up, the heavyweight battle between Joseph Parker and Martin Bakole, and then our main event, the World Light Heavyweight title for World Light Heavyweight supremacy. The rematch, Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol. Could be something very special indeed if it's as good as the 1st round. Good body shots from Stevenson, and Padley feels the weight of those. He doubled over slightly when they landed, and he's going looking for more. The gloves come down, and he lands 2 big shots, Stevenson. Padley takes them and tries to come back, throwing power shots of his own, but that's a good last 30 seconds from Sheeraz Stevenson. How did you see that one, Garrett?
Well, I thought it was another round for Sheeraz Stevenson. I went for a comfort break for the first 2 rounds, I'm going to be honest about this, so I didn't see the bag. I gather from you guys that Sheeraz won most of the rounds, even though one of the judges apparently has given one of the rounds to Josh Padley. What you've got to say, on the other side of it, I've just given a massive paean as I spoke about Sheeraz Stevenson. The confelicity that I feel for Josh Padley right now is that he is a really tough man in there, and in that 5th round he just took some massive body shots that almost bent him double. This is a man who knows how to create sparks inside himself, if I can use that as a pun, Mr. Spencer Oliver.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you, Gareth. I think he's holding himself, conducting himself very well, but Stevenson just seemed to turn the screw there in that last round. And by the way, it wasn't one of the judges that gave him a round, it was Chris Mannix, one of the TV commentators, that gave him a round, and I haven't agreed with his scoring all night, to be fair.
Yeah, Mannix is a lovely character, but very weird on the scoring.
Just a bit of an observation, which I may or maybe shouldn't make, about your comfort break, which took 2 rounds. I have to say that this terrific arena has the most inadequate comfort break facilities that I've seen in a major arena.
They're accused of 30 people trying to have a pee.
It's not good, particularly if you're sort of desperate to do so. Anyway, on with the boxing. We're in the 6th round. Many people thought that it would have finished by now, but Padley is still in there. We've got him losing every round thus far, but Stevenson is not able to put him away and hasn't really come too close, but now he does get in with a right hand to the jaw, which Padley takes well, looking to dish out more punches. Oh, terrific straight right hand. Padley takes it though, it landed flush, and bravely comes back and throws 2 punches of his own.
Yeah, he's showing a lot of heart here, a lot of grit, a lot of determination. Padley is under big pressure. Shakur Stevenson landed some massive shots there, but look at the response here from this young man from Doncaster. Josh Padley's doing himself proud in there at the moment.
And you can hear in the corner from our effects mic the effort from Shakur Stevenson as he tees off with a succession of hurtful hooks to the body of Josh Padley. Padley sinks back onto the rope and takes big headshots. The referee's looking closely. He doesn't want to see Josh Padley takes too much, but Padley turns his man and, showing insane bravery, throws some big shots back of his own. He is going for it.
Yeah, brilliant response there from Josh Padley. He got hit flush in the face. Shakur really turned it up here. Massive jab goes in as well. Sends the sweat spraying from Padley's head there, and he takes it, soaks it up, and comes back. This is turning into a good little contest.
Tell you what, Josh Padley is some tough kid, isn't he? And he goes in and throws another couple of bad body shots. 29 years old, only 15 fights before this, 4 stoppage wins, former Central Area champion. He's been at that sort of level before he beat Mark Chamberlain, now against an outstanding world champion. But he's got him now, Stevenson, has he? 2 headshots, and back comes Padley. Stevenson says something to him as they're getting close. Padley was right in his face, and he comes back now, throwing big shots of his own, Stevenson. Right hook to the body was particularly a hurtful shot, and now Padley aims to finish the round on the front foot, and what a brave performance, really is. Let's go back to the studio and hear from Adam and Barry.
We all love an underdog, don't we, boys? And Josh Padley is absolutely rolling the dice on the biggest night of his life. He's having a go, absolutely. But my overall thoughts with this, Barry, is, listen, Shakur Stevenson, multi-weight world champion, on the pound-for-pound list. If you're a superstar, you take this level of opponent out, you go through the gears and you take him out, don't you?
Yeah. You do, and you see, he's having to fight unlike the way he normally fights, which is picking guys apart and then stepping on the gas, whereas he's got a guy that's willing to trade with him, even though he's far less skilled than Shakur, and you just see an example of that double right hook there. But, you know, that's why Shakur's not at the very top of the pound-for-pound list, because he's not aggressive enough. And he's been really aggressive here, but he's not looking that effective. And don't tell me he's as good as Gervonta Davis. Not a chance.
Bell rings. Got to get out before the bell rings.
He's certainly not as hurtful as Gervonta Davis, but he's a silkier boxer. I think that was the point.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely a silkier boxer than Gervonta, but Gervonta's got a great boxing IQ, and he knocks people out. He's spiteful. You know, he's Tyson-esque at times, and I think that I sort of agree with Barry on that. On this sort of performance, you go, you'd have to favour Gervonta Davis heavily over Shakur. And Shakur has a great way of taking the boxing away from you. You know, deleting everything that you're doing and that's what he's been doing here with Josh Padley.
Well, he's won all 6 rounds. He's ahead by a long way on the cards, and we're now into the second half of the fight. Head clash as they came in close, but Stevenson was trying to land a hurtful right hand, and Padley, well, he's bravely still in there, still working away, but he's not landing anything so far in this 7th round.
Yeah, it's all Shakur at the moment, but he's not looked in any trouble, you know, in this round at all. Padley's holding his hands held high. He's looking to come back with shots of his own. He's still got a little bit of hope in there. He's, you know, he's trying to roll the dice still. Big hook goes in there again, and Padley, to his credit, comes back. You can't argue with that.
Turned professional after winning the silver medal in the bantamweight division in the Olympics. Shakur Stevenson made his debut in 2017, and now here in the 7th round. Good work again from Stevenson. A couple of jabs, getting a few oohs and ahs from ringside, but back comes Padley, right to the body, and tried to throw the left hand follow-up, unable to do so. And he has to absorb another jab as he comes into range. Jab again from Stevenson, but he's not putting combinations together as maybe some would wish.
Yeah, well, I sort of agree with Barry and Adam back in the studio. You know, if you're a pound-for-pound star, you've got to put on a show and you've got to turn it up, and I think that's the argument about Gervonta Davis and Shakur Stevenson. Gervonta would have picked it up by now and he would have put on the show. And for me, Stevenson maybe just playing a little too safe, and maybe that's what he's been guilty of in the past, taking nothing away from his boxing brilliance.
Josh Padley still in though, and still pitching and still hoping he can find something to produce what would be one of the true upsets of recent years, with Stevenson the 20-1 on favourite. There's a couple of body shots from Stevenson, and another one. Good right hand, and certainly Padley felt the weight of those, and he tries to come charging in and throw some body shots of his own by way of response, and now does get through with a right hand and a left hand. Another big body shot from Stevenson, and Padley wants to hold on, really, wants to buy a few seconds, but bravely comes back with 2 big body shots again, a right hand and a left hand, and a little bit of an old-fashioned stare down as they went to the corner. Let's hear from the Padley corner and hear what Josh is saying.
Box the move, you're going to stick to that now, yeah, okay? Don't let the feet stop, yeah? The minute you hold your feet, the minute you get, she catches from me, okay? Keep the jab working, yeah? I know it's hard work, but you had 4 days fucking knowledge, yeah? Well, you're doing really, really well, yeah? Keep this going, keep the shape above all else, keep the feet working, edging up to your left, yeah? Proper move, yeah? Singles, doubles, and then go, okay? Yeah? Got me? Yeah. You're gonna have to work hard, yeah? Okay? Good boy.
Fuck it up, right? Don't get involved, mate. Use your boxing ability, use your feet. Right? You don't have to get involved with it. Your boxing move, keep moving to your left. You're moving to your left, mate. You're getting fucking some sort of power into it, mate.
Right. So keep moving to your left, keep your shape, keep the jab working, yeah? Singles and doubles, no more, okay?
Seconds out. Round 8.
Moving now to the 8th round. Josh Padley still in there, still pitching, and still with sufficient belief to exchange some meaningful glances with Stevenson at the end of that round. And he first scoring action of the next round here was a really good straight right hand from Stevenson, which Padley walked straight into.
I think this is already a moral victory for Josh Padley, to be fair, because no one expected him to get here. He's turned up and he's delivered and he's given it a go. Yet I haven't given him a round yet. I think he's lost every round, but I think he's performed very well under the circumstances. So don't want to take too much away from this young man, because he's given it a go here, but Shakur just a move ahead at the moment.
He'll have loads of friends and fans up in Doncaster who'll still be dreaming, keeping fingers crossed, maybe even the odd prayer here and there, hoping that he can find something spectacular. A couple of decent body shots from Padley, as I was saying that. Back comes one from Stevenson. who out of the southpaw stance throws a little left cross and then aiming shots towards the head of Padley, who's got his gloves up high. Is Stevenson going to pin him with another body shot? But it's Padley who comes forward and throws a couple of his own and a right into the chest of Stevenson.
Yeah, Padley holding his hands up high. Stevenson landing a couple of good jabs out of the southpaw stance. Padley trying to come back. The crowd sort of getting behind him a little bit. A couple of big left hooks going as well. And it's starting to become a painful night, punishing night for Josh Padley, because Stevenson just chipping away, and it's sort of like that becomes painful, John.
Well, a good left hand out of a close quarter exchange from Stevenson. Good left hook, and Padley, not much movement now, but here he comes. Left to the body and tried to throw a right to the head, which Stevenson saw coming and was able to block. And now Padley right into Stevenson's face. Heads go close, and Padley was able to rough him up and land a couple of scoring shots as he did so.
Yeah, done very well there, Padley. He's giving it a go, isn't he? Like I say, I know that I sound like I'm repeating myself sometimes, but it's the pattern, the pattern of this contest is very similar, you know, repetition every round, same thing happening. Big left hand, big right hand going in there from Shaka. Padley felt that one.
Stevenson looking to uncork some big shots in the closing seconds of this round. It's Padley, though, who goes in with a right hand and a left hand to the body. He's made the round competitive, Padley, but on my card he's surely not won it. But Stevenson cannot get him away. He cannot truly hurt him. Last few seconds of the round, Gareth, the electrician, the Sparky, is still there.
Yeah, it is. Look, this is the epitome now. We're seeing it playing out in front of our eyes of why people are... You mentioned Gervonta Davis. He finishes people. He's got a tensile strength and a speed that gets his opponents out of there. This is maybe a sign that even against very strong young fighters who aren't at the same level, he doesn't have the power to put people away, and he needs to chop them down and beat them up and dismantle them, as Spencer mentioned. By the way, I hope you're watching us live tonight. We're live on the YouTube channel, obviously, a watch along. I'm looking into the camera right now. We're running a poll right now. 11,293 votes on the Parker versus Bakole fight. 59% Joseph Parker, 41% to Martin Bakole, who we just saw looking very big, warming up in his dressing room. Back to you, John.
Thank you, and if you're looking straight into the eyes of Gareth, do stay with us, because we've got our big fights yet to come. Joseph Parker against Martin Bakole. We've seen the two of them warming up in their dressing rooms, and our main event, the last one of the night, is Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol. Here we are in the 9th round of Shakur Stevenson against Josh Padley, and Padley is still bravely trying to carry the fight to Stevenson.
Yep, he's not lost any hope, has he, Padley? And I think that he's sort of done far better than anyone would have expected. No one expected him to be here still in round 9. He's taken a little bit of punishment up there, but conducted himself well. And Stevenson again on the front foot, out of that southpaw style, pings the left hand through the middle, doubles up, triples up with that right hook.
That was terrific from Stevenson there. Right hook to the body, hand came down of Padley, and he followed up with a double right hook to the head, and now he's put Padley down. Padley punches the ground in frustration. He cannot believe that after all this time he's gone down, but went down, he did. It's a knockdown, and now Stevenson might go looking for the end of the fight, and there's still more than a minute and a half to go in this 9th round, and we want to see something coming back from Padley, and Stevenson throws a left to the body. Back comes Padley with a left hand and a right hand. Big body shot, right hand from Stevenson, but the crowd is really respecting the bravery and the effort that Padley's putting in.
Biting down on his gum shield in there, Padley. He was hurt badly with a body shot, went down, beat the count. Stevenson switched the attacks to the body, but Padley still hanging in there, doing himself proud. Big left hook again to the body.
Right hook it was, Barrett. right hook it was, Spencer. He's put him down, and I don't think he is going to get up. I thought he was going to take the knee, but he carries on. Sorry about that, Spencer. I do know your name.
No problem, and I do know my left and right. And you're right, it was the right hook to the body, out on the southpaw stance. So I apologise for that. And he's, amazingly beat the count. And listen to the crowd here. Stevenson attacking the body again. Padley calling him in. Brilliant action here in the ninth.
2 times he's been down that body shot, and he's now picking him off at will, Stevenson. But Padley still is right into his face, looking for big body shots. One around the back from Stevenson, but it was on the blind side of the referee. Padley tries to rally. Is he going to see it through to the bell to end what's been a fairly torrid ninth round? And he goes down again to a left hand into the solar plexus, straight left, and again he punches the canvas. He's up, and they've thrown the towel in. They've thrown the towel in. They don't want to see any more, and so Shakur Stevenson is the winner. He's up on the ropes, but he's being booed by the crowd. They are not celebrating this win of Stevenson. Instead, they're more than ready to cheer and applaud the bravery of Josh Padley, who just would not give in.
Yep, and as they should do. I think it was a brilliant performance from young Josh Padley. He dared to be great, he failed, but he gave it a go. He went out there and he tried to be great, he rolled the dice, he tried to have a go, but this game's all about levels. Free-weight world champion Shakur Stevenson, Olympic silver medalist Shakur Stevenson, defending his WBC lightweight title, and he come through with a 9th round stoppage, but take nothing away from Josh Padley, who comes out with credit.
It's really weird though, isn't it, both of you, how frustrating people get, even though Shakur is so skilled, he's undefeated, he's produced so much, Terence Crawford speaks of him so highly. It's weird in our sport that someone can be absolutely brilliant at what they do, and yet we always want more from them. We always want more.
Well, one of our great broadcasters of years gone by once said to me, you kind of need to get something or other off the chair. The excitement needs to be there.
That's
and
fair
it
enough.
Doesn't really happen with it, does it?
But that's fair enough, but maybe Bruce Lee should be brought in here. As he said, be happy but never be satisfied. And they're not even happy and they're not even satisfied, this raucous crowd in here tonight, because they're never seeing enough from Shakur Stevenson. And you both mentioned Gervonta Davis earlier. I think he beats Shakur right now.
Do you know what though? I think that boxing purist is a very niche market. When you've got the fans in here, and a lot of these will be casual fans that have come over to watch a great fight, and there's no disrespect to the fans, but what I'm saying is, when they know they've got a great show and they're coming over to watch these great fights, and they might not appreciate the boxing skills of someone like Shakur Stevenson, who likes to control things at his own pace, his own thing. So what I'm saying is, it's a love-hate situation, isn't it?
Maybe, though, the money here can make that Davis-Stevenson fight happen. It could happen.
I'm not sure if this is true. There's a rumour, though, that Josh Padley might have got $500,000 for his performance tonight, and he earned every penny, by the way, if he is getting that much money.
I hope he is.
And I'll tell you what, and it's been pointed out to me by Ed, and it's a very good point. Floyd Mayweather was criticised for the nature of his performance in his last 25 fights. So what they need to do is find opponents of the level of Shakur who we believe will knock him out, and then we'll find out about him.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that, you know, for Shakur, I think it's one of those situations where you need a great dance partner. You need them people, and Gervonta Davis is that guy.
Completed rounds of boxing. Our referee in charge, Victor Laughlin, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still WBC lightweight champion of the world, Shakur Stevenson.
There you go, Shakur Stevenson eventually gets the job done over the late replacement Josh Padley. Josh, you lost the fight, but you won the crowd. Sensational performance against one of the pound-for-pound best fighters on the planet in Shakur Stevenson. We're going to pick the bones out of that and obviously preview what is still to come Some blockbusters on the way here on talkSPORT. You listen to Fight Night on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall, Barry McGuigan alongside me for this epic Fight Night card. If you've only just joined us on talkSPORT, quick update for you. Callum Smith got a decision victory over Joshua Buatsi earlier on in a Fight of the Year contender. Ajit Kabayel delivered a knockout on Zhilei. Virgil Ortiz and Israel Madrimov. It was a tight one, but it was Ortiz that got the nod on the cards. Hamza Sheeraz came... it was a draw, Hamza Sheeraz against Carlos Adames in a fight that a lot of us watching that fight believed that Carlos Adames won quite comfortably, and we've just witnessed the towel come in on Josh Padley against Stevenson. Still to come, we've got Joseph Parker, Martin Bakole, Artur Beterbiev versus Dmitry Bivol. Before I get Barry's thoughts on what we've just witnessed in the Stevenson fight, let's get to Riyadh, because I believe Gareth Davies is ringside with a microphone in his hand, and he's with Robert Smith, who might be able to give us a little bit more information on what happened with Daniel Dubois this week.
I am indeed with Robert Smith, the General Secretary of the Boxing Board of Control that are running this event here. First of all, Robert, great to see you here. As Adam just set up, what was the process that happened earlier on in the week that had Daniel Dubois withdraw from the next fight that's about to take place?
Yeah, quite simple. He didn't feel very well. They went to go and see Dr. Scott, our Chief Medical Officer. The doctor found him, so he wasn't fit to compete. He's all sweaty. He obviously has an infection of some sort. There's a few more tests to be done, but he wasn't fit to box.
Because you can find boxers with stitches in their head that they won't tell you about. They know, but they'll try and still fight. But obviously you've erred on the side of caution here. Presumably had a temperature, he needed to take medicine, and your prerequisite is the safety of the fighters.
Yeah. He wasn't fit. I mean, it's as simple as that. You can go into it as much as you want to. The boy wasn't very well, and it was the right thing to do to pull him out.
So conspiracy theories are ridiculous about this, yeah?
There should be no conspiracy theories. Daniel was ill.
You know, he had all the symptoms of being ill, but a qualified doctor said he's not fit to box. He's not fit to box.
And on the other side of the process, obviously Martin Bakole comes in, 48 hours notice, Congo via Ethiopia into Saudi. He weighs in at 310. What are the precepts around allowing that to go ahead?
That was quite a tricky one, to be honest with you. The great advantage we had, we didn't have a weight system. If it had been a welterweight or lightweight, we wouldn't have been boxing. The fact he's a heavyweight, doesn't have to lose any weight. He's boxed recently, boxed in August. They've been pushing for a big fight. It's a great opportunity for him. But it was something to consider about the travel. But ultimately, he's here now and he's ready to go. And actually, the travel may not be such an issue. He hasn't had time to think about it. He just gets here, fights and goes home.
You're looking forward to it like we are, aren't you? But Joseph Parker needs some praise for stepping up and taking the fight, because he's taking a big risk.
I think Joseph Parker needs a hell of a lot of praise. This is a big gamble for him. You know, he would have got a Dubai fight later on at some point, I'm sure. But this is a big gamble.
Now, you've been around a long time like me, and you've been in the sport a long time. Your father was an agent and a manager for boxers, very well known. You boxed Lloyd Honeyghan yourself. Do you remember cards better than this in your lifetime?
Oh, if you go back to... No, not really. Nothing I've been involved in. But Don King used to put on a lot of good shows in America, etc. When had Felix Trinidad and all that on the bills. So yes, this is a good one. And in fact, possibly, the one thing I've just watched Josh Padley put everything into a life-changing opportunity, and I'm really pleased we gave him the opportunity to do that.
And a final, very short answer. Saudi Arabia's now 17 months into the game. You obviously work very closely with him because the Boxing Board of Control is the main commissioner out here for the big events. We are seeing progress, aren't we?
Yeah, I believe we are. The atmosphere's better. It's a nice little small venue, actually smaller venue here. Get more people in it. Atmosphere building up. More people are travelling because it's a good show. So yes, it's getting better.
Go and sit next to Roberto Duran, because you know I always call you the young Roberto Duran.
I could fight half as good as Roberto Duran.
Thanks, Robert.
God bless you. Take care. Cheers.
Gareth, thank you very much. Just in reference to that, they did change the arena this evening. It was originally scheduled to go in front of the 25,000 seater stadium, but they did reduce it to 6,000. Better atmosphere. I think that's coming through the speakers. Hopefully you're enjoying it on talkSPORT, on the talkSPORT YouTube channel as well, as we're bringing you this amazing fight night live across the talkSPORT network. I'm Adam Cattrall. Barry McGuigan is alongside me. Just before we get stuck into these heavyweights, let's just have a quick look back at the Shakur Stevenson Josh Padley fight. Firstly, the contender coming in last minute, gets the call this week. In he comes. He didn't embarrass himself, did he? He's had a real good go.
Terrific courage he showed. He was, well outclassed, but we always knew that from the start. And it's sort of indicative as to why Shakur Stevenson isn't the superstar that he should be. Whilst he fought far more aggressively tonight than he's ever fought, or than he fights generally, he just is. He's not a finisher the way Gervonta Davis, Vasily Lomachenko are, and or even for that matter the recent champion Keyshawn Davis. They would have all wiped out Josh Padley in half a dozen rounds, 5-6 rounds, absolutely maximum, and it so it drags on to the ninth for Shakur. That's why he's not the superstar that he should be.
Let's get the thoughts of former lightweight champion Teofimo Lopez, who is ringside with Gareth Davies. Gareth, over to you.
I am with the lunatic himself. He looks so handsome and well decked out tonight. How are you, Teo?
Oh man, I'm doing great over here. The last crescendo and the takeover. What more can we do?
Well, what more you can do is this talk about you fighting at Alcatraz. I would not miss that one. Are there really talks for that?
Yes, there are talks of that. That is confirmed. Now, the date and time of it, that is to be disclosed very soon. But I look forward to my return very shortly after.
Are you staying in the division? You're so brilliant. The last time I really covered a fight in detail was you fighting Josh Taylor. I think it was one of your greatest performances. Map out this year for us.
Well, we're looking at an active year. I would say 2 fights this year, and then probably going into the new year, 2026, with 3 fights. Early.
Amazing.
Yes.
What will Martin Bakole be thinking, having come from Congo to Ethiopia to Riyadh? We are 48 hours notice. and fighting Joseph Parker. What will he be thinking right now as a fighter?
A lot of rest, resting the legs, and but I think that Bakole, he's a wild card. You just don't know what you're gonna get with him, but he's very fundamental. It's a great fight, a big risk for Joseph Parker. I think everyone, I'm excited for this fight.
And what about Beterbiev and Bivol in the last crescendo? How do you see it?
Last crescendo, I mean, it speaks for itself. The way they turned out, the first time around, a lot of people felt Bivol won. Some felt Beterbiev took.
What about you? What did you think?
Beterbiev took it at the last in the championship rounds. I think so.
I agree with you. He bullied him at the end.
I look forward to round 13 starting very soon and seeing who becomes once again the undisputed champion of the world. I think that it's gonna be Beterbiev. I got Beterbiev round 10 knockout.
Oh wow! Thank you very much as always.
Thank you, talkSPORT. Thank you always. I look forward to coming back. It might be May.
We love it. Cheers.
The character that is Teofimo Lopez, obviously hot rumours that he's going to be fighting Richardson Hitchens in his division, and Alcatraz might be the destination for that thoroughly entertaining fighter both in and outside of the ring. The ring walk's so taking place right now for the heavyweight contest. It was supposed to be Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker, but it's Martin Bakole making his way. I mean, how does he approach this, Barry, coming into this? He's been on 4 flights in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Here we go, rock and roll with an opportunity to take on Joseph Parker.
You know, a fit and well-prepared Martin Bakole, I would back 100 times out of 100 against Joseph Parker. But he's weighed in at 22 stone 5 pounds.
Yeah.
How can he be in shape? So I simply, you know, it just takes all your faith away. If Parker gets through the first 6 rounds, you have to put your money on him in the second half of the fight to be able to win it. Would he stop Bakole? I doubt it, but he could soundly outpoint him. However, you never know with Bakole. He's a tremendously brave and exciting attacking fighter. Walks you down, incredible chin, and he's very, very effective at creeping up on you. He sometimes squares up, but his shots are great, his combinations are great, and I expect him to dominate the early parts of the fight, but I think the fitness is going to be a major issue.
If you're in Joseph Parker's corner, what is the advice to how do you manage this fight?
The advice is stay on the outside, keep moving, never stay stationary for any length of time, keep on the move. I'm just looking at pictures of Martin Bakole's belly and he looks like there's a bit of spare tires there. But you know, if I'm Joseph Parker and I'm Andy Lee, I'm going to tell him, get on your bike, circle the centre of the ring, try not to be pushed back to the ropes, keep the fight in the centre, keep boxing, use your jab, drag him into the later stages of the fight, and then start applying pressure and putting punches together and meeting them and exchanging with them. But in the first 6 rounds, do not get involved. Even if you're losing most of the rounds, rely on the second half of the fight. If I'm if I'm advising Bakole, it's just walk forward, throw loads of shots, try not to get nailed too much as you're coming in, but you know, let everything go from the start and push Joseph Parker back and try and nail him against the ropes.
I think obviously everybody listening to this takes the hat off to both of these guys. Taking this on 2 days' notice is tremendous. From Martin Bakole catching 4 flights and flying across the world to take this opportunity, and Joseph Parker, who had the world title in the palm of his hand, taking on Daniel Dubois, well within his rights to maybe sit back and say, well, I'll wait for him to be fit. He said no, let's fight, let's roll the dice, let's take on the best guys, and we've got ourselves a fantastic co-main event this evening as Joseph Parker, draped in red, makes his way to the ring. He's just about to step through the ropes and into that ring as he just touches his gloves with Turki Al-Sheikh, the man that's made all this possible. Martin Bakole's already made his ring walk. He's in the ring right now, so let's get back to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. You're going to hear from Gareth A. Davies, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling, but maybe the first voice that you'll hear is the MC for the evening. I think Michael Buffer has actually taken this one. The incomparable. Yeah, the main man.
Michael Buffer.
The main man, Michael Buffer, has taken this one.
Co-featured attraction tonight, presented by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Bob Arams Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, Ben Shalom for Boxer Promotions, and Sella, sponsored by the Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Tawunia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. Special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. Sanctioned by the WBO, President Gustavo Olivieri. Supervised at ringside by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Matt Harris. The three judges scoring from England, Howard Foster. From Australia, Adam Height. And from the United States, Don Trella. In charge of the action at the bell inside the ring, World Championship veteran referee, Steve Gray. And now, from the ANB Arena, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, a special attraction, 12 rounds of boxing for the interim WBO Heavyweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, the challenger, wearing blue and red, official weight 310 pounds. His professional record in 22 bouts, 21 victories, including 16 wins by knockout, only one defeat. He currently holds the WBO International Heavyweight Championship. That title not on the line tonight. He is the heavyweight fighting pride of all Africa from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He is the WBO #2 ranked heavyweight in the world, Martin Bakole. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing red with black, official weight 267 pounds. As a professional, 38 fights, 35 victories, 23 wins by knockout with 3 defeats. From South Auckland, New Zealand, he is the reigning WBO interim heavyweight champion, former heavyweight champion of the world, Lupe Soleil La'aole Olemala Hatoa, Big Joseph Parker.
Okay, boys, if I call break, I expect you to take a step back. No deliberate punches around the back of the head. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck, fellas.
Well, there's been much talking about this one. Much eating recently by the look of Martin Bakole, who is absolutely huge.
Yeah, this opportunity come very late in the day for Martin Bakole, who only got that phone call just over 24 hours ago, and he was on holiday in Congo, his hometown.
Away we go, 12 rounds. Steve Gray, big referee, good referee. And what are Bakole's tactics going to be? He's surely going to be looking for the big punches in the early stages. Don't forget, you can watch along with us this evening. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel or the talkSPORT app on your smart TV. Do join us. Parker tries to throw the first punch of the fight, a left hand. It was gloved away by Bakole. Then he does land a left into the ample midriff of the man from Congo, who has got real punching power. We know that. Tonight in his 23rd professional fight, made his debut back in 2014. Parker, former champion, looking to get another opportunity to get right to the top. He's looking for the man who's sitting at ringside, Alexander Usyk. Couple of left hands from Parker aimed towards the body of Bakole. Bakole just pawing at thin air with his jab. He's not thrown anything with any sort of venom whatsoever so far. Tries to throw a left hook, but he missed by some distance.
Yep, Parker just got to be careful in these early rounds. Bakole, the man that nobody wants to fight, comes in at late notice. Clearly well overweight, but still very, very dangerous, John, for those first 3 or 4 rounds. Guy's got a good boxing IQ. I've seen him sparring many rounds in the gym before with the likes of Derek Chisora and others, and trust me, this guy can really, really fight.
Well, anybody who follows social media, if you look at Billy Nelson's utterings on X, he, of course, is the trainer of Martin Bakole, and he has been absolutely adamant that his man is the world champion in waiting, and he's campaigned so long and hard for him to get this opportunity. It's a quiet opening round, in all honesty, not a lot between them, and no great power punches landed by either man. Short of the target with a left jab, Joseph Parker now does get through with a couple of shots to the body. 2 left hands, but no power in them whatsoever. Left hand to the body and an overhand right. Well, there's a good left hand from Parker.
Yep, sensible tactics this from Joseph Parker, just trying to pick the shots, explosive, just keeping out of range and then letting the shots go, because as we can see, Martin Bakole is clearly overweight. If he lands, he's dangerous.
He went looking for a massive uppercut, missed by a long way. Last 10 seconds of the opening round. Little flashes from Bakole of what he can do, and he lands a right hand right on cue. So that's a good opening round, I think, for Parker. The 2 touch gloves. I thought Parker won that one, Spencer.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think Joseph Parker done the better work of the 2, but Martin Bakole looked very dangerous there when he did decide to let some shots go with 10 seconds to go before the bell. Parker has to be careful here, because I'm telling you, Bakole is that guy. He's very, very dangerous. Chairman of the Who Needs Him, Who Wants Him club. No one wanted to get near him. He's got this opportunity with 24 hours to go. He's taking it, clearly out of shape, but he's one of those guys that you go, even coming in that condition, you've got to be careful. This guy's dangerous, and looking at our monitors, little short right uppercutting through, and that's what he does, John. Throws shots at angles where the shots you don't see hurt. They travel 18 inches. Bakole's the master of that.
Now lives up near Airdrie in Scotland, Martin Bakole. Will doubtless hear the very Scottish tones of Billy Nelson at some stage during this contest. 12-rounder, Martin Bakole against Joseph Parker. Our last fight before the main event, Beterbiev against Bivol. That's coming up immediately after this. But who's going to win this big heavyweight confrontation first? And Bakole's onto the front foot. You're not going to see any fancy footwork from the 6'6", 22-stone fighter from Africa, but you are going to see some power shots.
Yep, you're going to see power shots and shot selection as well. Bakole's a guy that throws punches at very good angles, short range. Oh, big left hook there from Joseph Parker. But that's where Bakole's dangerous, on the inside there, and he's looking to close his face. Parker doing the right thing at the moment, winging those shots on the outside, and then creating the space, getting away. Good work this from Joseph Parker.
Landed with a solid left hand, right hand, and then a good body shot. You can hear the punches thudding home. Right, chopping right hand as well from Parker, who's getting in close and stifling the work of Bakole, and Steve Gray splits them, and the action underway once again. We're in round 2 of our heavyweight feature fight, the co-main event here in Riyadh. A couple of right hands from Parker. Bakole, whose stamina has been questioned, just get in with a left uppercut and a left to the body. Good work from Bakole.
Yeah, there's them shots I'm talking about on the inside there. Bakole, so good at delivering them, travel 18 inches, but they have real effect. We saw that with Anderson in his last fight, when he went over and tore up the script against the American Hope, the guy that they said was going to win the world title. Bakole took him apart with those short shots.
That's a good right hand from Parker, landed flush. Bakole did no more than just shake his hand, shake his head, and then, oh, a big right hand from Parker, and Bakole's got punch himself. The count's at 6. Can he get his huge frame upright? He does, but he looks very unsteady. And the referee stopped it. It's all over in the second round. And Joseph Parker gets the win that he wants. And he landed a huge punch, which did for Martin Bakole. And so the former champion is on course maybe for a championship shot once again. Well done, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Set it up lovely, Joseph Parker. Flick the jab out. Loop the right hand over the top. Landed flush on the centre of the head there of Martin Bakole. Delayed reaction. The legs went. They went from beneath him and it was all over. Perfect timing. Perfect tactics from the Joseph Parker over the danger man.
Gareth, a lot of people have been saying, you know, give credit for Joseph Parker for even taking this fight. He not only took it, he went and did that.
Yeah, but it was also the perfect stoppage by Billy Nelson, by the way, saying the fight was over. He didn't want his man to carry on. Good corner work, good trainer work from him. What we saw there was a guy coming very clearly, late notice, dangerous opponent, but what sharpness from Joseph Parker. The match sharpness, the camp sharpness. You don't get paid for overtime in this job, particularly in the heavyweight division. Joseph Parker comes out with both arms aloft tonight.
Listen, even an overweight Bakole, where people said he was, you know, not in shape, this guy was still dangerous, still big. You knew you had to take your time on this one and just ease into it and try and tire Bakole in the later rounds. Parker took the fight to him.
He did.
Went out there and made a statement there.
I admire that about him, and we all will, because what he did was he could see that he had the speed and sharpness. He took a little gamble. There it is. There's the first overhand right. Oh, is that the one they wobbled him with? Yes, it was. Top of the head, big overhand right, chicken dance, and away he went.
He was in no sort of condition whatsoever, only bad condition, and he couldn't get himself back to his feet. And yet, Parker did what was required, but Bakole, I'm afraid tonight, looked as though he was a bit of an excuse for a heavyweight.
Can I put this out there as well, by the way, guys? I think it was a terrible decision to put Martin Bakole in there with 24 hours to go when he was fighting in an IBF final eliminator against the Juggler out in America in May. So he had his position as the mandatory challenger. He would have got his shot at the title, and they decided to let him come in and put all that at risk, you know, going into this fight. I'm not sure that's the right decision.
If you'd been a fighter right now and you'd had that opportunity in Saudi Arabia, $500,000 or whatever he's being paid, I think you would have taken it as well.
With all that timber on you, he's clearly out of shape.
You've never had that much timber on you. But,
that's what I'm saying.
But I think you would have taken the opportunity.
I totally understand that, Gareth, and I totally agree with. I understand what you're saying. I think what I'm saying is the position he was in.
He's lost it.
He's lost it. So you go, you know, is it a sensible move now when you look at it? Because we only thought, yeah, all right, Martin Bakole's that guy, but he's clearly coming up, taking enough away from Parker. I think you and John can both see exactly what shape he's in. He's clearly in no shape at all. And I don't understand why you put your IBF mandatory position on the line when you're out of shape.
Well, he looked awful, didn't he? And somebody in his camp, you know, I mean, people are looking to get a cut of it, aren't they? Promoter, manager, trainer, etc. But somebody somewhere there should surely have said, you ain't in the shape to take this. And the way you come over with a huge journey, getting in at, what was it, 2 o'clock in the morning,
Ladies and gentlemen,
then being out there to take that fight, dear me.
17 seconds of round number 2. The winner by knockout victory, still the WBO interim heavyweight world champion, Lupe Soleil La'a Ole Ole Maleatoa, Big Joseph Parker.
Do not deny that man his chance. Joseph Parker takes care of, okay, an out of shape Martin Bakole in 2 rounds, stopping him in sensational fashion. But he did put his shot at a world title at risk. And if he's not fighting for a world title next, Barry, then something drastically has gone wrong in the world of boxing, because he absolutely should be next in line for a world title shot.
He deserves his shot at the title, and there's no question about it. You know, he was honourable. He stayed there. He accepted the fight against Bakole. You know, was it wise from Bakole to take the fight at short notice like that? That's another story. He decided that he was going to take that chance. And he paid the price for it. He looked in terrible condition, and in the first round his timing was awful. He just looked like a guy hadn't trained for a couple of years, not a couple of months. So there we are. And fair play to this man, Joseph Parker. He deserves a shot at the title, and he'll get it, no doubt.
Fingers crossed. Listen, we're going to pick the bones out of all of that. We've still got Beterbiev Bivol to come. We're going to get back ringside as well and speak to the who's who as we build up towards that main event. Joseph Parker is just addressing the crowd right now. They're giving him the round of applause that he absolutely deserves. And fingers crossed, we'll get to chat to him as well. Don't be going anywhere. You listen to Fight Night on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall, former lineal featherweight champion of the world. Barry McGuigan alongside me in the studio here in London as we are talking through this fantastic fight card from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The gang out in Saudi Arabia of Gareth A. Davies, Spencer Oliver and John Rowland have been calling you through some epic fights. If you're just joining us on talkSPORT or the YouTube channel or the Smart TV app, Let me run you through everything that's happened so far. We've got a Fight of the Year contender between Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. Callum Smith came out victorious via a points decision there. Ajit Kabayel stopped Zhilei Zhang. In fact, I'll run you through that in a minute because I want to speak to Joseph Parker, and Gareth A. Davis has got a microphone ringside in Riyadh off the back of his fantastic win, second round knockout of Martin Bakole. Over to you, Gareth.
I haven't got Joseph with Andy Lee. Andy, how relieved and pleased are you about that?
Pleased, and not overly pleased that we got the win and the fashion that it came in, but it's a bit of an asterisk for me because I'd like to fight Martin when he's fully fit and have a great battle with him. You can see how good he is. I feel sorry for him. He's at a huge disadvantage, but full credit to this man. He took it, you know what I mean? He made it, really. He made it that way. He was just too sharp tonight. Too fit, too sharp.
Joseph sacrificed a lot and put a lot at risk there. Should he get the world title next?
Yes, sure. Faega, Keane, Wilder, Zhang, Bakole. Who else is there? Who else is there for this man to fight? He's done it all. He deserves the world title now. Give him his chance. He's fought everybody. He said no to nobody. He's turned down nobody.
Joseph, you're very pleased about that?
I'm very pleased, happy, got the win. Now I want to go celebrate with my team and enjoy this victory.
World title next?
Yeah. Anyone, yes, that'll be awesome. Anyone.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
Course of world title.
You can hear the team in the back. Listen, I'm fully supportive of that. I know that people will manoeuvre maybe bigger profile names into certain particular situations because you've got a little bit of leverage as you've got high profile promoters that have got the ear of Turkey Al-Sheikh. But let's be straight, boxing's changing now. It should operate on a meritocracy. We've had two heavyweights tonight put in good performances. Ajit Kabayel, the run that he's on, Makhmudov, Sanchez, Zhang, stopping all three of them. He is well within his rights to be calling for world title shots. Joseph Parker tonight, okay. Martin Bakole's out shape, no doubt about that, but he's took that on 2 days' notice and he's taken care of him in 2 rounds in brilliant fashion. He's beaten Zhang, he's beaten Wilder. Now, for me, the path seems pretty simple to me. You've got two people that hold world championship belts. You've got Alexander Usyk, who's the unified champion. You've got Daniel Dubois. You've got 2 legitimate contenders there in Parker and Kabayel. Divvy it up. Give them 1 each, no problem whatsoever, whilst AJ maybe fights a Bakole or something like that. In fact, let's get a better brain on this because I believe Frank Warren is with Gareth A. Davies right now. So get over there. Gareth, over to you, mate.
I am with the main man who's in the main seats with Turkey Al-Sheikh. What a night so far, Frank, anyway.
It's been brilliant. I mean, all the fights have been really extremely well matched. Really good quality fights. I want to just say first mention to Padley.
Wow, yes.
I mean, what a game fella, to take that fight a couple of days' notice. I mean, I really do take my hat off to him and give a really good account of himself.
He really did. He won the crowd, didn't he?
He did.
Might not have won the fight, but he won the crowd.
Great, true British grit. It was lovely.
I've got to ask you about Hamza, who we all love, but he looked to me in a very difficult fight tonight.
He broke his hand. I mean,
do you know what round he broke his hand in?
Very early in the fight. I don't know if they told me it's 3 or 4, but he busted. I mean, you can see it. He took his glove off. He's busted his hand, and I could see during the fight. Normally, he's very sharp with his right hand, as he lets it go, and he just weren't. He was sort of putting it there rather than turning his shoulder, and obviously he couldn't do that with his hand. But then he tried that. You could see in the 11th round, and 12th round,
And he was definitely more subdued than he normally is.
And I went round to the corner. I said, "You've got to win these last couple of rounds." One of the judges scoring, it's like a broken record now these days. 10, I mean, was he give it?
8 at 118, 110 to Adames. We had it for Adames over on our side of the ring.
How many?
By about 6. But listen, he's your guy. You're always going to support him. Yeah, it was what you liked in the fight as well. But Hamza, like you say, came through another battle, another travail with the broken hand, like you say, from early in the fight. So fought 8 rounds with a broken hand.
And the thing about him as well is that from a weight perspective, he looked really drawn. I think he's really, you've got to look at the sides of him, the height of him. I don't know how he makes the weight, and I think we may have to think about that as well.
Did you step across and sign Ajit Kabayel as well tonight after he beat Zhilei.
Signed us before the fight.
Oh, he signed, did he really?
He's been on our books for a little while.
Oh, there we go. So you can't lose, can you? Joseph Parker tonight. A little word about him. I know, but he took a great gamble tonight, even though Martin Bakole was 310 pounds and overweight, late notice.
He's always overweight. Come on. He's not like a cut out of marble, is he? He never has been. Do us a favour.
But Joseph took massive risks.
Of course he did. He didn't train for him, and for both fighters. When that happens, it's a last-minute fight, especially at this level. It's a risk for both fighters. Always is. And sometimes it happens. Sometimes they come through. And you look at it, and like Steve Robinson did it. There's many fighters over the years.
What does Joe do now? Does he get a rematch, or does he get a fight with Daniel Dubois? What happens with Daniel Dubois? Have you thought it out? Obviously, it's the rumour mill saying that Daniel Dubois will now fight Alexander Usyk for the undisputed. What do you think will happen at this juncture?
I think we'll sit down and look at our options and make a decision.
But Joe deserves a world title shot next.
He does. He's in a position for it. He's an interim champion.
Have you done the 5v5 yet?
We've more or less done it, and we're hopefully going to announce it very soon.
Will you tell us a couple of the fights?
Tell you a couple of fights? Yeah, there's one in quite a big division, and there's one in a lighter division.
Okay, so Nick Ball and Noya Inoue. It says Eddie signed Noya Inoue.
No, that's not a 5v5 fight. Nick does the business in Liverpool. In his next fight, if he comes through that and wins, him and Inoue, definitely it's a fight to be made.
You've blown us away with loads of cards upcoming, both on DAZN and over here, and what's happening in Las Vegas with Terence Crawford and Saul Canelo Alvarez. Is that 5v5 going to blow us away when it's announced?
Yeah. Well, it'll blow everyone away because of the competition. We want to win it, and Matchroom want to win it. It's a fabulous concept, especially when you're winning 10-0. It's a brilliant concept.
You're a neutral for the next fight, I believe. I don't think you've got any portion of these two fighters, Beterbiev and Bivol. How do you see this the second time around? The last crescendo, finally.
They're two extremely good quality boxers. The best, both of them, best of their generation. The fight was quite interesting last time. I fancied Beterbiev, but I thought Bivol nicked it. I thought actually he won more than when I watched it back on TV. But I think this fight will be, for me, I believe it'll be the 13th round. After the 12 rounds, I think Beterbiev knows what he's got to do, and I think he can do it. Having said that, Bivol's an extremely good fighter.
I'm going to move away because it's Sweet Caroline time and Turkey's on his way over anyway, so enjoy the fight.
Frank Warren there, just catching up with Gareth A. Davies. I just want to quickly, if Spencer Oliver can hear me, because Turki Al-Sheikh's just been addressing the crowd there, and I'm sure that Spencer was paying attention to everything that was going on. I've just read that Turki Al-Sheikh has made an announcement that Noya Inoue, one of the best fighters on the planet, will be fighting as part of a Riyadh season card in December, Spence. So the monster is on his way to Saudi.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to that one. We've been talking about this fight, building this fight for a long time, and it was mentioned there, wasn't it? Nick Ball versus Noya Inoue. Does he make his featherweight debut against the little wrecking ball in Nick Ball? And that's what the fight that we want to see. It's a fight for the public. It's a challenge for Noya Inoue. And is that the move? Coming over, making his debut in December, then we get the fight after that with Nick Ball. Love to see that, but Nick has to take care of business first on March the 15th.
For everything that they're doing in Saudi Arabia, Spence, for it to be a success, you've got to get the biggest names, you've got to get the best fighters. And if you look at the pound-for-pound top 5 list, you see the Noya Inoues. Terence Crawford is in attendance tonight. Alexander Usyk is in attendance tonight. Both of those have already fought on Riyadh season cards. Beterbiev's in attendance tonight, obviously fighting at the top of the table. All the best guys are now starting to work together, and we're starting to see the very best fights under the auspices of Turki Al-Sheikh.
Absolutely. Listen, guys, we've never seen this in our lifetimes in boxing, have we? There's always been politics, different fighters with different promoters, pay-per-view splits, who gets the percentage, 45, 55, why fake fights were never made, the best boxing, the best. Well, we've got it right now, and it's all down to Turki Al-Sheikh, Riyadh season, and the investment, the involvement of Saudi Arabia. I mean, look at this. The atmosphere out here is really good. You can see it's really captured on over here in Saudi. How things have changed. The contingent of English fans, British fans have travelled over here, and the atmosphere really buzzing. You can hear the atmosphere. You can see no seats left either. Boxing, the growth in Saudi Arabia is brilliant, and we as boxing fans win because we get these fights that we've prayed for so long.
Look at you, you're like a pig in muck, you aren't you, mate? Enjoying yourself. I'll leave you alone for a couple of seconds because I know you've got to get your voice ready for the main event, the undisputed light heavyweight title fight. And of course, I mentioned some of the big names there that are now connected to Saudi Arabia and fighting on these Riyadh season cards, one of which is of course Canelo Alvarez. He's going to be involved in fights in May, coming up again in September, and then 2 in 2026, which is big news obviously for all boxing fans. We want to see him in the biggest of fights. We want to see him in with the likes of the David Benavides of this world. We know that we're going to get that multi-weight fight against Terence Crawford, so all good things coming to boxing fans. Now, before I went over to Riyadh and give you a little bit of an insight as to what's currently going on out there, just a little bit of a rundown of the results this evening, because it has been a supercard. There's been a lot of great things going on. Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith gave us a fight of the year earlier on. Callum Smith came through and got the nod on the cards. Ajit Kabayel stopped Zhilei Zhang. We had Virgil Ortiz coming through on a decision against Israel Madrimov. Maybe if you've seen that, you might have a different opinion to the judges on that particular card. Carlos Adames and Hamza Sheeraz, that was hot contention as well when it came to the judges' scorecards. It was a draw, but Carlos Adames, for the majority of us, we thought that he edged it. The good thing about the draw is that he does keep hold of his world title belt. He hasn't lost anything there. Shakur Stevenson took 9 rounds to get rid of Josh Padley, who stepped in last minute. The electrician from Doncaster was absolutely fantastic in the fight, asking loads of questions to Shakur, who managed to get the job done in the 9th with the towel coming in after 3 knockdowns in that particular round. Joseph Parker stopped Martin Bakole in 2 rounds. A very out of shape Martin Bakole, straight off a plane. Not 1 plane, but 4 planes, of course. But Joseph Parker gets the job done and hurtles himself towards world title action, hopefully for him next. And there's a lot of options in this heavyweight division because, as I said, Ajit Kabayel performed brilliantly earlier on, as did Joseph Parker. We've got Usyk, we've got Dubois holding championship belts. There's options there for both of those guys. Anthony Joshua's in attendance this evening. There'll be loads of people licking the chops at what could be coming in 2025. We're really in a sensational position right now as boxing fans, aren't we, Barry, with the opportunities that are being afforded to some of these fighters?
Yeah, money talks all languages, and Turkey Al Sheikh has enough of it to attract all of these people in and to take away any barriers. And because all the barriers are obviously about budget and about finances, and he can eliminate all of those and get guys to fight. I mean, this bill tonight, for example, you know, in the last 10 years you would never get these guys together. No. There'd be one promoter fighting against another promoter and bad mouthing each other, and the fight never happens. So now it is Turkey Al Sheikh is making these things happen, and it's fabulous for the sport. It's incredible, it's great. We've watched 4 or 5 fabulous fights here tonight, and we've got one of the greatest light heavyweight fights in the history of boxing taking place now in 5 or 10 minutes. So it's at a peak time boxing at the moment. It's really great, and that's down to Turkey Al Sheikh. Absolutely.
Well, that's the key thing. It's been frustrating for fans for a long period of time. There's been a lot of talk from fighters, are we making this fight, are we not making this fight, and certain things maybe going past the sell-by date before we see them. Yeah. Now, as you've just said, ego and greed are kind of satisfied, aren't they, with the amount of money that is involved in those conversations that he can have with people, and therefore we seem to be getting things done a lot quicker, which is great for the fans.
Exactly. What Turkey Al Sheikh has done is, these guys that say, give me the right sort of money, give me, and he's going, okay, let's see what you're made of. There's the money you want, let's have it out. Yeah. And these guys that were using money and their titles as a way of blocking fights are now in a position where they have to accept them. And he just says, put your money where your mouth is. Let's have it. And it's great. It's fabulous. And boxing fans are in for a very exciting time. If this bill is anything to go by, it's really great. It's great.
And as I mentioned, there's a lot of fighters, obviously, that are having fights scheduled in the upcoming months. Canelo Alvarez being one, being connected to this, one of the best in the world. Looking forward to seeing him do his thing. Tonight, speaking of best in the world, we have the best in the world going at it in the light heavyweight division. Earlier on, we were talking about this when we were over on talkSPORT 2. You're a massive fan of both of these guys. You rate them so highly, all-time great type of level for the pair of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, look, I go back a long way. I remember John Conte. I remember Marvin Johnson. I remember Matthew Saad Muhammad. I remember Matthew or Dwight Braxton, who became Dwight Muhammad Kwai. I remember all those great fighters, mate Parlov, Mike Rossman, Victor Galindez. These are guys that go right back to the 70s. And I do not remember a light heavyweight, any of the light heavyweights being any better than Artur Beterbiev or Dmitry Bivol. I just don't. And people hark about the great past and all that sort of stuff, but I'm a realist, and I'm telling you, Artur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol are two of the best light heavyweights in the history of the light heavyweight division.
Well, I think we built it up enough for you. We can hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Buffer addressing the crowd out in Saudi Arabia, so let's get to MC Michael Buffer as he introduces the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world.
Right now, pre-orders will get access to the April 26th Ring Magazine boxing event at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. Do not miss out. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started!
Capacity crowd. In the ring, Michael Buffer and a whole host of dignitaries look across to the entrance where pyrotechnics are heralding very shortly the entrance of the two fighters.
Coming to the ring, Dmitry Bivol!
Bivol's familiar face is projected on a huge screen, and he wastes no time stepping onto the walkway in, dressed in a golden top and shorts, waving to the fans. He believes he was robbed. He's a man on a mission. He's a man in search of redemption. Touching hands with many of his fans. Now 34 years old from Kyrgyzstan, based in California. He steps through the ropes and jogs this way and that. Touches his glove on the hand of Michael Buffer, who shortly will introduce Artur Beterbiev. And I suspect that the entrance of the 40-year-old Russian will certainly not be understated.
His entrance to the ring. He is Artur Beterbiev!
And he also steps straight out, dressed in a black t-shirt, black shorts, and almost jogging his way towards the ring. He is ready to go. Experts can barely split them. The bookmakers can't either. In terms of who's going to win and where predictions stand, it's a kind of a pick-em sort of fight. It's the boxing skills of Bivol against the big punching and desire of the hard man from Russia, Artur Beterbiev. He steps through the ropes into the ring, jogs around to all corners, finally makes his way to his own corner, and shortly Michael Buffer will give our full formal introductions for this long-awaited contest.
We will honor our host nation with the national anthem for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, from the ANB Arena here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, welcome to the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world. It's all brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GEA. For Frank Ryan for Queensberry Promotions, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated, Gold Star Promotions, World of Boxing, and Sella. Sponsored by the Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Murabba Development Company, Tawunia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. Special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Special thanks to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and to the Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. This contest sanctioned by the WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, the WBC President Mauricio Suleiman, WBO President Gustavo Olivieri, the IBF President Darryl Peoples, and the IBA President Ed Levine. All the titles, all the belts are on the line, including undisputed recognition by the Bible of Boxing Ring Magazine. The British Boxing Board of Control will supervise at ringside. Steward in charge is Steward in charge is Matt Harris. The three judges scoring this contest: from South Africa, Dion Duarte; from the United States, Mike Fitzgerald; from Monaco, Jean-Robert Lane; and the referee in charge of the action at the bell, World Championship veteran referee, Kevin Parker. And now, the officials are in place, and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring, and they are ready. So for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing silver with black and weighing in officially at 174.1 pounds. His professional record, an excellent one, standing at 24 fights, 23 victories, including 12 wins by knockout, with only one defeat, and he's looking for revenge. From Tokmak, Kyrgyzstan, the challenger, the former light heavyweight champion of the world, Dmitry Bivol. And across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, his opponent. He's wearing black and white and officially weighed in at 175 pounds. His professional record is a perfect one. 21 fights, 21 victories, 20 big wins by knockout. Fighting out of Montreal, Canada, he is the reigning, defending, undefeated, undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Artur Beterbiev.
The fighters meet centering.
Through the final instructions in the dressing room, and you know what I expect. That's a clean fight. Remember to obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourself at all times. Both belt lines are good. Touch gloves, lads. Thank you.
This is our main event for you, live on talkSPORT. Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol for the undisputed world light heavyweight title. Don't forget you can watch along with us. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel or the talkSPORT app on your smart TV. Join us now at ringside. The action is underway. It's 12 rounds, and after the first 12 we saw, and a great fight it was first time around, you could almost say, and people have said, away we go with round 13.
Yep, that's exactly what we expect. The much anticipated rematch. The last one back in October had split views on who they thought won that one. Personally, I thought Beterbiev done enough in the last backstretch, the last quarter of the fight to win an unbelievable contest. Can he turn that around? Spoke to him. He said he's had to go soul searching here, reinvent himself. Let's see if we see that in the ring.
Well, it's been a quiet start. Jab from Bivol, taken on the gloves by Beterbiev, and I think the balance of support from the capacity crowd here is for Dmitry Bivol. You heard the chants going up, and there is an enormous noise here in this arena, here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. Beterbiev making a quiet, circumspect sort of start. Bivol, jab taken on the gloves by Beterbiev. Beterbiev misses with a right aimed at the body of Bivol, but then does find the body with a left-hand lead. But no real power shots from either side so far. We expect and anticipate good boxing skills from Bivol. We anticipate as well the power punches of Beterbiev.
Yep, mutual respect from both of these guys at the moment. As you would expect, this is a high-quality matchup. Bivol, a quality operator who likes to control the space. Beterbiev, known as the monster. You know, with only one fight that has gone the distance, and that was that one against Dmitry Bivol. He says he's going to go one better this time and win inside the distance. Bivol says he's going to win this rematch. Let's see how it goes.
Well, if Bivol is to win it, that's a good right hand from Bivol. Maybe the biggest punch of the opening round so far. If he is to win it, he has to be surely more aggressive than he was in the first contest, when he was content to maybe try and nick rounds. And here he's in this first round. It's a quiet sort of opening, not very much at all from Beterbiev. Aims a left jab towards the body, short of the target. Left hand, right hand from Bivol. He does get through with a jab now. The left hand and the right hand maybe on the gloves, and the left hand then around the right glove of Beterbiev into his bearded chin.
Yeah, Bivol whipped that shot around the backhand there of Beterbiev. It was a good shot, and you feel that Bivol just done the better work here in this opening round. 10 seconds to go. Bivol brought a huge crowd over with him here. They're pro-Bivol, these fans, and he's delivering in this opening round. Good start from Bivol, the challenger here.
Beterbiev short of the target as he tried to put pressure on in the closing seconds of that opening round, and to my way of looking at it, I don't think there's any doubt that it was the boxing skills of Bivol that prevailed, but he also landed the more meaningful shots.
Yep, he did. He was taking his time. He was doing what he does best, and that's controlling that space. And when Beterbiev was leading off with the shots, he was leaving his feet behind a little bit, and Bivol was
counter-punching very quickly. I spoke to Bivol on Monday, actually. We had a sit-down interview, and he said exactly that's what he had to do. He said, listen, I have to be more aggressive. I have to meet fire with fire, and what I will say is, I went in with a guy with 20 fights, 20 wins, 20 KOs. I thought he was a monster, a phenomenal puncher. Well, guess what? He wasn't. He wasn't a phenomenal puncher, and I'm going to go out there and meet him head on and see how this one goes. Round one to Bivol.
Round two. We're going to the second round. As I say, there was nothing really to pick from the so-called experts choosing one way or the other here. Bivol came in a bit clumsily there behind an attempted right cross, and good footwork and good accuracy from Bivol. Couple of jabs and then a little right cross over the top of that left-hand lead. Now Beterbiev does get in with a right over the top, but it was only a glancing blow. Really good sharp start from Bivol, whose finest moment maybe have had that unanimous points decision over Canelo, and there's no doubt about it. 115, 113 on all three cards, but Canelo didn't argue the toss, and I think most people at ringside believed that Bivol had done enough there, and he started this fight as though he believes not only that he is the better boxer, but as Spencer has said to you, that he has the power to dislodge Beterbiev.
Yeah, listen, he said he didn't like tasting defeat, and sometimes a loss can be the moulding of a fighter. Let's see if it has a Bivol. Good right hand there from Beterbiev, though.
Yeah, it landed fairly flush, straight right hand it was, and now that's his first real meaningful shot maybe of the fight. It's his first power shot. How's Bivol going to respond to that? He's onto the back foot, trying to throw out that rapier fast left-hand lead. Beterbiev is just stalking him, maybe knowing at the back of his mind that in all probability Bivol doesn't have the power to put him away. That's a good right hand though from Bivol, and another one, and he's boxing beautifully so far. Midway stage of the second round.
Yep, speed and accuracy is key here for Bivol as he manoeuvres himself around the perimeter of the ring. Good right hand landed there as well. Beterbiev a little bit slow off the mark at the moment. Feet are looking a little slow and not getting off of his shots. Good work again here in the second round with a minute to go by Dmitry Bivol.
Beterbiev has not landed too much in this round, apart from that one power shot to the face of Bivol. It was a right hand, and we're into the final minute now of the second round. Good work again from Bivol. Left hand, right hand, and a straight left. And Beterbiev can do no more than absorb it. He's stalking Bivol now and gets in with a couple of clubbing right hands to the body of the man from Kyrgyzstan. Left jab from Bivol, taken on the gloves again. 30 seconds to go in this second round.
Yeah, blistering hand speed here in the second round from Dmitry Bivol, moving left, then right. Beterbiev just caught slow there, falls short of the right hand there. Beterbiev, but this is good work in the second round from Bivol. Listen to the crowd, pro Dmitry Bivol fans in here. They want victory. Bivol wants victory. Great start to this contest.
He's boxed beautifully thus far. Beterbiev tries to bully him back. Last few seconds, and there's the bell to end the second round. The eyes of the world on this one. You're listening to the main event from Riyadh on talkSPORT, and here's Gareth with his thoughts on the action so far.
Well, Bivol's done exactly what he needed to do. He's meeting Beterbiev punch for punch. He's timing him particularly well in the mid-range. He's waking Beterbiev up, by the way, because Beterbiev, you know what he does? When he's hit by punches, he comes alive. But he's evading them very carefully and cleverly after he's landed 1-2s. There you go, look. Those jabs, those double jabs, then a right hand. He's going to the body. Very clever work. But he's going to have to sustain this for round after round after round. I've got him 2 rounds up right now.
I agree. I think most people watching this and hearing it would describe just about every meaningful punch for you, and Bivol has the advantage.
Yeah, totally agree with that, but what do they say? Don't poke the monster, don't upset the monster. Beterbiev is that monster, and look how he started this third round.
with a couple of swings which didn't land on target. They were not scoring shots. That is, though, a right through the guard into the side of Bivol's head, and Bivol is up on his toes, jigging around the perimeter of the ring. Good start from Dmitry Bivol, the challenger, remember, here tonight against the only man who's beaten him in his professional career. What a top-of-the-bill contest we hopefully have for you on talkSPORT. Bivol doubled up on the left jab and then a right to the body, and nothing from Beterbiev which could stop him doing it.
Yeah, more intensity at the start of this round from Beterbiev, but Bivol's doing what he said he was going to do. Meet fire will fire. He's meeting him in the centre of the ring. 1-2, left uppercut, right hand from Bivol. Beterbiev comes back with a right hand of his own. Great action here in the third round. 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock.
British fighters, Callum Johnson, Anthony Yard, Callum Smith, who won so brilliantly here tonight, they all know firsthand about the power of Beterbiev. He tried to unload there, but back comes Bivol. Beautiful succession of punches, so accurate. Left hand, right hand, and then threw in a right from distance into the body of Beterbiev. Both of them, incidentally, looking superb physical condition.
Yep, they both look in incredible condition, as you would expect. These are the two best boxers in the world today, going head-to-head for the second time, and they've taken off from where they left off in that last one. What do you like? The aggression of Beterbiev on the better boxing of Dmitry Bivol, punches in punches.
Well, I'll tell you what I like the accuracy of Bivol, because Beterbiev, despite walking forward in a menacing manner, is taking succession of punches, and he's doing so again here, trying to walk Bivol onto the ropes, and he's taking punch after punch to the head as he does so, and already, and we're only in the third round, Beterbiev, the champion's face, is starting to redden.
Yeah, there's a phenomenal amount of punches coming from Dmitry Bivol. He's not hung around, he's gone straight at it. No feeling out process here. Bivol's gone fast. Punches in punches, shot selection's brilliant. And more importantly, he's controlling the space as he throws a 1-2 left hook and then goes again.
20 seconds to go in the third round. Beterbiev comes forward and throws a big right hand, landed on the shoulder of Bivol, who responds with a good straight left. Body shot from Beterbiev, and then he tried to follow up with a right to the head, but back comes Bivol. Brilliant work. Catches Beterbiev on the way in with a terrific right hand. Sumptuous punch from Bivol, and despite the aggression and the effort of Beterbiev, that was more brilliance from Dmitry Bivol. Adam.
Oh, goodies, this. I'm so jealous that you boys are about, what, 10 foot away from it. It is absolutely sensational on our monitors.
I thought Dmitry Bivol first 2 rounds was superb. Boxing, moving, lateral movement, getting out the way of stuff and firing the minute that he felt it on his gloves. Beterbiev upped the pace there, Barry, a little bit in that second round. And what a way to finish the round. That last 30 seconds, superb.
Yeah, Beterbiev won the third round, but lost the second. And I give the first 10-10, maybe 10-9 to Bivol. So it's just picking up where it left off the last time. Absolutely brilliant fight. What the difference is this time is that Bivol realises that he's got to keep the fight in the centre of the ring to give himself room to step back and counter.
Well, it's that sort of a fight, isn't it? Spenny and Gareth both gave that last round to Beterbiev, and Beterbiev starts this round the faster. I thought that Bivol edged it, but it's that sort of fight. It's the aggression and the power of Beterbiev, and he wings in a solid right hand over the top, which catches Bivol on the side of the head. It's his power, his aggression against the skill and the movement and the variety of Dmitry Bivol.
Yeah, Beterbiev picked up the pace here in this fourth round. He's come out with intensity. Bivol doing well, moving around that perimeter, keeping the hands up high. But Beterbiev, such a monster, dangerous in his attacks. It's not reckless at all. He sets traps. That right hand through the middle is a dangerous shot as well. What a contest we have here.
It's taking on just how we hoped it would after the first terrific fight, when opinion was split. Many people believed Bivol had done enough, others thought Beterbiev had come on strong in the closing stages. A roar from the crowd as Beterbiev lands lands a short right hook and then a left to the body. He's having a good round here, the champion, in round 4, with Bivol, for me, doing enough to edge the opening round. Oh, good work again from Beterbiev. Big swinging right and then a left to the body. He might not have single huge knockout power, but I tell you what, he is one strong man.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Bivol lost his shape there. Body shots winning, head shots as well. This is a big round, the clearest round so far from Artur Beterbiev. He's applying the pressure. Bivol needs to go with him here because Beterbiev is having a big round.
Beterbiev trying to pile on the pressure. Mark's turning the fortunes in this round. Corner will have spoken to him and laid down a few strong points, making it clear that he cannot allow Bivol to be the boss, and he's responding and doing beautifully. Based in Montreal in Quebec nowadays, the Russian Artur Beterbiev, and he has had a big round here in the 4th. 40 seconds to go, and all the power shots are coming from Beterbiev. Bivol back footing, tries to keep him off, but can't find the clean shot to find power to put him into reverse gear. Did get a right into the body, but Beterbiev has dominated this round.
Yeah, Bivol needs to find the second wind here. He had a good first 3 rounds, high output, and it was very intense, but Beterbiev has picked it up here, and Bivol needs to go with him as they stand centre of the ring. Beterbiev lands a good solid jab. Right hand just misses Bivol, who is back to us against the ropes. The right hand just skims over the top of his head. Both guys going for it on the bell.
And both of them landing big shots right on the bell. That was a Beterbiev round, surely. The first 3 arguable. Bivol, for me, getting the better of the exchanges with his boxing, but it was the power of Beterbiev there.
I've got a 2 apiece right now. Beterbiev is a guy, if you wake him up, he just comes at you like a horrible rash. Bivol has been different in this fight, but I think he's fighting Beterbiev's fight. This is what Beterbiev loves. He loves to go toe-to-toe as we look at the replay action. He's a man possessed at times as his right hook wings over the top of Bivol. I keep thinking that Beterbiev is going to stop Bivol down the straight. Listen, the way this fight's going.
You can't not fight Beterbiev's fight because he's that intense and he closes the space so well. And that's what we were talking about in the build-up through this week. You go, if Dmitry Bivol's going to win this fight, he has to meet fire with fire. He has to out-punch Beterbiev. He has to out-bully him and beat him at his own game.
Beterbiev almost jogged to centre ring, and the action underway again with the crowd chanting for their favourites. And Bivol backpedals, Beterbiev on the front foot, looking to unload that huge right hand, which is most devastating shot. Caught a couple of times by a Bivol jab as he got into range there. Bivol is standing on that front foot and trying to really meet fire with fire. Beterbiev tries to throw an overhand right, didn't really contact, but then did get in with a solid right hand into the body.
Yep, he's getting good success here, Beterbiev. He's starting to break through that guard now of Bivol. And let me tell you, Dmitry Bivol right now in round 5 is working very hard, and Beterbiev is going through the gears. That's the difference. Bivol, for me at the moment, in top gear, and Beterbiev is slowly going through them.
Well, he's accelerated, hasn't he, after a fairly circumspect sort of opening, and now, as you said, the bear has been poked and he is responding with some devastating power shots. A couple of jabs now from Bivol, but there's nothing in those. They're just range-finding shots. There's no spite in them. He has the right hand cocked, but he keeps it high now, trying to protect against those powerful hooks which Beterbiev has managed to uncork and has managed to find the target with.
Yeah, Beterbiev's that guy that you see him and you think it's all output and there's no thought process behind what he does, but there is. He sets little traps. There's a lot of thought about his work. That's what makes him different to the others. The intensity is so much, but there's a lot of thought process about what he does as well. As he doubles up on the jab, right hand over the top. Beterbiev circling again on the outside of the ring.
And you just get the feeling that it's kind of somebody with some real heavy artillery against somebody who just doesn't possess that sort of hurtful power 50 seconds to go. Good right hand from Beterbiev. And Bivol takes it and lands one of his own as well. And now who's going to capitalise in the final 45 seconds of the round? Bivol keeping his gloves up high. Beterbiev misses with a swinging right hand. Bivol gets in with a right to the body. Great shouts from both corners, imploring greater efforts from their men. We're going to go into the Beterbiev corner in a few seconds, where Mark Ramsey, his trainer, is keeping a very close eye on this, and Beterbiev is coming on strong again in the closing stages of this, the 5th round. Big right hand from Beterbiev. Bivol takes it, and another right hand, and another, and he's fighting like a man who believes that he can stop Dmitry Bivol. Last few seconds, and a great round for Beterbiev. We go into the corner now and hear from his Canadian coach, Mark Ramsey, who must be delighted with what he's seeing.
Great. Just make sure that with your right, you stay sharp, don't load the punch, okay? 1, 2, very fast, and stick good compact defense.
Вот так легким нравится, цепляйся, хорошо. Почувствовал, не отпускай. Она идет. Выбрал момент, зацепился и не отпускай.
Double jab again, Arthur. It's working perfectly. Double jab.
Every time. We just try to prevent defense like this, Arthur. Make sure that you hit the body after.
And throw the right hand fast like we do on the mitts.
And we squeeze. We squeeze the fist. Solid, strong.
He's produced 3 terrific rounds on the spin, Beterbiev, and after a very, very encouraging start from Bivol, Beterbiev is in the ascendancy right now.
Yeah, great start from Bivol, but Beterbiev has got himself right into this one. Round 6, this fight, very, very close. One round, one way or the other. That's where we're at right now, as Beterbiev again holds centre of the ring, looking to find a range with that jab. Bivol boxing on the outside, hands held high, looking to score shots, looking to pick the rounds.
It's been a while, though, since Bivol has landed punches of note to really take any sort of damage to Artur Beterbiev, and Beterbiev is just waiting for Bivol to commit himself. The chants go up from the rival sets of fans who are committed here, watching these 2 fantastic fighters. Beterbiev, of course, fighting with the knowledge that he won first time around in October. He has that confidence.
Yeah, he certainly has. Bivol's had to go and reinvent himself, refine himself. But Beterbiev coming off a couple of injuries in that first one, said he was going to be better, and he is better, as is Bivol. High-class quality contest here. Round 6 of 12, 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock.
But is Bivol doing enough now, really, to command respect of Beterbiev? And you heard what Mark Ramsey was saying in that corner. Work behind the jab, double up on the jab, and then throw that right hand like you do on the mitts. In other words, show the speed and the power that you do in training. Good work from Bivol. Good fast combination. Left hand, right hand. But back comes Beterbiev, who will not be discouraged.
Listen to the eruption from the fans cheering, Bivol, Bivol, Bivol. He's pulled loads of them in here. They're trying to pick him up. They feel like the fight is slipping away from him. Beterbiev coming forward again. Body shots, head shots. Good work here from Beterbiev.
Beterbiev's so strong, such a big puncher, and he forces Bivol across the ring again. 2 big body shots, and then brings a shot to the head. Back comes Bivol with 1, 2, 3 shots to the head himself. And again. And a good right hand that time that Beterbiev does no more than just blink. And another one. Good right cross from Bivol. Beterbiev takes it so well once more. He has a granite chin.
Yes, he really does. Both guys taking big shots there, but Bivol deciding to stand his ground and get off the shots as well. Good work, double jab, right hand to the body there from Bivol, but no dent in Beterbiev. He comes back with a big right hand of his own.
And the 2 of them now are preparing to trade and give everything in the last few seconds of the 6th round, coming to the halfway stage of the fight. Well, what a round again. We'll go back to the studio and Adam.
Nothing but admiration for both of these guys. This is the highest level of this sport. And these two are delivering once again. 6 rounds through, and I personally got it 4-2 in favour of Artur Beterbiev. I was a little bit concerned maybe for Bivol's right hand there, that he hasn't been throwing it for a period of time, but he did let it go in the last minute 30 of that round there, Barry, and he came into it a little bit, but he did get clipped a couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely superb fight. I agree with you. I've got Arthur a couple of rounds up. And when he switches off, he gets nailed. Bivol, as soon as Artur Beterbiev finishes his combinations, especially if he's not got Bivol back to the ropes, Bivol responds immediately with 3 or 4 shots straight down the middle. Beterbiev has got to stay on top of him, got to constantly back him up and keep the pressure on, keep throwing shots.
It's been a good opening, good first half of this fight, producing much of the terrific action that we anticipated, but Beterbiev has looked the bigger puncher, and straight away as we go into round 7 he goes looking for Bivol, who's trying to discourage him with jabs to upset his rhythm, but Beterbiev will not be denied.
We have a big right hand over the top there from Beterbiev as well as he holds centre of the ring. Double jab the body there of Bivol. He's trying to create the openings, punching up and down. Bivol moving around the outside, but Bivol, if he wants to start winning these rounds, needs to get off of the shots first, because at the moment Artur Beterbiev is controlling things here in round 7.
He is, he's the dominant fighter right now. He's waiting for Bivol to commit himself, throws a left hand, Bivol, but no great snap or power in it. There's a decent right hand though around the left hand of Beterbiev, aimed towards the head and scoring a glancing blow. There's a little bit of reddening, might be a slight nick in the left eye of Dmitry Bivol, but no great danger there. It's not bad at this point. Beterbiev, bearded figure, both of them similar sort of height, round about the 6-foot mark. Here comes Beterbiev, left to the shoulder area, and then followed up with a right hand and another one, but he can't find the clean shot to the head that he would dearly like to employ.
Yeah, but less coming back now from Dmitry Bivol, who's moving around the ring, but less output coming from him. Artur Beterbiev is the one controlling the pace, controlling the space and winning the rounds right now.
And there's definitely a nick in the corner of the eye of Dmitry Bivol. There's a small trickle of blood. There's reddening around the left eye of Beterbiev as well, but the worst facial damage is the left eye of Dmitry Bivol. Beterbiev will see that and he'll try to work on it, and he'll try to make it worse and try to make it more of a factor. Good jab from Bivol. 50 seconds to go in this 7.
Yeah, as you would expect, both guys now starting to mark up a high output here from both guys, and they've both met fire with fire. It's been a great contest with drama right from the opening bell, as we expected. Both these boys delivering. Anyone's fight here going into the second half.
It is indeed. It's a close fight. Maybe Beterbiev by a couple of rounds or so at the halfway point, but back comes Bivol. Flurry of body shots, switches the attack to the head, and that rouses the crowd, who got a bit numbed to the pressure of Beterbiev. Now back comes Beterbiev with a right hand of his own, stalking, trying to walk down Bivol, who lands 2 more jabs, doubling up, and a good right hand, right on the bell. Better last 30 seconds. Beterbiev dominated the early stages, but Bivol back strongly in the last 30, Gareth.
He came back really strongly in that last minute. You've got to take your hat off for Dmitry Bivol. Beterbiev has stopped everyone else he's ever fought. Dmitry Bivol has been caught with so many punches already. He's never looked like he's got a dent in him. He's still coming back strong. At the moment, by the way, just looking into our poll live on talkSPORT, who's winning so far? Beterbiev 58%, Bivol 42. I've got it 5 rounds to Beterbiev, 2 for Bivol so far. I don't know if you agree with me. It's an incredible fight. But Bivol needs to change the pattern of the fight. He needs to make a difference and a dent in Beterbiev.
I've got it 4-3, Spenny, but I've got Beterbiev ahead.
Listen, there's a couple of swing rounds there where you could have gone one way or the other. I've got it 5-2 in favour of Artur Beterbiev. But it's like I say, you know, it's what you like, what you go for, and for me, it's just the extra intensity in Beterbiev's work. You know, the eye-catching punches that are winning the rounds.
There's a good right hand from Beterbiev, and then follows it up with a swinging right hand aimed into the body of Bivol, who's keeping his gloves up high, and now lands with a left hand, right hand combination, which rouses the crowd again. It's maybe not quite at the intensity of their first meeting, but nevertheless, a fascinating contest, and Beterbiev's strength is maybe getting the edge at the moment, but in reverse gear. Good work there from Bivol. Landed a left-hand, right-hand combination, and another right-hand, left-hand. Beterbiev tries to double up on the jab, taken on the gloves by Bivol, who's circling the ring and now is back centering. But it's Beterbiev who's making the forward advances. Good right hand though from Bivol.
Yeah, Bivol needed that one, and this is the stage of a contest when a fighter gets a second win. He can start seeing the end, and Bivol seems to have got that second win as he throws a good combination finished by a big right hand.
It's Bivol's best round for some time, at least the opening minute and a half of it or so. What's Beterbiev going to do about it? Because Bivol has landed the quality punches. Left hand aimed towards the head, followed it up with a right into Beterbiev's body. Beterbiev bobs this way and that. His bearded figure so instantly recognisable. Bivol, 34 years old, the younger man by 6 years, but Beterbiev is trying to walk him down again, trying to get him onto the ropes or into the corner where he can let his power punches go.
Yeah, he's making Dmitry Bivol work very, very hard as Bivol lands a 1-2, right uppercut. But yeah, Beterbiev really making Bivol work here. Bivol must be in some phenomenal shape. 50 seconds to go of round 8. Beterbiev pushing forward. Bivol winning the round on the outside.
Lands a left hook into the jaw of Beterbiev, who tried to throw a left hand of his own, and it's comfortably blocked by Bivol, who's had his best round for some time, and goodness me, didn't he need it, because Beterbiev was on a roll, and now Bivol is surely going to take this round. 30 seconds to go. He looks to spear Beterbiev as he comes in. Beterbiev has got his gloves held high. Is he going to be able to mount some sort of a grandstand finish to the round? A couple of jabs again from Bivol, and Beterbiev has let Bivol be the first man to the punch here. He's allowed his opponent to be the aggressor. He walked into a right hand, then responded with one of his own. The two landing almost simultaneously with big, big punches. Good round for Bivol. Beterbiev goes back to his corner, and we'll listen in where he's speaking to his corner man, including Coach Mark Ramsey.
It's a hard fight, okay? Just before you go, make him react enough for close distance, okay? Deep breath. You need to work after. I don't want that guy come back in this fight.
You need the right hand, more right hands. That's your punch this fight, the right hand. Fast.
Snap it, baby. Быстрее, не начали бить, набирай очки, набирай. И длинные атаки, как тот раз боксер, длинные атаки, не отходи от него. Легким ударом, набирай очки. We need to work, Artur. Now, 9. He's much more tired than you.
Faster feet. Remember, faster feet. Get closer.
Come on, champion.
Well, they're trying to rouse him. They know that last round slipped away.
Yeah, listen, great advice there. Faster feet. He's getting tired. Faster feet. Close the gap. That's exactly what Artur Beterbiev's got to do. Make Bivol work harder than he's already working.
Bivol, do you agree? Won that last round, narrowed the gap.
Yeah, totally agree with that. 2 rounds in it here. Anyone's fight. If you've got a swing round there, this fight could be very, very even. Last 4 rounds. Could it be a 4-round fight?
Good work again from Beterbiev in the early stages of this round. We're in the 9th round here, 4 remaining, and Bivol lands a right hand and a left hand towards the head, and then a right over the top. Again, finding the target of Bivol, of Beterbiev, whose footwork has slowed, his work rate has slowed. He put a lot more into the early stages and those mid-rounds than he did in the first fight. And is he feeling the detrimental effect of his own high pace?
Well, here we are, John. After 8 rounds, we got Beterbiev 2 rounds up. After 8 rounds of the last fight, we had Bivol 2 rounds up, and Beterbiev won all those last 4 rounds, or 3 of the 4 anyway, and won the contest. At the moment, it's not going according to plan for him, because it's actually Bivol that's having the better 9th round here.
Bivol showed him a right hand and landed with a left as Beterbiev just walks forward in a predictable sort of manner. Bivol ducks under a right hand and then punishes him, turns his man, 2 shots to the head, under left to the body. Brilliant work from Bivol.
Beautiful work from Bivol, spun around and put a blistering combination together. Brilliant there. Artur Beterbiev just left wanting there.
Well, Bivol needed to come on strong after that run of rounds for Beterbiev, and it seems that he's been able to do so. Here in the 9th, can he sustain it in the final minute of this round? Beterbiev just pouring with his left jab, nothing in that, trying to measure Bivol for a big right hand. Bivol has other ideas and he's onto his toes. Beterbiev does aim a huge swinging right hand. Bivol lands 2, 3, 4 fast punches of his own, under left to the head, under left hand, right hand. This is great work from Bivol.
Beautiful boxing here from Dmitry Bivol, left, right, putting the shots together, and Artur Beterbiev starting to hit thin air. What a round we've got here, round 9. Dmitry Bivol really turning it up.
Beterbiev trying to put the pressure on with 20 seconds to go in this 9th round, and he does that, but the punches partially blocked by Bivol, and the chance again gone for the challenger, Dmitry Bivol. Couple of punches from Beterbiev taken on his gloves, and then a right into the Bivol body. Bivol onto the ropes, using the perimeter of the ring to stay away. Beterbiev back to his corner, but for me, that was another Bivol round. Let's see if Adam and Barry McGuigan agree.
We're split in the studio.
Disagree. That was a Beterbiev round. You backed him up the whole way. Nice couple of combinations from Bivol, but in general, a more aggressive round. I see you shaking your head, John, but I don't agree with you. And is that who's putting their hands up there?
I can see Gareth. But listen,
Gareth, yeah.
We're split in the studio. I mean,
okay.
I've gone Bivol, Barry's gone Beterbiev, but the beautiful thing is, that's a heck of a round.
That's a hell of a round.
Both of these guys are giving it. Can they fight each other every week? It's fantastic. Incredible.
What a performance they've just picked up where they left off the last time. This is more intense than the last one. A great fight. But again, I have Arthur out in a 2-round lead.
Championship rounds, boys.
10. Yeah, absolutely. I don't see it that way on my card, but you never know. Well, Barry's been there, done it. He knows what it takes.
Yeah, listen, you can't argue with that. There's a couple of swing rounds. I've got Artur Beterbiev. 1 round up with 3 to go. Anyone's fight. For me, this is a 3-round fight. It's that close.
Beterbiev starting this round the faster, stalking Bivol, trying to maintain a high work rate and also trying to be the man on the front foot, trying to be the aggressor, trying to catch the judge's eyes, and he throws a couple of solid shots towards the head of Bivol, which may have landed on the shoulder, may have been taken partially on the gloves, and Bivol, having put a lot into the last 2 rounds, is he going to be able to sustain it?
Trust me, fatigue will be setting in with both of these guys now. It's more mental warfare, it's all the psychological battle, and these guys are both champions. They know how to go through that, they feed off that. They've been here before in the last contest, and we're getting it again.
Minute gone in this 10th round. It's a 12-rounder for the undisputed World Light Heavyweight title. Will it be a repeat victory for Beterbiev, or will Bivol be able to turn it around? He needs a big ending to this round. He's not done too much in this 10th round so far, and Beterbiev piling on the pressure again. Although good footwork from Bivol to go back to centre ring, but he's just not throwing enough punches right now.
No, totally agree with you, John. Good footwork from Bivol, but a better work coming from Beterbiev. He's closing that gap and letting the shots go and just edging this round.
Good round it is as well. Good fight as well. Hope you're enjoying it. Our main event for you on talkSPORT. We're at ringside here in Riyadh. And good work from Bivol. Flurry of punches to the body, then to the head. He's dug deep there and found the energy to mount a sustained attack. Beterbiev comes back with a headshot of his own, right hand. Bivol trying to cover up. Beterbiev, though, still on the front foot, still making Bivol fight for the full 3 minutes, which I don't think at this stage he really wants to do.
Couple of big shots got in there from Beterbiev as well. Bivol starting to look tired just again now. You see him, the hands are just dropping. Beterbiev, I think, has sensed that. There's a new sense of urgency around his work here. Just up on his toes, a little spring in his step. Good stage of the fight, this for Beterbiev.
This was where Beterbiev really came on strong in the first fight. He dominated the latter stages, and he's had the better of this round as well. He's outworking Bivol, had a flurry of success, and here he comes again with a left hand, right hand Bivol. He had that little bit of success, but the bulk of this round has gone the way of the champion. Artur Beterbiev takes that round surely, and I think a bit of agreement coming in now from our third voice here. Have you got it, Gareth?
I've got it 6 rounds to 4 to Artur Beterbiev. I gave him that round. I didn't agree with Barry McGuigan. I thought the 9th round was clear for Bivol. The 8th and 9th were fantastic rounds from him. Beterbiev is extraordinary how he has these waves in which he comes back. talkSPORT viewers on YouTube, they have it Beterbiev 56% at the moment winning the fight, and Bivol 44%. It's an extraordinary fight for the simple reason that both men are giving everything. Neither has been hurt, neither has been down in 22 rounds of boxing now. But for me, Bivol needs to win the last 2 fights or get a knockdown to win this fight.
He's certainly got to win the last 2 rounds, surely, and he's got to win them emphatically. We go now into the 11th round for the undisputed World Light Heavyweight title, and a good start from Bivol through a good right hand off the ropes, and he's up on his toes, trying to use his speed and mobility to catch Beterbiev as he comes in. Beterbiev aims a right hand to the body. Bivol has come on strong maybe in the latter stages in the second half, and a right hand again from Bivol off the ropes, catches Beterbiev on the way in, and another one.
Yeah, good work there from Dmitry Bivol, starting to put those shots together. Both guys, John, we know this is close, both corners, we know this is close. They won't want to leave it down to the judges. They've got to do something big here, because this fight can still be won or lost, and we're in round 11.
It could still be decided by one big moment, by one big attack. And Beterbiev is on the front foot trying to do precisely that. Landed a hot, solid right hand to the body. Kevin Parker, the referee, the British referee, has to split them. He's had a quiet night. It's been fought in exemplary fashion. This very, very clean fight. Good jab from Bivol, and Bell doubles up again, then lands a right into the body of Beterbiev. Bivol trying to come back strongly himself in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, great work here from Beterbiev, but Bivol putting the shots together well. Beterbiev pressure, big right hand there, clean shot, sent the sweat spraying from Beterbiev, and he soaks it up, comes back with shots in his own. What action we've got here in round 11 with 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock.
What a terrific chin Artur Beterbiev has. He's shown it again and again. Now comes in with a right hand of his own, turns Bivol on the ropes, and he's back centre ring, misses with a chopping right and attempted left hook, and Beterbiev measures him but takes 2 on the way in. Left hand and a right hand from Bivol, and a jab as well, and Bivol has had a decent round here. Right hand, he follows up on a left jab and another jab. Beterbiev is trying to match him for work rate, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, Bivol done what he said he was going to do to me earlier in the week and meet fire on fire. He's taken centre of the ring there and put Artur Beterbiev on the back foot. This is a great round here from Dmitry Bivol, who for me has won it quite clearly. Great body shots as well.
And he's having the round he wanted, perhaps narrowing the gap. Maybe it's level, who knows? And here comes Bivol, great attack. Back comes Beterbiev with a solid right hand of his own. Last dozen seconds of a sensational round, the 11th round. And who's going to take this one? For me, it's Bivol. He makes Beterbiev miss again, and he catches Beterbiev on the way in. Desperation there in the work from Beterbiev, and I think that Bivol may have taken that round. Let's listen into the Beterbiev corner.
That's on, baby. Absolutely two things. First, we need to be aggressive, but we need to be under control, okay? Not like sharp boxing, okay? Aggressive, but technical control. Two, we need this round. We cannot take any chance. We need the round.
Его тут поставили, побоксируй весь раунд. Подыши, повтори, да, контроль раунд, подыши.
Whoa, we gotta send them home, Arthur. You gotta dig. You have to dig this round. You can't hold back and play with the jab. You gotta fight for real now.
Don't hesitate, just go. Stay on control technically.
Oh, I can say that again. He really does have to dig. He's got to concentrate, and he's got to get it right. The final 3 minutes, it could still go away in the direction of the challenger. The two go centre ring and touch gloves in a mark of respect for another tremendous fight.
Absolutely, this fight is so close. This fight could be won or lost on this last round. We fought the last fight back in October, it was incredible. This one is even better. What a fight here. Listen to the crowd. Listen to the appreciation.
Bivol, the chant goes up. Huge support for him. Beterbiev had tried to match the speed of Bivol, tried to outgun him, and he did do in the middle stages of the fight. But here comes Bivol again. Left hand, right hand, onto the front foot. Beterbiev. What a fight we've had. It's going to go to the cards, surely, and it's going to be that subjective decision of the three wise men sitting at ringside.
Yeah, it's what you like, you know, subjective scoring on some of those rounds. The rounds that I call swing rounds that could have gone one way or the other. This is going to be razor tight. Dare I say it, dare I mention it, this could be a draw.
It's not impossible, it's certainly not impossible. It's going to be close, I'm sure, either way, and the seconds are ticking away. 1:45, good jab from Beterbiev. Back came Bivol, doubling up on his own. Beterbiev throws a right into the body, then tries to switch the attack to the head. Blocked by Bivol, who's on his toes, maybe thinking he's done enough, just trying to stay out of harm's way. But Beterbiev comes forward, still looking to detonate some huge punch here in the closing seconds.
Yeah, both guys now desperately tired. They put everything into this. Bivol's done so much circulating around the perimeter of the ring. Boy, he's done some miles in there. And Beterbiev chasing him, hunting him down. Top class, top quality contest this.
Great fights and great fighters are made from epic matches like these two. Right hand to the body from Beterbiev. Tried to switch the attack to the head. Bivol blocks it with comfort. And again as he came in with another right hand. But now he does get through, I think. Certainly it's Beterbiev who's looking like the aggressor in this final round. Bivol needs to dig deep now as we come towards the final 30 seconds. The two of them going at it toe to toe. Huge confrontation.
Everybody in this arena's on their feet. They can't believe what they're witnessing, what's unfolding. Both guys, Beterbiev lands a big left hook. Bivol comes back with one of his own. 15 seconds left in this 12th and final round. What a fight!
Phenomenal round, and Beterbiev has been the aggressor and may have landed the more punches in this final round. And could it be that the last round will decide it? The final bell goes. These two warriors embrace. There are smiles in here. There's respect in there. There's blood from the left eye of Dmitry Bivol. But what a fight that was. They'll remember this forever. Great rivals. And I'm sure that in years to come, there'll be more than rivalry. The hatred, the dislike, the competition will be forgotten, and there will be a fair degree of love as well as respect between these two men. Desperately difficult to split them. The last round, which I gave to Beterbiev, might have been crucial.
I'm exactly the same as you, John. I've got this one desperately close. 115, 114 in favour of Beterbiev. What did you like? Where did you go for? The swing rounds? What way did it go? This is anyone's contest, and I've said it once, boys, and I'll say it again. That could be worthy of a draw.
Gareth, how have you got it?
I got it 7 rounds to 5 to Beterbiev in an extraordinary contest. I gave him the last round, and I've got it 7-5.
I think that last round was a big deciding factor maybe on my card looking back, although I do have a couple very, very close. I've got it dead level. Let's go to the studio now and find out from Barry McGuigan and Adam Catterall.
Unbelievable fight. These two are so far ahead of any other light heavyweight on the planet. There is no point in putting them in with anybody else. Just let them fight each other. That's it.
I agree. I had it 116, 113, Artur Beterbiev.
I've got it 114 apiece, and I hate that. I hate it.
Oh, you're sitting on the fence.
No, I've got it 6
Splinters up your backside.
Listen, I had it 6-5 going into the last round, and I think Beterbiev swung it back in his favour. I think, I'm
only joking. I'm only joking. Look,
I won't be surprised.
Have it close.
I won't be surprised if they call this a draw. Do you know something? Just because of the way that the first fight was so tight, I would love Dmitry Bivol maybe to get the nod here so we can go again and have part 3, because these two are just so well matched. It's just beautiful to watch, Barry.
You'll be doing it.
Just keep doing it.
Artur Beterbiev will be 61 by the time they finish fight. Bivol, that was an amazing fight. They're such great fighters, man. Honestly, incredible fight. Sorry, John.
I was just going to say, it was an absolutely stunning fight, and there's an enormous number of people up there in the ring now awaiting the decision. Gareth, you trying to get in?
But even if Beterbiev does win this narrowly, do we want to see a third fight?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Of course we do. Of course we do. We've seen 2 of the best fights of modern times. I agree with the boys in the studio, actually. You take these 2 light heavyweights out of it, who could compete with them? No one. When you're talking about, in recent times, recent history, modern history, you go, probably Roy Jones Jr. in his prime is the only guy that maybe would have lived with these.
Here we go, this is the result.
After 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Jean-Robert Lane scores it 114 to 114, a draw. Mike Fitzgerald scores the contest 116 to 112. Dion Duarte has it 115, 113 for the winner by majority decision. And new undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Dmitry Bivol.
Pandemonium in the ring. Bivol's face wreathed in smiles. It was the popular decision that Riyadh wanted, and now surely that third meeting is an absolute inevitability. A great fight. You couldn't really mount a huge argument either way. I had it level, Adam had it level, the other guys had it just by a fraction or so in favour of Beterbiev. Barry had it just a wee bit wider, but the winner tonight was really boxing. That was a great fight.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I mean, listen, Artur Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol, I had it 115, 114 in favour of Beterbiev. I thought that could have been worthy of a draw, and guess what? I'm not arguing with that either. Dmitry Bivol had his moments in that fight, and he could have been the winner as well with those couple of swing rounds. You don't care which way it went. The controversy in the first one, a lot of people thought Bivol won that one. A lot of people think Beterbiev won this one. It's one apiece, but guess what? We do it again. the trilogy, and it will go down as one of the best trilogies of all time.
It's surely going to be that way, Adam. And how crucial was it that this time around Bivol got out of the traps quickly?
No, absolutely. I thought he started fantastically well, but I actually thought Beterbiev came on really good in rounds 3, 4, 5 and 6. Established himself. He was ahead at the halfway point, but the way that Bivol managed to switch the fight up in those middle rounds and stay with Beterbiev, I thought was absolutely fantastic. I do think, I'll be honest, 116, 112 in his favour is a little bit wide. I think he's at harsh on Beterbiev. Like I said, I scored it 114 apiece. I can see 115, 113 in Bivol's favour. What a fight. We've had 24 rounds between these guys, and we still can't split them. They're that well matched.
Incredible how well matched they are. No question about it. You know, it's indicative of how people see fights differently and what they believe scores winning rounds for them. I felt that Beterbiev's pressure and aggression, and he blocked and deflected a lot of Bivol's shots, and he just swarmed all over him. I thought he won it clearly.
I'm definitely going back and watching it again. He's in the ring at the moment, is Dmitry Bivol. We can hear him in the background. Let's see if we can check in and get some of this, because I want to hear from the new undisputed champion.
To be honest, I lost, and I feel a little bit easier maybe. You know, I didn't pressure too much this time like before last fight, and I was just wanted to work from the first round till the end of the 12th, and I hope I did enough and I won this.
What was different about this fight?
Difference between last and this one? Just me. I was better. I was pushing myself more. I was more confident. I was lighter, and I just wanted to win so much today.
You got off to a great start in the first fight and then maybe slowed down at the end. This fight, he got off to a faster start, we thought. Did you have to make changes, adjustments in the middle of this fight?
Did I what?
How much changes did you make during the fight?
You know, I just told myself he could start from the beginning to distract me, to disturb me, you know. But it was hard, to be honest, to keep him on the distance first 4 rounds. And then I saw that he's tired also. I'm tired, but he's tired also. And I have to be smarter. I have to punch more clean punches, and I did.
You had somebody that looked like working on your legs between every round. Your manager, Vadim, said that was someone he brought in for this fight. How much did that help you, having your legs worked on that much?
You know, every person in my camp, he helped me a lot. And every person has their own tasks. If there were even one person in my camp, I wouldn't be as good as I was today. Everything was on my side. Everything is important in my team. And thank you so much for everyone.
You are 1-1 now against Artur Beterbiev. Is it time for one more?
You know, I'm ready for any challenge future, but I wanna a little bit rest because I had some injury at summer, and this time I had the injuries and I was using anti-inflammation almost all camp. I want a little bit heal myself and come back.
Congratulations, Dmitry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Artur.
He's absolutely earned that right to have a little bit of a rest. As has Artur Beterbiev.
Yes.
I said 2 minutes ago, there's no point in matching him with anybody else other than each other. Give him enough time, and let's go again for part 3.
That's what I said. They'll be doing it every year because they could fight every day of the week and twice on Sunday, and they'll all be very close. They'll always be very close fights. They're just perfectly matched. Such superb athletes and such great fighters, and I have so much respect for them. Incredible.
Artur Beterbiev is actually in the ring just addressing with Chris Mannix. Let's get in there. Let's have a listen to Artur. Let's see what he's got to say off the back of that defeat.
But we'll see. Now my time to come back.
Well, you come back. We saw Turki Al-Sheikh come up to you right after with 3 fingers in the air saying third fight. Is that what you want? A rubber match with Dmitry Bivol?
Actually, I don't want second fight too. I mean, it's not my choice, but no problem. We're gonna do third fight if we need.
Appreciate it, Artur. Tremendous fight.
Thank you.
Adi?
Listen, two very respectful men there. Obviously, it must be very, very difficult when you've just lost a fight as close as that. You know, you put your heart, your soul into it, and you've come up on the wrong end of a judge's decision. I'm sure he'll have his own thought processes there, Artur Beterbiev, but he can take a lot of credit from that because he was fantastic for large percentages of it.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, the interesting thing is, I had Bivol. I predicted in the first fight.
I'm the other way around as well.
That Beterbiev would win, and I scored it 2 rounds to Bivol.
Yeah.
This time I said Beterbiev would win, and I had him winning by 3 rounds. But you know, I think it depends on what you add value to. He backed up Bivol for the majority of the fight. He blocked a great deal of Bivol's shots. He threw the more shots and the more scoring shots. He hit him to the body, hit him to the head. Yes, he got caught several times with combinations, but by and large, for me, he dominated most of the rounds. And again, but you know, somebody else and some other boxing judge with every bit as much experience as me may see it another way. I understand that, and that's what makes this multifaceted sport so complex and such a great sport, but also it can make it sort of confusing for some people.
Of course. One thing I think everybody will agree on is that when you put the best guys against the best guys in the ring, they deliver that, like I said, 24 rounds of just absolute supreme boxing.
Incredible. And you know, you just love, there's no fuss with these guys.
No.
They don't blurt and shout and beat their chests and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. They have utmost respect for each other, and they just go out and perform like that. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. As a night, Barry, I mean, I know we had chops and changes throughout the course of the week, but we've had some serious talking points, haven't we, there? From a British point of view, Callum Smith put in a hell of a performance against Josh Buatsi.
What a performance. I mean, that was an absolutely superb fight. Every bit as exciting as the main event there.
Yeah.
Incredible performance. And, you know, he's come back, Callum Smith. I didn't expect it. He's 34 years old, and he's produced arguably the best performance of his career at a higher division against a hot favourite in Joshua Buatsi. Brilliant Performance. Ajit Kabayel was superb against Zhilei. Virgil Ortiz, I thought, was impressive as well. Hamza Sheeraz, I thought he was well beaten, but he got a draw, and of course in that case the champion retains his title. Shakur Stevenson was a little disappointing. He could have, I thought, got rid of Josh Padley earlier than he did. Padley put up a tremendous performance, and I just thought the whole card was sensational.
It was superb from top to bottom. Long may this continue. This is the type of stuff that we've been banging the drum for a long period of time here on talkSPORT, and it's great to see it in action.
I enjoyed working with you, Adam, and the boys, so thank you very much for the opportunity. Very nice. It was great.
And likewise, Barry, to get your expert knowledge on some of the intricacies and watch along with you there. I've learned an awful lot, so thank you very much for joining us on the show. I've no doubt that we'll have plenty more to be bringing in the not too distant future. Big cards coming your way over the next few weeks on talkSPORT. We're heading up to Liverpool in a few weeks' time for that Nick Ball TJ Dehini fight, which is Charlie Edwards on that undercard as well, which we're all looking forward to. Live commentary on that. All the fallout on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. The lads that are in Riyadh, I've no doubt, will do a podcast for you. I'll be joining Simon Jordan on Monday for a fallout of that as well, and we'll have plenty more throughout the whole course of the week, so make sure you're tuning into talkSPORT as they pick the bones out of the best night of boxing in a generation. That's what it was billed at, and it absolutely lived up to the expectation, none more so than the cherry on top of the cake. And we have a new undisputed light heavyweight champion that goes by the name of Dmitry Bivol. Let's have part 3, shall we?